Meet up. Sky River Great Elder and Yi Futian cultivated in a corner of the city of the ruins. Suddenly, Sky River Great Elder opened his eyes and looked into the distance. He said, "The party from Taishan Mountain has arrived." Yi Futian, who was next to him, gradually opened his eyes. He also looked into the distance. After waiting for a few days, the party from Taishan Mountain had finally arrived. The party from Taishan Mountain seems to be with some other forces from the higher heavens realm in a domain, Sky River Great Elder said. "Let's head over there now." "Sure." Yi Futian nodded his head. With a flash, their two figures headed in the same direction. The party from Taishan Mountain was gathered together. Lord Taishan was waiting. He was the one who had actively sought out Sky River Great Elder with his will and transmitted his thoughts over to the latter. Now he knew that the other party was rushing over to meet them. Many cultivators from the higher heavens realm were in the surrounding domains. They also had their eyes on Lord Taishan. They had heard that Lord Taishan had made a trip before. After that, Yi Futian had not made an appearance for the past year among the members of Taishan Mountain on this trip. As expected, Yi Futian's silhouette was nowhere to be seen. Where had he gone off to? Divine Palace, Golden Divine Nation, and many other forces of the higher heavens realm were still concerned about Yi Futian's whereabouts. Yi Futian was someone who could reign supreme among a generation of cultivators. Among those below the Runhuang Plain in the higher heavens realm, he ranked among the top 3. Huang Zhong from Divine Palace Ancestral Lands was the only person who could suppress him. At the moment, many people looked up into the distance. They had sensed something and could not help but reveal bizarre looks. Yi Futian had appeared. However, he had appeared with another elder who was not Lord Taishan. They were headed in this direction to meet up with Lord Taishan. After a short while, in front of the members of Taishan Mountain, 2 silhouettes descended from the sky and appeared before the crowd. Lord Taishan. Yi Futian bowed slightly at Lord Taishan, who had sent him to the Tianhe realm. Although it was unintentional, it had allowed Yi Futian to learn about his master's situation. Otherwise, Yi Futian would have most likely not known that his master had been captured by the Shin clan. "How has your cultivation been this past year?" Lord Taishan asked. "After cultivating with master for a year, I have already approached the great path," Yi Futian replied. When Lord Taishan heard Yi Futian's reply, he smiled and nodded in approval. Sky River Great Elders' cultivation methods were suitable for reaching the Runhuang Plain. Sending Yi Futian over had not been a waste. Since Yi Futian claimed that he was approaching the Great Path, he was likely close to having a breakthrough. "I approached the Great Path a year ago. Until now, I have yet to have a breakthrough. From the looks of it, you will manage to catch up with me again," a silhouette from behind Lord Taishan said with a smile. It was Wan Shi, the cultivator from Taishan Mountain Sword Abyss. Back then, he had been aided by Yi Futian and gained insight in his swordsmanship. After returning to Taishan Mountain, he stumbled upon an opportunity and managed to approach the Great Path. This past year, he had spent almost all of his time cultivating, but he always seemed to be one step away. Although he had always felt that he was inferior to Yi Futian, he still believed that he would reach the Runhuang Plain first. However, from the looks of it now, even that was not certain. The speed at which this fellow improved his cultivation was too frightening. Wan Shi had truly been unable to break through to the next plane. He was not suppressing his cultivation. If he was able to break through to the next plane, he would not intentionally suppress his cultivation. He would have gone with the flow and stepped into the Runhuang Plain. Yi Futian smiled. Wan Shi's disposition was extremely good. When he heard Yi Futian address Sky River as master, Lord Taishan asked Sky River Great Elder with a smile, "Sky River, what do you think about the disciple I sent you?" For Sky River Great Elder to have accompanied Yi Futian, Lord Taishan wondered whether he had overcome his previous trauma. Lord Taishan was unclear about the exact relationship between Yi Futian and Sky River Great Elder. He did not know that the protagonist of the series of events back then was Yi Futian's master. A chill suddenly descended upon them. In mid-air, a group of silhouettes walked over. They shone with divine light. Yi Futian raised his head and looked in the direction of the silhouettes. He was greeted with blinding divine golden light. They were cultivators from Golden Divine Nation. Guy Shir was among them. The contingent of Golden Divine Nation was extremely powerful. This time around, it was only second to that of Divine Palace. The bodies of the Golden Divine Nation's Renhuangs radiated divine golden light that was blinding. Many Taishan Mountain disciples shielded their eyes with their hands. Lord Taishan raised his head at the contingent of Golden Divine Nation and asked, "What business do you have with us?" "We saw that Lord Taishan was here, so we came to pay a visit," the Divine General of Golden Divine Nation said. His voice was calm. When his gaze swept over Yi Futian, it was extremely sharp. Guy Shir kept staring at Yi Futian. He was sure to pay back Yi Futian for previously humiliating him. Guy Shir's cultivation had greatly improved, but he did not know what level Yi Futian was at now. With the combat ability that Yi Futian had previously revealed, it was rather difficult for Guy Shir to defeat him. "You are too kind," Lord Taishan replied. "I see that the Lord of the Golden Divine Nation has not come. Please extend my greetings to him." "Certainly," the Divine General responded. Both parties seemed to be speaking with no animosity. It was as though they were having a normal conversation and were extremely polite. However, everyone sensed the rivalry between them. Yi Futian took the sigh of the Divine God from Guy Shir. This was the magnum opus of Golden Divine Nation. Now that it was in the hands of an outsider, how could they possibly be at ease? "Lord Taishan." Another voice also called out. Another group of silhouettes approached. The leader was a powerful cultivator from Divine Palace. Yi Futian saw many familiar faces. They were all prominent figures in Divine Palace. To the side of the Divine Palace members were members from Divine, Sword Li family, Chongfeng clan, and Sky Burying God clan. In the distance, behind this group of people, there were also cultivators from Divine capital of Shilling. Old Demon Shilling led the group and stood at the very front. His gaze was deep and cold, causing others to be frightened of him. Prominent figures from all across the higher heavens realm had gathered there. Among the Divine Palace members, Yi Futian even saw that Huangzhong was present. 1 to 2 years ago, Huangzhong had already qualified to break through to the Renhuang Plain. However, he wanted to hone his divine wheel of the Great Path. He sought perfection and wanted to exceed his limits. There was still another year before he would enter Divine Palace ancestral lands. Since Huangzhong still had not broken through to the next plane, one could imagine how powerful he was at the Saint Plane. He was almost without equal. A person like Huangzhong had long outgrown pursuing the lower Renhuang Plain. Yi Tianyu was also present. His gaze landed on Yi Futian. When he discovered that Shenjing was Yi Futian, he had been greatly affected. Now, he had finally met Yi Futian again. This time, Yi Futian had already returned to his original appearance. His temperament was even more outstanding than in the heavenly mandate realm. "Are you the one who entered ancestral lands?" Huangzhong asked as he looked at Yi Futian. Before this, Huangzhong had encountered Yi Futian when he was disguised as Shenjing. "I am," Yi Futian replied as he looked at Huangzhong. When he sensed the aura on Yi Futian's body, Huangzhong muttered, "You have reached a higher cultivation plane. I wonder how much of an improvement you have made since the last time we met." Yi Futian smiled. Yi Futian and Divine Palace can be considered to have entwined destinies. If you don't mind, after entering God's relic, you all can look out for one another, a senior of Divine Palace said. Yi Futian had entered Divine Palace ancestral lands before. He was considered to have forged an unbreakable bond with Divine Palace. I do not need others to look out for me. After entering God's relic, I will not waste my time on them, Huang Zhong retorted. After he entered into God's relic, he would travel alone. Although they were from the same sect, his relationship with the other Divine Palace disciples was not close. He had no time to take care of others. This was God's relic. How could he waste time on other people? I was only offering a suggestion. As for how things turn out, suit yourselves, the senior from Divine Palace said. Divine Palace never meddled in the affairs of others. They were there was because they had also received the prophecy. Hence, they had brought their disciples. As for what would transpire after the disciples entered God's relic, the seniors could not and did not want to control it. Many people looked at Huang Zhong. He was renowned as the top existence below Ren Huang in the higher heavens realm. As expected, he had some character. However, with Huang Zhong's might, he was likely highly ranked among the 9 realms. He could have even possibly been one of the top 10 existences in the 9 realms. On the outskirts of this domain, a lot of cultivators had gathered. They all knew that the people there were members of the top forces of the higher heavens realm. After receiving the prophecy, many people wanted to visit these forces and enter God's relic through them. Such a scene was very common. If they wanted to enter God's relic, many figures at the pinnacle of the Saint Plane without major backgrounds relied on the help of these top forces. Hence, near the outskirts of this domain, there were many cultivators standing guard. They sealed it off and forbid outsiders from simply stepping into the domain. Such a large contingent. Among the crowd, Emperor Xia looked around and found the place interesting. This contingent is too powerful. That fellow has found friends in such high places. Recalling the youth in the Emperor Xia's realm back then, Emperor Xia felt that this was somewhat surreal. Before this, he was lord of a realm. Here, the people around the outskirts of this domain were not weaker than him. There were quite a few Renhuangs. Emperor Xia felt somewhat disheartened. How was he going to keep his cool before Yi Futian from now on? Friend, I am looking for someone who is in the domain, Emperor Xia said to the person who was guarding the outskirts. However, the Renhuang before him swept an indifferent glance at him and ignored him. I truly am looking for someone, Emperor Xia continued saying. They all are. The Renhuang swept a glance at their surroundings. Emperor Xia glanced at the crowd. His face involuntarily turned red. Yi Futian. Helpless, Emperor Xia could only shout out. In the distance, Yi Futian, who was with the contingent, heard Emperor Xia's voice. He turned his gaze toward Emperor Xia. When Yi Futian saw his silhouette, he subconsciously revealed a look of surprise. He dashed over in a flash. Seeing Yi Futian's actions, many powerful cultivators looked at him. They saw Yi Futian come up to Emperor Xia and Xia Qingyuan. Your Highness, Princess. When he saw the two of them, Yi Futian revealed a smile. He was naturally happy to see Xia Qingyuan safe and sound. Emperor Xia nodded as he smiled slightly, putting on the airs of a Renhuang who was lord of a realm. However, Emperor Xia saw that there was a group of people approaching them. Each of them had auras that were unfathomable. Someone merely glanced at him, and he felt his heart tremble. Emperor Xia's previous aura instantly dwindled. The company that this fellow kept was too good. He had no place to show his face. Futian, who is this? Lord Taishan asked. Although Emperor Xia did not know what plane Lord Taishan was at, he could tell with just a glance that Lord Taishan was far more powerful than he was. They were not on the same level. Senior, Emperor Xia greeted as he bowed slightly. No need for formalities. Lord Taishian nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "This is Emperor Xia, a senior of mine," Yi Futian said. "And this is my good friend, Xia Qingyuan." "So, they're your old friends," Lord Taishian said and nodded. "Please continue with your conversation." As Lord Taishian spoke, he walked away. Yaya walked over and greeted Emperor Xia. "You are also here," Emperor Xia said when he saw Yaya. The two most powerful great swordsmen in Emperor Xia's realm might both be here. "Swordmaster of Lihin has also arrived?" Yi Futian asked. "He should have," Emperor Xia replied. "Not long after the events in the Emperor Li's realm were over, Swordmaster of Lihin abdicated Lihin Heaven and came to the palace to bid me farewell. He said that he wanted to go on a training journey and would be coming to the most powerful Central Emperor realm. It has been many years since then, so he should have arrived in the Central Emperor realm. If that's the case, it is possible that he will come here." Yi Futian gently nodded. Swordmaster of Lihin had been very devoted back then. He only pursued swordsmanship. He finally decided to cast away his former shackles and leave Emperor Xiao's realm. If he truly has come here, he should be finding ways to join some force to be qualified to enter God's relic, Emperor Xia said. "Coincidentally, if you encounter him, you can lend him a hand." "Naturally," Yi Futian replied. Swordmaster of Lihin had been kind to him. If Yi Futian encountered an old friend, he would undoubtedly help out as much as he could. The 9 realms. Yi Futian turned his gaze to Xia Qingyuan and asked, "Princess, have you been doing well these past few years?" During the battle at Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, the teleportation Grand Matrix had sent everyone away to different places. Yi Futian was very happy that he was able to meet Xia Qingyuan again. Xia Qingyuan glanced at Yi Futian but ignored him. Yi Futian was confused. When had he offended this little princess again? "Qingyuan was sent to the lower worlds," Emperor Xia said with a smile. "After I took her home, she kept saying that she wanted to find out where you were. When she was in the Heavenly Mandate realm, she heard that you were in the Higher Heavens realm. After that, the bells sounded in the 9 realms, so Qingyuan guessed that you would come here. As expected, we found you here. A grown girl can't be kept at home. As her father, I have never experienced this treatment before." Emperor Xia was puzzled. What was this girl thinking? Didn't she notice the people who were now with Yi Futian? Even as the lord of a realm, Emperor Xia could only shudder before these mighty figures. His girl was concerned about Yi Futian, yet she acted cold when they finally met. Women, TSK. If she was unable to let go of her ego, she would suffer a great loss sooner or later. Upon hearing his words, Xia Qingyuan stared at Emperor Xia with an innocent face. What kind of father was this? He ratted her out so decisively. "I have also been worrying about Princess these past few years," Yi Futian replied with a smile. "Now that I have seen you with His Highness, I can put my worries to rest." "I believe you," Xia Qingyuan said to Yi Futian. Her eyes locked on him. Upon studying her gaze, Yi Futian felt uncomfortable. What was with her gaze? Would he lie to her? "When I had my trial in Divine Palace, I obtained many items. These are for you." Yi Futian took out a few fruits of the way, which emanated the ritual of way of life, and handed them over to Xia Qingyuan. Sensing the dense will from the fruits, Xia Qingyuan was momentarily stunned. She slightly raised her head to look at him. Her gaze had turned much gentler. Xia Qingyuan extended her hands and received the fruits without any hesitation. She quickly put them away. Her heart was warmed. Emperor Xia, who was standing beside them, felt somewhat helpless as he watched his daughter's antics. Even though she had a high plane of cultivation, her temperament was still that of a teenage girl. There was wisdom to the old saying that women were all fools when it came to certain aspects. "I still have some of these fruits with me. However, Your Highness has no use for them, Yi Futian said. If Sword Master is here, he can benefit from the fruits. I will go and check whether or not Sword Master is in the city of the ruins. How will you check? Emperor Xia asked. I will ask for Lord Taishuan's help, Yi Futian replied. He can do a quick sweep with his will and scan through the entire city of the ruins. Emperor Xia revealed an embarrassed expression. This Emperor Xia's will could also cover a large area. However, there were now countless extremely powerful figures in the city of the ruins. He didn't dare use his will to casually scan around their surroundings, even though he was at the Renhuang Plain. He was a lower-level Renhuang at the 3rd tier. If he used his will to scan those mighty cultivators, it might annoy them. If they attacked him with their will, could he stand against such attacks? Yi Futian made it sound simple. That is a good idea. Emperor Xia solemnly nodded his head. He felt slightly embarrassed. Yi Futian knew nothing about Emperor Xia's emotions. After all, Yi Futian was used to using that method of locating other people. However, Emperor Xia was lord of a realm. He had been pampered in the Emperor Xia's realm where his word was law. Although he was keenly aware that there were many people in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path who were stronger than he was, he still needed time to adjust after seeing so many of them gathered together. Then let's head over there. As he spoke, Yi Futian turned and headed in the direction of Lord Taishuan's location. He said, Lord Taishuan, I would like to request your help in finding someone and seeing whether he is in the city of the ruins. Grandmaster Sky, River Great Elder, was at a lower cultivation plane than Lord Taishuan. Hence, it was more suitable for Lord Taishuan to carry out a sweep search. Even if his will swept past other top figures, such a meager incident couldn't cause any trouble. After all, both of them were top existences. However, it was different for a lower-level Renhuang, like Emperor Xia. If one was scanned by another person of the same level or a higher level, one could pretend that nothing had happened. How could one let a person who was at a lower level scan them as they pleased? If Emperor Xia scanned over a cultivator who was ill-tempered, they could immediately attack him from a distance. For such powerful figures, such a distance was insignificant. They were able to attack anywhere they were covered. Hence, ordinary Renhuang did not dare to simply scan around. Even upper-level Renhuang needed to think twice before doing so, such as how Sky, River Great Elder had before. Very well. Show me his appearance, Lord Taishuan said. Yi Futian's will emanated from his glabella and entered into Lord Taishuan's eyes. That will suffice. Lord Taishuan nodded. His powerful will instantly expanded outward and enveloped the entire city of the ruins within itself. Soon, he found the person Yi Futian was looking for in a corner of the city of the ruins. The person had indeed arrived in the city. Among the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, the 9 supreme imperial realms were situated at the center of the 3,000 realms. 8 of the 9 supreme imperial realms revolved around the central emperor realm. They were the Heavenly Mandate Realm, Higher Heavens Realm, Emperor Star Realm, Mountain Realm, Myriad Realm, Solar Realm, Shadow Realm, and Hidden Land Realm. The 9 realms were the absolute center of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Each realm had top forces. To be considered one of the top forces of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, a realm needed to have at least a powerful upper-level Renhuang at the 7th tier of the Divine Wheel to hold the fort. In reality, just having an upper-level Renhuang at the 7th tier of the Divine Wheel was insufficient to rank among the top forces. A realm needed at least an upper-level Renhuang at the 8th tier of the Divine Wheel as the lead and another upper-level Renhuang at the 7th tier of the Divine Wheel to act as support. Most top forces had a powerful figure at the 9th tier of the Divine Wheel as the lead, along with another at the 7th or 8th tier of the Divine Wheel as support. Back then, Ichanyu from the Heavenly Mandate Realm, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty's dynastic overlord, and Lord Taishuan were all above the 9th tier of the Divine Wheel. Renhuangs were divided into 3 levels: upper level, middle level, and lower level. Each level was divided according to strength. For instance, even cultivators that were both from the Nirvana plane had different levels of ability. At the Runhuang plane, such differences were huge depending on the cultivator's depth of cultivation. Thus, each level was further divided into 3 smaller tiers according to the strength of the cultivator's divine wheel of the Great Path. Upper-level Renhuangs were categorized into the 7th, 8th, and 9th tier of the divine wheel, with the 9th tier of the divine wheel being the strongest. The Myriad Realm also had many top forces. There was one extremely powerful force known as Heavenly Sword Hall. Heavenly Sword Hall was a legendary Myriad Realm swordsmanship force. The most powerful swordsmen from the Myriad Realm were mostly from Heavenly Sword Hall. Heavenly Sword Hall was even heralded in the Myriad Realm as the top swordsmanship force among the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Heavenly Sword Hall had a unique cultivation method, which was different from many other swordsmanship forces. Those who wished to become the disciples of Heavenly Sword Hall had to fulfill one requirement. They had to possess a sword spirit. People with only life spirits were not destined to practice swordsmanship. Even those who had practiced swordsmanship before were not accepted into Heavenly Sword Hall. Their cultivation method focused on cultivating their sword spirits. They focused less on sword techniques. Their goal was to refine their sword spirits until they reached their utmost limit, converting their sword spirits into their natal implements. Thus, they strived to master the ultimate swordsmanship. Besides that, there was another benefit to this cultivation method. The cultivators had more advantages when they broke through to the Sword Emperor plane. Their sword spirits were better at merging with the great path of all things. Moreover, sword spirits that had been cultivated for years nurtured the physical bodies of their owners. In Heavenly Sword Hall, the members prioritized the practice of sword spirits. In comparison, sword techniques and sword madra were not as important. Heavenly Sword Hall's cultivation method was extremely harsh and difficult. The threshold was very high. Many people had trained their sword spirits to the point of crippling their sword spirits. However, they also managed to cultivate a group of powerful swordsmen. God's relic was opening soon, so Heavenly Sword Hall would not miss the opportunity. In the domain where the cultivators from the Myriad Realm were gathered, many cultivators from Heavenly Sword Hall had arrived. Combat had also erupted in this domain. In a huge empty space in the City of the Ruins, Heavenly Sword Hall constructed a tall platform. Many cultivators stood on the platform and looked upon the battles. Before them, there was a battle between swordsmen. Around them, many cultivators had gathered to spectate. Many of them were members of other forces from the Myriad Realm. They knew that many people had come to the City of the Ruins wanting to gain the qualification to enter God's relic by going through the top forces. However, most of the top forces were not lacking in numbers. Similarly, many swordsmen had come seeking Heavenly Sword Hall. Unlike other forces, Heavenly Sword Hall did not directly reject these people. Instead, they offered them an opportunity. Those who sought them out would battle against the swordsmen of Heavenly Sword Hall. As long as the other swordsmen won, Heavenly Sword Hall would take them into God's relic. The swordsmen were even able to join Heavenly Sword Hall to practice swordsmanship. Many people understood that this was just a form of training for the disciples of Heavenly Sword Hall before entering God's relic. They used these swordsmen to train their disciples' swordsmanship, slightly improving their abilities before entering into God's relic. Those who accepted the battles understood that fact, but still wanted to give it a go. To this end, many paid with their lives. The battles between swordsmen were perilous. The swordsmen of Heavenly Sword Hall had exceptionally powerful attacks. Once they sent out a killing blow, they could not retract it. Even so, there were still people who wanted to try. Sword Master of Lihin was one of them. Out of the 2 swordsmen who were currently exchanging blows on the battlefield, One of them was Sword Master of Lihin from Emperor Xiao's realm. In the battlefield, endless sword will surrounded Sword Master of Lihin. Countless sword flashes crisscrossed in midair, attempting to tear the space apart. However, the swords were suppressed by the opponent's swords, which were hanging in midair with their tips pointing down. Each of the opponent's swords was broader than normal swords, and they were engraved with runes of thunder. The swords emanated terrifying lightning. The lightning was blinding. Sword Master of Lihin raised his head to stare at the myriad of swords of blitzing thunder. Runes of thunder lit up on every sword. The gigantic sword of blitzing thunder in the middle spanned across the sky. Its tip pointed down as it frenziedly absorbed wave thunder from the surrounding. Its might was unfathomable. Sensing the domineering sword might, Sword Master of Lihin was well aware that this attack might take his life. However, his gaze remained calm. He had traveled through many realms years ago. His swordsmanship had reached a plateau in Emperor Xiao's realm. No one in Emperor Li's realm was a threat to him. Finally, he decided to venture out to explore the 3,000 realms of the Great Path and the legendary Central Emperor realm. As expected, he still had a long way to go. He was revered by all in Emperor Xiao's realm as Sword Master of Lihin. However, he was unable to defeat a disciple from Heavenly Sword Hall. His opponent's sword spirit was far more powerful than his sword spirit. His opponent's sword spirit was forged over countless battles with the power of the Great Path. Sword Master of Lihin felt a pang of regret. He should have ventured out into the realms when he was much younger. Back then, his potential was greater. He would have had a lot more room for improvement, even though it was more dangerous. Actually, Sword Master of Lihin had misunderstood. The disciples who were chosen by Heavenly Sword Hall to enter God's relic were all very outstanding. Even though Sword Master of Lihin was from Emperor Xiao's realm, he had exceptional comprehension in swordsmanship since he had immersed himself in cultivating the art for years. For him to be qualified to fight with a swordsman of Heavenly Sword Hall was already an achievement. Exchanging blows, the Sword Master of Lihin executed Sword Mudra with both hands. His gaze was calm and determined as he looked up in the void. The worldly sword will coalesce. A sword appeared gradually in his body. The fierce sound of a vibrating sword resounded everywhere. Countless swords emerged and flew towards the gap in the sky, fast as lightning. In midair, the cultivator of Heavenly Sword Hall cast a glance downward. His finger pointed towards the ground. The swords of blitzing thunder enveloped the space, blocking all the other swords and shattering them directly. Did he still intend to resist? At the same time, Sword Master of Lihin's figure disappeared, leaving behind a dazzling trail in the sky. The trail transformed into a sword. Shadows of swords took shape among the innumerable swords of blitzing thunder. Both the sword and the shadows were materialized by the Sword Master of Lihin. Bam! 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 One by one, the swords of blitzing thunder turned to dust. The sword flash tore apart the empty space, causing the cultivator of Heavenly Sword Hall to feel slightly threatened. He felt that his body was going to be mangled and that his spiritual soul was going to be cleaved into two, as though there were legions of sword chi entangling him. This sword embodied the sorrow of farewell. Many shadows appeared around his body. They were all shadows of the Sword Master of Lihin. The sword spirit of the cultivator of the Heavenly Sword Hall floated in front of him. The cultivator's finger stroked the sword. In an instant, many gleaming swords of blitzing thunder surrounded his body, forming a protective barrier of swords. Those swords of blitzing thunder surrounded him at the center of the barrier. Each sword unleashed an astonishing divine being of the Great Path, annihilating everything. At the same time, the shadows approached the cultivator. It was as though there were many images of Sword Master of Lihin attacking all at once, but the attacks were shut off by the swords surrounding the cultivator. Your ability is not bad. The cultivator of Heavenly Sword Hall glanced at the shadows. In the sky, myriads of swords plunged downwards and sealed off the space. Everything was sliced into pieces by the swords. The shadows were obliterated too. Soon, only the actual body of the sword master of Lihin was left standing. His sword was still stabbing into the protective barrier of the cultivator, unable to pierce through. The sword flickered, and the sword master of Lihin tried to retreat. However, the opponent would not give him the chance to do so. The sword spirit plummeted and pursued its prey. The sword master of Lihin had no choice but to receive this attack head-on. Boom! Numerous divine beams of light poured out from the sword spirit of the cultivator of Heavenly Sword Hall, crashing into the sword spirit of the sword master of Lihin. Cracks appeared on the sword spirit of the latter. Even the body of the sword master of Lihin was engulfed by the swords of blitzing thunder. The light of runes surged into his body. Go. The opponent did not cease attacking. His finger pointed forward, and the thunder sword spirit slashed forward and kept ravaging the body of the sword master of Lihin. Even if he were spared from death, he would be crippled. Show mercy! A voice sounded from afar. The swordsman in training from the Heavenly Sword Hall took a quick look in the distance, but he did not stop attacking. His sword continued to slash downwards. The sword master of Lihin tanked the continuous attacks of the Great Path with his physical body and spiritual soul, but his sword did not break. Both man and sword were one. When the sword broke, the person would also perish. Buzz! The light of Renhuang shone, and a lotus flower descended, wrapping the body of the sword master of Lihin within. The lotus flower emanated a rich life will. At the same time, the petals unleashed authority of the way, forming innumerable catastrophe swords, which then blocked the incoming sword spirit. The sword spirit returned to its master. The cultivator of Heavenly Sword Hall raised his head and saw a group of people descending from the sky. The group of people then landed among the crowd below. Emperor Xia was the first to step forward. The lotus flower coiled around the body of the sword master of Lihin, while the life will heal the injuries on his body. That was close, Emperor Xiao exclaimed. Fortunately, Yi Futian had asked the Lord to take a look at the situation here. Otherwise, Lihin would be in danger. The sword master of Lihin landed on the ground. He arched his back slightly and spat out a mouthful of blood. Sensing the life will in his body, he turned around and looked at the people who had arrived. Your Highness, he greeted, slightly surprised. Not only did he see Emperor Xia, but he even saw Yi Futian as well as Xia Qingyuan soon after. He instantly understood everything. It seemed that the white-haired youth from back then had reached his level. Hence, he had also come here. Everyone, a chilly voice said before the sword master of Lihin could catch up with the people who just arrived. Standing on the platform, the cultivator of the Heavenly Sword Hall, who was a Renhuang, stared at them while asking, "What do you mean?" These people seemed to be very powerful. They might be from the top forces as well. Moreover, there were more and more people coming. They were cultivators who followed Yi Futian here, including those from the Divine Palace and the Divine Swordly family. However, the intruders irritated the cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall. A disciple of their Heavenly Sword Hall was exchanging blows with someone. So many powerful cultivators had come. What was their intention? Junior's name is Yi Futian. This is a senior of mine. Since the battle has concluded, please show mercy, Yi Futian said to the cultivator of the Heavenly Sword Hall as he walked towards the sword master of Lihin. Didn't you see that the battle has yet to end? In midair, the youth who defeated the sword master of Lihin seemed annoyed. This was not a major issue, however, for so many powerful cultivators to come over, and for all of them to be from powerful forces from other realms. This made the cultivators of the Heavenly Sword Hall feel dissatisfied. Why did it seem as though these people had come over to threaten them? The victor has been determined. Friend, why must we fight to the death? Yi Futian asked as he raised his head. It was his choice to do so. How does this concern you? The youth in midair had a sharp gaze as he looked straight at Yi Futian down below. I owe Senior Li Hin a debt of gratitude for instructing me in the past. His matters indeed concern me. Yi Futian then suggested, Sir, if you insist on fighting to the death, what if I battle you in his stead? Even to the death? The youth in midair asked. That is fine. Yi Futian nodded. All right, the youth agreed. Yi Futian looked towards the sword master of Li Hin and said, Sword master, please rest at the side for a while. Be careful. His sword spirit is very powerful, the sword master of Li Hin whispered. I know. Yi Futian nodded in response. Only then did sword master of Li Hin move to the side and secretly transmit his voice to Empress Xia, asking, Your Highness, is he confident in winning? You should take care of your wounds first, Empress Xia replied. Seeing that Empress Xia looked calm, the sword master of Li Hin said nothing more and turned his attention to the battle. In the sky above, countless swords of blitzing thunder appeared. Upon each divine sword, there were bright runic lines. These runes emanated an astonishing authority of the way. Yi Futian had a sense of déjà vu. Back then, Bailuli cultivated the life spirit carving spell scroll. If Bailuli had cultivated it to such a level, it should be similar to the other party's cultivators. Such an attack would be even more domineering. Descend. The cultivator of Heavenly Sword Hall's gaze swept downward like a sharp sword. He pointed his finger downward, and countless swords of blitzing thunder shot downwards in an instant. The swords of blitzing thunder destroyed everything in their path. Lightning flooded the space. The members of the Divine Palace, the members of the Divine Sword Li family, as well as many other powerful cultivators, looked towards Yi Futian. They were all more concerned as to what level of ability Yi Futian had currently reached. There would be no suspense to this battle. Although the Heavenly Sword Hall of all creations was renowned as the top swordsmanship force in the 9 realms, how could this disciple have any chance of winning against Yi Futian in battle? If his opponent knew of Yi Futian's battle records in the Divine Palace, he would not have agreed to this battle. Seeing the countless swords of blitzing thunder descending upon him, Yi Futian raised a finger and pointed it to the sky. Beams of divine light radiated. With a crackling sound, the countless swords of blitzing thunder were directly shattered and turned to dust. Yi Futian did not continue to attack. He merely raised his head and looked at the cultivator of the Heavenly Sword Hall in midair, asking, Will this be enough? He did not attack. Before entering God's relic, he did not want to offend a top force here. He had only come over to bring the sword master of Li Hin away. As he looked at the disappearing swords of blitzing thunder, the cultivator of Heavenly Sword Hall in midair was stunned. His attack was destroyed in just one blow. He extended both hands. His expression was solemn. He had turned much more serious. Before this, Yi Futian regarded the sword master of Li Hin as a senior, so the cultivator of Heavenly Sword Hall did not take him seriously. He even belittled Yi Futian. However, from their brief encounter just now, he could tell that the swordsmanship of this white-haired youth was very profound. His sword spirit let out a thunderous wail. Streaks of lightning flashed past. In the sky, countless gigantic swords of blitzing thunder appeared, covering the sun. Runes of great path were imprinted on every single gigantic sword. The intense sword will seem to want to destroy the entire space. When countless swords appeared in midair at the same time, their destructive power was startling. Boom! A brilliant divine sword appeared on top of Yi Futian. The great path in his body resonated and transformed into a furnace, forging a divine sword, which became one with his body. When the cultivator of Heavenly Sword Hall in midair saw this scene, he pointed his finger downwards. In the sky, endless destructive swords of blitzing thunder descended from above. This attack was even wilder and fiercer than the previous attack. Boom! 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 In an instant, myriads of swords fell from the sky and crashed down towards Yi Futian. The swords did not even have an organized attack pattern. More and more swords filled the space, burying Yi Futian within. However, everyone could see that the sword that enveloped Yi Futian's body was still shimmering with dazzling divine beings. Endless will of great paths surged and fueled the divine beings, causing them to be indestructible. When the myriads of swords closed in on Yi Futian, the light of runes of great path transformed into a destructive power, but it could not cleave Yi Futian's sword veil. Yi Futian did not attack, he merely remained on guard. However, the opponent could not break through his defense. The expression of the youth standing in midair changed. The scene before him made him doubt his own swords. The sword master of Lihin was dumbfounded, too, when he saw what happened. Then he was emotional and lamented, "I'm old." He still remembered the adamant youth who intruded Lihin Heaven and challenged the disciples of Lihin Heaven to a battle. The youth used to be young and presumptuous. Now the youth had changed. A shocking sword flash erupted from the sword forged by the furnace in Yi Futian, destroying all the gigantic swords of blitzing thunder which had closed in on him. However, Yi Futian's sword disappeared along with the opponent's swords. "Your attacks are extraordinary. I am honored to have experienced them," Yi Futian commented as he stared at the cultivator of Heavenly Sword Hall. "Why don't we stop here?" The corner of the cultivator's mouth twitched as he was at a loss for words. The surrounding onlookers were speechless as well. Extraordinary attacks. The cultivator of the Heavenly Sword Hall did not even break through Yi Futian's defense barrier. Could the former skill really be called extraordinary? However, Yi Futian clearly had no intention to fight. Otherwise, he would not have just defended passively. At this moment, everyone could tell that this white-haired youth was very strong. At the very least, he was stronger than the cultivator of Heavenly Sword Hall. He might even be more powerful. The battle here attracted the attention of many people. One by one, many cultivators of all creations gathered. Was the swordsman in training of the Heavenly Sword Hall in conflict with a swordsman in training from another realm? Could it be that someone was here to challenge the Heavenly Sword Hall? From the looks of it, the cultivator of Heavenly Sword Hall was being suppressed. The power of all. The swordsman, temple cultivator, could naturally also see that the disciple who attacked was not an equivalent opponent of Yi Futian. Moreover, this person was also a swordsman in training. "Where do you train?" The cultivator of the Heavenly Sword Hall looked at Yi Futian and asked. The junior practiced swordsmanship for a while in Taishan Mountain of the Higher Heavens realm and also practiced swordsmanship in the Divine Palace, Yi Futian responded. Although the Heavenly Sword Hall was a force with the power of all, how could the name of the Divine Palace be something that he had never heard of? The Higher Heavens realm had the Holy Land, and the Divine Palace in the 9 realms belonged to the more famous force. In contrast, although Taishan Mountain was a known entity, its presence was not as strong as the Divine Palace. However, according to rumors, Taishan Mountain's Lord Taishan had broken through the Renhuang's 9 realms. Well, amongst those who came and stood behind Yi Futian, there should be the cultivators of Taishan Mountain and the Divine Palace. They would have come from the forces of the Higher Heavens realm. The previous matter ends here. The Heavenly Sword Hall is not going to investigate in the previous battle, the cultivator of the Heavenly Sword Hall said. In fact, he was no longer investigating the matter involving the Sword Master of Lihin, as it was a small matter. However, it was a mere issue of pride. In reality, they didn't care too much about the life and death matter of the Sword Master of Lihin. However, if you also practice swordsmanship, you can discuss swordsmanship with the people that practice within the Heavenly Sword Hall. The other party continued to talk big, from sword cultivation from the upper realm to giving no qualms about the sword master of Li Hin leaving. He took on a position that made the Heavenly Sword Hall appear feeble. Even on the eve of entering the relics, the Heavenly Sword Hall entered the relics with defeat, so it was certainly not very nice. Alas, things did not turn out the way they wanted. They were unable to compete with the other forces in the relics. Everyone who heard this statement understood the intentions of the Heavenly Sword Hall. Such a defeat would end here. The pride of the number one force of swordsmanship force within the 9 realms had to be maintained. This junior swordsmanship is still shallow, and naturally, it is not as good as the Heavenly Sword Hall. I, therefore, believe we no longer have to compete further, Futian said. It was not a fear of a battle, but he just did not want any trouble. If the Heavenly Sword Hall truly got involved, could he guarantee his win? Even if he managed to sweep through the entire force, after today, the matter would not come to an end either. Excessive self-humility is rude, the strong swordsman said coldly, as Futian was far better than the disciple lost, but said that his opponent's swordsmanship was extraordinary. Instead, he chose not to carry on the fight. What was he trying to do? Was he expressing disdain to fight with the disciples from the Heavenly Sword Hall? Futian pondered for a moment, then saw a figure stepped forward from behind him. He said, I am from the higher heavens realm, divine sword Li family's Li Sun. I am currently a disciple of the higher heavens realms, swordsmanship. I have long heard of your famous name. To meet you today, why don't I instead test your swordsmanship? What do you think? The swordsman cultivator glanced at Li Sun. The divine sword Li family of the higher heavens realm, a family of swordsmen. It was unexpected that he would step forward. The people around showed a hint of anticipation. Heavenly Sword Hall versus the divine sword Li family. Would this be a showdown in this holy land? Elders, let me, your disciple, take on the challenge. Amongst the cultivators of the Heavenly Sword Halls, a figure walked and paid his respects to the leaders of the Heavenly Sword Hall. The divine sword Li family's reputation had long been heard and talked about. With this opportunity, it would be an exceedingly rare opportunity to go against the divine sword Li family. Okay. The leader of the Heavenly Sword Hall nodded. The swordsman in training took a step forward and landed on the void. Sword roared around him. Li Sun did the same and walked forward. His sword's spirit exploded in a flash and enveloped the heavens. A violent swordsmanship aura was formed around the body of the two people. In the City of Relics, many people in the distance could felt the battle happening. They looked towards the battlefield. Everyone flicked towards it and moved closer. Among them, there were many people with top forces. The Heavenly Sword Hall's representative had a sword soul that was like a meteorite sword, albeit it being a really huge sword and extremely heavy. When the sword strikes, the world was engulfed in a massive roar that spread far and wide. Countless meteorites fell from the sky, and it made people feel extreme pressure on their bodies. Li Sun also summoned the spirit of his sword. A divine sword fell down from the sky above. It was an extremely overbearing sword. As both swords interlocked and battled one another, they both did not compete in a way that suggested that this was an exchange of skills. It seemed more like an actual battle instead. Boom! 2 terrifying sword wills approached each other. When the soul of the sword locked on, countless meteorites fell from the sky once again. The meteorite sword was extremely heavy, suffocating the space, and suppressed the broken void. Li Sun's sword counteracted against them as it shattered the falling meteorites that were falling. The sky was turned into a doomsday scene, and it looked extremely terrible. The suffocating pressure in the air turned into a violent storm. The 2 cultivators stood in the middle of the storm. Their swords collided with each other. Futian glanced up at the land above him and saw that 2 were still emitting extraordinary amounts of swordsmanship from their bodies. There seemed to be an imaginary sword shadow emerging. and there was a spiritual soul blending into the swords. The sword's aura was stronger and stronger, tearing everything in the void. The great path shattered and collapsed, and a brilliant light curtain caused by the swordsmanship swept outwards, smoothing out all existence. The endless falling meteorites were smashed into nothingness, with the countering swordsmanship also annihilated in the void. The two quickly retreated at the same time and returned to their original positions on both ends. Li Sun groaned, and his body felt a little heavy. On the mouth of the Heavenly Sword Hall's cultivator, blood seeped out. He was apparently injured as well. It seemed that the Heavenly Sword Hall still hadn't been able to restore their lost pride from the previous battle. It was obvious that this battle was not in their favor as well. However, in Yi Futian's view, the divine Swordly family gained no advantage in this battle. This was, after all, a swordsmanship family home. The number of cultivators was limited. Li Sun was already the core figure of the family, and there should be more disciples within the Heavenly Sword Hall who were definitely more powerful. They did not participate, as they probably were preparing for God's relic instead. The Heavenly Sword Hall's swordsmanship quenches the soul of the sword. Sure enough, there is something unique about it, and I have learned much. Li Sun did not have a proud look and gestured at the other. Why not? Is this the end of this exchange? Let's stop here. Over on the Heavenly Sword Hall's side, a few figures walked forward. Stop here. 2 defeats, and that was not good at all. Today, it felt like people were coming over to smash their reputation. This trip was originally for the relics. Any further battle for a higher ranking must happen after the relics, for it doesn't make much sense right now. If the Heavenly Sword Hall wants to redeem itself and defeat Yi Futian, it may not be that easy. After all, at the Battle of the Divine Palace, he was the one that defeated the proud sons of heaven from the higher heavens realm. If the Heavenly Sword Hall must fight, I am afraid that only your strongest disciples will stand a chance against him. Li Sun spoke, and his words made the glances of the Heavenly Sword Hall's cultivators stagnate. Then their eyes turned around, and they looked at Yi Futian once again. In the Battle of the Divine Palace, he defeated the proud sons of heaven from the higher heavens realm. Hearing the tone from Li Sun's speech, he was likely one of them who was defeated. However, though he lost to Yi Futian, he was nevertheless highly respectful toward him. This meant that he indeed deliberately suppressed his own strength and did not give it his all against the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Hall. The search for the gods' relics. Hidden treasures indeed. The senior cultivators in the Heavenly Sword Hall looked at Yi Futian and said, "A junior who appeared by accident actually turned out to be one of the top cultivators in the world. In this case, your collision shall then be left here within God's relics." These elders would not participate in the fight. However, they still wanted a collision to happen. The battlefield within God's relic. The Heavenly Sword Hall will just leave it like that? Why did the cultivator Hale, as the next-in-line leader of the Heavenly Sword Hall, not participate? A voice came out from nowhere. It was from a distant figure standing above the void. He gave off a weird but wonderful vibe, albeit rather illusory. He appeared to be there, yet not there, all at the same time. The Heavenly Sword Hall cultivators looked towards him. One of the top forces in Wanxiang Realm, Illusion Island. They were naturally familiar. If your disciples from the Illusion Island want to see him fight, you will see it in the relics. A Heavenly Sword Hall, cultivator said. This is not necessarily the case. Some of the others here will most likely want to go and challenge him right now. The person from the Illusion Island smiled and looked at the others. Amongst them, there was also another top force, also from the Wanxiang Realm. This person standing above the void gave off a strong sense of killing intentions. No strangers should be able to enter this space. No one should be able to get close to them within a radius of their lands. If they did, a killing gas field around the space would be activated. It was an extremely terrible setup. People who got too close to it would feel a shortness of breath, feeling like they could die at any time. There was, however, a special area in Wanxiang realm, which was called the Slaughtering World. Those people who come from the slaughtering had strong killing intentions and were generally viewed as extremely dangerous. When they enter the relics, they will set off a storm of blood, kill off the 9 realms, and carry out a mass massacre. The cultivator of the Heavenly Sword Hall looked at them, and the people in the slaughtering world were indeed a headache. However, when they entered God's relics, it would only be the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Hall who would face the practitioners of the slaughtering world. All from the 9 realms would face them together. The others, and I shall bid farewell. Yi Futian retreated as he paid his respects to the people from the Heavenly Sword Hall. When he left, he looked at Illusion Island and the cultivator in the slaughtering world. From both forces he felt it. There was a very unusual atmosphere surrounding them. It was as if the people in Illusion Island were unreal, and the people in the slaughtering world were dangerous. They were merely one of the few top forces in Wanxiang realm. There were also the Solar Realm, Shadow Realm, Emperor Star Realm, Hidden Land Realm, Mountain Realm, and the strongest of them all, the Central Emperor Realm. One could only imagine how bloody this tour of God's relics would be. How does the Sword Master feel? Yi Futian asked the Sword Master of Lihin as they left. I'm okay, nothing of the matter, Sword Master of Lihin said with deep emotions in his heart. After so many years, he had cultivated himself and reached new heights. Li Sun was also now a proud son of heaven. One could only imagine how glorious it was to be in his position with a few strong cultivators around him, walking alongside him. Here, I have 2 fruits of the way. The Sword Master can take it, and can also be used to impact the Renhuang Plain. Yi Futian took out 2 fruit of the way, namely the sword and the life fruit of the way. The Sword Master of Lihin looked at Yi Futian. He was different from Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan and Yi Futian had experienced a lot together. Naturally, there was no need to be polite with one another, but this fruit was especially precious to him. I have a lot of them, Yi Futian said with a smile. Sword Master of Lihin said nothing and then took it. Sword Master's cultivation is already very high, but there are some shortcomings in some aspects. The fruit of the way can make up for it. If there is a chance in the relics, I will also help the Sword Master, Yi Futian said. The Sword Master of Lihin had helped him before, so he would try his best to help the Sword Master of Lihin make a breakthrough in his realm and cultivate to become a Renhuang. My master, cultivators from all walks of life in the City of the Ruins continued to converge here, and Yi Futian was still there. At the time of the battle of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, everyone dispersed and were sent to different regions by the divine matrix so that everyone was separated from those that they knew. This time it was an opportunity to gather together again. The bell resounded through the 9 realms, and even the 3,000 realms of the Great Path would know of the news. This once-in-50 years feast would attract all those who were interested. At least, it was possible that Yu Shang would be here. He had been cultivating at the Dragon Clan, and there was no way of knowing how he was in his cultivation. The demonic clan in the Heavenly Mandate realm had not yet arrived. In addition, Yi Futian had to wait for the little condor. Their minds were linked. In fact, Yi Futian had always known the circumstances of the little condor, but the two were very far apart, and one was sent to one of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. What was more interesting was that this be***starred actually got himself into a Renhuang family and hung out with their daughter day and night. According to the little condor, once he had become a demon beast companion, the others viewed him with great importance. Of course, this was all according to his own account. And now that family was also on its way to the Central Imperial Realm and was almost there, but there was still some time before they arrived. Yi Futian seriously suspected that that jerk of a little condor was deliberately being untruthful. He could perceive that the distance between the little condor and him kept getting closer. He wondered if Wuqian would show up or not. He knew of all the news regarding Yu Sheng and Little Condor, but he didn't worry about them. He didn't know where Yi Wuqian was at the moment, but, being guarded by the sword morphed by the Sword Emperor of Hanzhou, he should have no problem taking care of himself. Then there were his older senior brother and third senior brother. He had no idea how they were doing. On this day, many demonic tribes in the Heavenly Mandate Realm had arrived one after another. Many demonic tribes such as the Dragon Gods, the Divine Elephants, and the Sky Demon Court seemed to come together. Their united front was awesome to behold, almost a little terrifying. The mighty throngs of cultivators had arrived and found the encampment of the Heavenly Mandate Realm. Although they had some issues with the human cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Realm, now with all 9 realms converging, comparatively speaking, they were closer to their human compadres than with any other party. This time with the convergence of countless number of forces and countless prominent characters, there would be a great storm in the 9 realms. Among the dragon gods, there were many pure-blooded dragon cultivators at the peak of Saint Realm. Among them, Long Chen was its unquestioned leader, as his strength had reached the peak of the Demon Saint. He was only a step away from being Demon Emperor. After this expedition, he would become the Demon Emperor. Many cultivators of the dragon gods followed behind him, but there was a figure that seemed out of place. He stood with a Demon Emperor of the dragon gods. The young man was clad in something pitch black. It was as if he was covered by a dark armor. His build was hefty and full of domineering spirit. Just that temperament alone was enough to stop one's breath. "I'm going out," the youth said. "Are you going to find him?" The Demon Emperor of the Dragon Gods, next to him, looked at the youth. The young man nodded. He had heard from the people of the Dragon Gods, claiming that he was now cultivating at Taishan Mountain in the Upper Heavens realm and that he had had an adventure at the Divine Palace. If he went over to Taishan Mountain's camp area, he should be able to find out some news about him. "You don't plan to stay with us?" asked the Demon Emperor of the Dragon Gods. This guy was truly loyal to Yi Futian. After following the demonic dragon in cultivation for so long, his relationship with the dragon gods still seemed less than familiar. The youth was obviously Yu Sheng. He did not respond. "Come on. I'll take you," the Demon Emperor of the Dragon God said. It seemed that he was worried about Yu Sheng's safety. However, it was because of Yi Futian's behest that he took Yu Sheng to cultivate with the dragon gods. At the time, Yi Futian and Gu Donglu were considered to be the 2 most likely to change the political landscape of the Heavenly Mandate Realm. So the dragon gods were glad to grant this one favor to Yi Futian. In addition, Yu Sheng was extremely powerful, so he was greatly valued by the demon dragon, who had been teaching him cultivation deep in Longyuan. Compared with the time when he first entered Longyuan, Yu Sheng was not the person he once was. Sometimes it seemed that he was a little different than he was before, but as for the specifics, he could not really say. It was just a curious feeling in general. Together, a group of people came toward this way. The Demon Emperor of the Dragon Gods looked up and saw it was the group led by Zhu Yan, the Demon Emperor. His son Zhu Zhao was also there. They, too, had dealings with Yi Futian, and Zhu Yan, the Demon Emperor, had helped Yi Futian before. "Good idea." The Demon Emperor of the Dragon Gods nodded and then flickered away. On the other side, other cultivators came along as well, and they were the cultivators of the Sky Demon Court. The Peacock Demon Emperor was also among them. He was followed by Kong Xian. On the way there, they encountered the cultivators of the Divine Elephants, which made quite an impression on the Demon Emperor of the Dragon Gods. It seemed that Yi Futian had an extensive network in the demonic realm, and he was acquainted with many parties. At this time, where Yi Futian was located, Lord Taishan opened his eyes and said to Yi Futian, who was a distance away, "Many demon tribes from the Heavenly Mandate Realm are coming. I think they are coming for you." Yi Futian, who was cultivating, stood up and looked up into the distance. Soon, he saw a mighty group of people coming this way. There were many parties with all sorts of cultivators, and he saw many familiar faces. Yu Sheng, Kong Xian, Zhu Zhao, and many elders had all arrived. Yu Sheng stepped out and walked directly toward Yi Futian. He towered over Yi Futian, who had to raise his head slightly to meet his eyes. Stepping forward, Yi Futian reached out and slapped Yu Sheng on the shoulders. But Yu Sheng's body was firmly rooted like a tower. It didn't move even a little bit. "How have you been these few years cultivating at the Dragon Gods?" Yi Futian asked with a smile. "Do you want to try?" Yu Sheng asked. Yi Futian's smile froze, looking confused. He looked at Yu Sheng and spat out, "Get the hell away." Yu Sheng then grinned and said to Yi Futian, "I've made great progress these few years. I've already stepped into nirvana. You think your wings are strong now." Yi Futian glared at Yu Sheng, knowing that he had teased him in jest, but still he would like to punch him. However, whether or not he could succeed in hitting him was questionable. Yu Sheng could take quite a beating in a fight. Yi Futian hadn't seen anyone who could take a beating like Yu Sheng, and he was absolutely unmoved when he took the beating. However, if Yu Sheng caught someone, it would be something quite serious. This had happened many times before and was a proven fact. Now, no one knew just to what extent his physical body had evolved. Those who were following behind watched the interactions of the two, secretly exclaiming that the friendship between these two was extraordinary. Yi Futian looked at the people behind Yu Sheng and said, "It's been a long time since I have seen you elders. I heard that you are out of control in the upper heavens realm," the demon emperor of the dragon god said. The news of the atrocities committed by Yi Futian at the divine palace had already reached the heavenly mandate realm, so they all knew. "What realm are you now?" the cultivators of the divine elephants asked. Yi Futian and the divine elephants had an unusual relationship. Even now in his body was the imperial bones of their ancestor, the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions. "Nirvana," Yi Futian said with a smile. "I know. I was asking, how far are you from Renhuang?" "Should be soon." Yi Futian smiled while everyone looked at him, speechless. His cultivation was faster than most. Kong Xian was a little flabbergasted. Was he almost Renhuang? The speed of his cultivation had far surpassed hers, leaving her behind. "Peacock Demon Emperor, you are here, too." Emperor Xiao walked over, looking rather surprised when he saw the Peacock Demon Emperor. They were old neighbors, but they did not expect to see each other here. "Aren't you here to join in the fun, too?" the Peacock Demon Emperor responded. "Well, we can keep each other company. I was fretting about being bored," Emperor Xia said with a smile. "Elders, please sit down," Yi Futian greeted. With so many people around, he didn't know who to talk to first. "No, Yu Sheng wanted to come over, so we walked with him here. Afterward, when you enter the God's Relic, you might have to face powerful opponents from all sides. If the need arises, we could join forces to form a united front against the others. Of course, if there are conflicts between us, remember to be merciful," said the demon emperor of the dragon gods. After all, once they entered the God's Relic, anything could happen. "I understand." Yi Futian nodded. "Well, we will go over there first." The cultivators of the dragon gods left, and many others nodded slightly toward Yi Futian. They soon left one after another. In the central imperial realm, there was another large group traveling. On the journey, they frequently met up with others who were also going in the same direction, the city of the ruins. At this time, in the middle of this vast crowd, there was a woman with outstanding beauty, whose spirit was hard not to take notice. Her eyes were closed as if cultivating. Sitting beneath her was a giant black-winged condor, whose wings spread out to cover the sky, shielding the sun and sailing with the wind. "We are almost at the city of the ruins," Black-winged Condor said, his eyes shining. "How do you know?" The woman asked, her eyes still closed. She didn't think he had ever been to the central imperial realm. I told you my mind is linked with my master. Presently he is in the city of the ruins. You only have one master, me, the woman said coldly. Black-winged condor wanted to speak some more, but it saw the woman open her eyes, and then a faint murderous intent enveloped the black-winged condor. There was once a woman as arrogant and unreasonable as you, and she was a princess, the black-winged condor said. And, the woman asked nonchalantly, and she was particularly well-behaved in front of my master, the black-winged condor replied. Xia Qingyuan, who was far away at the city of the ruins, sneezed. Then what do you want to say? The murderous intent shrouded the black-winged condor. This B** star was really asking for it now. Without his daily beating, he soon returned to be the punk that he was. My master looks amazing, and countless women are crazy about him. He is greatly talented, and no one can match him. Those genius guys you're talking about are not even worthy of polishing shoes for my master. His light is more dazzling than the sun. Wherever he walks, legends about him spread. In short, you better fix your relationship with me now, like offer an apology or admit a mistake. Otherwise, after you see my master, you will not be able to extricate yourself, and I will not be there to help you, the black-winged condor said. He proudly raised his head. The woman, green in the face, said coldly, You are so shameless. Does your master know? Black-winged condor said indignantly, There was once a demon princess, beautiful and proud, just like you, and later. Bang! He hadn't even finished speaking when the woman finally lost her patience and hit him on the head with a punch. So the black-winged condor glided freely in the air. The return. In the city of the ruins, cultivators were still coming one after another. At the moment, a group of people entered the city of the ruins. They were from the Yuanyang realm, one of the realms belonging to the outer region of the imperial realm. Similar to the Tianhe realm, it was not too far away from the central imperial realm and was covered within the boundary of the central imperial realm. One could have said that the Yuanyang realm was actually a branch of the superpower that was the imperial realm. Many years ago, a super powerful pillar of a figure emerged from the Yuanyang realm, who was its region lord. Later, he was not satisfied with the Yuanyang realm alone, so he warred and conquered all that was in his sight. He eventually arrived at the central imperial realm. Once there, he was a force to be reckoned with. He was the founder of the Yuanyang clan, which was now the top clan of the central imperial realm. It dominated the area. When the family first came from the lower worlds, they did not have great numbers. Thus, Emperor Yuanyang absorbed cultivators from the lower world, but still did not abandon his control over the Yuanyang realm. He continued to absorb cultivators from the Yuanyang clan. Now, many years later, the Yuanyang clan had grown into a superpower in the central imperial realm. Bamboo Emperor was a Run Huang from the Yuanyang realm. He had started his own clan in Yuanyang realm. They had also come to the city of ruins to fight for an opportunity for their younger progeny. The daughter of the Bamboo Emperor, Zhu Qi, was greatly gifted with talent. While she was cultivating in the Yuanyang realm, she was already well known. She once cultivated at Yuanyang Palace. The palace lord of Yuanyang Palace was from the Yuanyang clan in the imperial realm. Here we are. In front of the group, the Bamboo Emperor said, Yuanyang Palace should have already arrived, so let's go there. As long as they were in contact with Yuanyang Palace, the Yuanyang clan would send someone to bring some of them into God's relic. Many cultivators had their own ways of entering God's relic. The Bamboo Emperor from the Yuanyang realm was no exception. Everyone nodded. The group continued to sail across the void, heading toward the city of the ruins. Are they going to Yuanyang Palace? In the crowd, Black-winged Condor's eyes were swollen. He blinked and said, My master is already in the city of the ruins and knows that I am coming. If my master takes you into the ruins, and you serve my master well, he will make you as happy as a lark. The woman glanced down at Black Wind Condor and said, "It seems that I was too easy on you. There will be many other cultivators on this trip into the city of the ruins. It would be useless to keep you around. It's much better if we just roast you and eat you for a meal." The Black Wind Condor shrunk his head and whispered, "How cold. After all, we have been kind of intimate. Don't think I'm reluctant to kill you." A murderous intention permeated throughout Zhu Qi's body. When that bastard met her, he was accustomed to talking trash. He often teased and flirted with her. So she tamed him and made him her mount. The indisputable truth was that the Black Wind Condor was very powerful. Even though his state was not superior to hers, he had some extremely unusual means. She was from a higher realm, but he often made her suffer loss and was much more battle-worthy than even the pure-blooded dragon. So, she let the Black Wind Condor be her training partner to sharpen her combat power. The Black Wind Condor was indeed competent and showed his power. The only issues were that trashy mouth of his, and he seemed to ask for a beating all the time. Now, she had found out he had a master. This bastard was so shameless, so how serious could his master be? He also dared to call himself as handsome beyond word and talented without a match. He was truly shameless. "As you please. I will wait for my master to pick me up. After you get to know my master, try to control yourself, and don't get too deep into it. If you ask me for help, you'll lose face." Unable to escape, the Black Wind Condor could only grumble and admit defeat for the time being, but he had already informed Yi Futian. The two were connected psychically. Yi Futian knew his location and would come pick him up. It didn't take long for the Bamboo Emperor to find the place where the cultivators from the Yuanyang realm had gathered. The palace lord of Yuanyang Palace had come in person. Many of the cultivators from the Yuanyang realm converged in one area. This area was most closely tied to the superpower behind the Yuanyang realm, the Yuanyang clan. The Yuanyang clan naturally had received the prophecy. Any principalities that had received the prophecy could take its people into God's relic. There was no limit to the number of people who could enter, as long as their realm was below Renhuang. If one wanted to bring a legion, they could, but all the principalities kept good control over the number of people and allotted some spaces for their direct reports. The Yuanyang clan naturally gave the Yuanyang realm many spaces and allowed Yuanyang Palace to choose their people. At this time, the group led by the Bamboo Emperor descended. Many people acknowledged their arrival. "The Bamboo Emperor has arrived." Everyone came here so quickly. The Bamboo Emperor saw the presence of several Renhuang from the Yuanyang realm. All of them were top figures in the Yuanyang realm. Now, they were here with the best of the Saint Plains from their respective forces. Zhu Qi. Several youths looked at Zhu Qi. They had followed Zhu Qi to cultivate in Yuanyang Palace, so they knew each other. "Let's go there, and let them know first," the Bamboo Emperor said. He kept going forward. Because of the large number of people, a temporary palace was built. It was also the current location of the palace, Lord of Unhanging Palace. Black Wind Condor followed quietly behind, but there was some excitement in his heart. His master was already there. He had not seen his master for years and greatly missed him. He also did not know what had happened to Little Princess and Little Peacock. Was the little princess's temper still foul? He didn't know if Master Yu had arrived or not. Yi Futian had come after having received the intention from Little Condor. This time he didn't bother Lord Taishian or Sky, River Great Elder. He had been troubling both of them in various matters before, but not this time. They were now with Emperor Xia and Peacock, Demon Emperor. Peacock, Demon Emperor, had previously looked over Little Condor. When he heard that he was coming, they decided to come along. In the direction of the temporary palace, Bamboo Emperor was chatting with other Renhuangs. Zhu Qi and Black Wind Condor stood to the side. Black Wind Condor said, "My master is here to pick me up. I have to go." Zhu Qi turned her head to look at him. Could it be that this jerk was not lying? Does he really have a master, and it was not just some figment of his imagination? I know you will miss me, but I already have a master, Black Wind Condor said. Is that so? Zhu Qi gave him a cold look. I want to see what kind of master can raise such a shameless beast like you. Black Wind Condor blinked his eyes and replied, Okay, but don't regret it and control yourself. As he was speaking, he swaggered his way toward the periphery. His head was raised high up on his neck. He felt quite majestic. Zhu Qi sneered at him, but she followed behind Black Wind Condor. She wanted to see for herself. They soon arrived at the periphery. In the distance, they saw a group of people waiting in front. The one leading the group had a head of white hair like snow and was striking in appearance. He looked gentle and elegant. Zhu Qi was shocked by what she saw. The man was truly stunning with an eye-catching appearance. The man with white hair, isn't he beautiful? Did I lie to you? Black Wind Condor looked at Zhu Qi, who was next to him. Zhu Qi snorted. Although he looked good, the kind of servant he had reflected the kind of master he was. This beast was shameless. How much better could his master be? Black Wind Condor flapped its wings and created a gorgeous arc as he came in front of Yi Futian. He said, Master, I have missed you to death all these years. As he was speaking, he made a gesture as if to pounce upon him. Get away! Yi Futian violently shuddered. He hadn't seen him for quite a few years, so there was no telling what he was playing at. Black Wind Condor stopped in his tracks and shakily smiled. He looked at Yi Futian's side and asked, Is the second master also here? Princess Peacock and Princess Qingyuan, both of your majesties are here. Black Wind Condor wanted to say something more. When he saw Emperor Xia and Peacock Demon Emperor, he didn't dare talk flippantly. He just stood there on his best behavior. You are still alive, Xia Qingyuan coldly remarked. Black Wind Condor's wings stiffened. His large eyes looked at Xia Qingyuan while sneaking a glance at Emperor Xia, who was beside her. He decided to keep quiet for the time being. Yi Futian's eyes went past Black Wind Condor and looked at Zhu Qi, who was behind him. This woman was likely the one Black Wind Condor was talking about. He put his hands together and bowed slightly. Thank you for taking care of little Condor these past few years. I am here to take him back. Is he your beast? Zhu Qi asked Yi Futian. Although she had formed a prejudice against him because of Black Wind Condor, he seemed to be polite enough. Perhaps it was carefully disguised. Yi Futian nodded. Zhu Qi looked at Yi Futian and said, Black Wind Condor once disrespected me. He was subdued by me and surrendered to me. Now I am his rightful master. It seemed that she did not want to return Black Wind Condor so easily. This was also the real reason why Black Wind Condor asked Yi Futian to take him home. The woman refused to release the condor. Yi Futian glared at Black Wind Condor. It seemed that he had greatly exaggerated their relationship as partners. You jest, my friend. Little Condor and I are linked with our minds. Otherwise, I would not have known that he was here. Yi Futian said, If he has offended you in the past few years, I would very much like to compensate you for your trouble. No party lasts forever, Black Wind Condor said, looking at Zhu Qi. On the account that we have been acquainted, do you want to leave with me and enter the ruins for trial with my master? Did I say you could leave? Zhu Qi swept a glance at the Black Wind Condor and looked back at Yi Futian. This beast has offended me way too many times. I can't let him leave like this. Yi Futian frowned and cast a glance at Black Wind Condor. He bowed slightly at Zhu Qi and said, If little Condor has offended you, I'm here to apologize for him. After he saluted, he looked at the Black Wind Condor and said, Let's go. As he was speaking, he turned and started to walk away. Hey, where do you think this place is? Several figures came from the void. All of them were from Yuanyang Palace. Their momentum was astonishing. They raced toward Yi Futian to shroud him within. Yi Futian stopped to reply. I didn't intend to start a dispute, but this beast is my partner. I have to take him with me. He continued to walk away, saying goodbye. Humph! There was a cold snort sound heard. Several figures walked toward Yi Futian at the same time. Zhu Qi also released the breath from her body. She wanted to see for herself the true strength of Black Wind Condor's master. The strapping young man in black armor next to Yi Futian suddenly moved. He turned around, took a step forward, raised his fist, and threw a punch across the air. The whole space instantly seemed to solidify. The few people who were walking toward Yi Futian came to an abrupt stop as an unparalleled punch descended from the air. Boom! The space seemed to be shattered by the suppression. Several people grunted. Their bodies flew straight back. Their faces were pale. The violent wind, likewise, shocked Zhu Qi backward as well. She was horrified. The man in black indifferently turned around and continued to follow the person in front of him as if he had done nothing at all. Preparation. How powerful! Zhu Qi secretly remarked as she looked at the back of the man clad in black. Under the fist will, the entire void had been suppressed. The people on their side who had acted were all top cultivators at Yuanyang Palace. Who dared to be so rude? An indifferent voice suddenly sounded. A group of people was walking from the side where the palace was located. Zhu Qi and the others turned their attention in that direction. It was the young palace lord of Yuanyang Palace, who was also the leader of the Yuanyang realm. It was said that he would cultivate at Yuanyang clan in the future, and his combat power was extremely fierce. The moment his words faded, a pattern appeared in the void where Yi Futian and the others stood off in the distance. A brilliant light sprinkled down. Large stone pillars descended from the sky, suppressing the void and blocking their way forward. At the same time, he stepped forward. His appearance seemed indifferent. When the young man in black had dealt that blow from afar, he had already felt its great, shocking power. However, Yi Futian and his group still moved forward. It was as if they didn't see any of his movements and continued their way out of there. The young palace lord of Yuanyang Palace took another step forward. More radiant patterns appeared above the sky. They were like sharp thorns hanging above them. The young man in black turned around and glanced at him. Bang! With a violent stump of the foot, the earth quaked. The young man in black walked over. Rumbling noises were heard. Every step seemed to shatter the void. The patterns collapsed and were pulverized. The face of the young palace lord suddenly changed. It only took the young man in black a few steps to walk in front of him. He raised his fist and blasted it out again without any fancy moves. A huge roar was heard as the fist suddenly morphed into a dark, demonic dragon. Containing the power of the dragon god, it crushed through the void. A brilliant pattern appeared in front of the young palace, lord of Yuanyang Palace. He tried to block the attack of the dark, demonic dragon. However, broken crackling sounds were continuously heard as the fist will penetrated it. Boom! With a loud bang, the young palace lord of Yuanyang Palace was shocked by the force and flew backward. He groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. His breath was shallow and his face was pale. The people around him were shocked by what they saw. Could he be that strong? The strength of the young palace lord was well known to them. In Yuanyang realm, he was known as the perfection existence below Renhuang. However, he had been knocked backward by a single blow and had no strength to resist. How aggressive was this power? As Renhuang Will of the Way descended, the Yuanyang Palace Renhuang cultivators stepped forward. They wanted to approach, but the young palace lord raised his hand and stopped them. He said, "Let them go." Several Renhuang stopped and did not continue the chase. The city of the ruins is filled with strong cultivators. In comparison, our Yuanyang realm is insignificant. The other party has no intention of picking a fight, the young palace lord of Yuanyang Palace said as he looked at the figure in black that was walking away. With such powerful fighting power, he was not some small character without renown. They were all city of the ruins for God's relic. Although he was the young palace lord of Yuanyang Palace that controlled the lower worlds, he knew his limit. The top forces of the upper worlds were a lot stronger than them. Strictly speaking, their reason for being there was merely the fact that they were from the Yuanyang clan of the Imperial Realm. Therefore, he didn't want to escalate the matter. Yi Futian and his group moved further away. They soon disappeared and could no longer be seen. Zhu Qi looked at the disappearing figures. It took her a long time to regain her calmness. The young man in black was strong. In fact, he was the strongest person in St. Plain that she had ever seen. The young palace lord was blasted away by a single punch. Previously, the Black Wind Condor had called the man in black second master. Since there was a second, there had to be a first. Who could that be? It was likely the man at the center and the master of the Black Wind Condor. It was the young man with white hair. Because of the trash-talking by the Black Wind Condor, her initial impression of Yi Futian had not great. To have such a demonic beast, the master was probably not someone of great quality. The moment she thought of it, Yi Futian had been polite and not rude at all. He appeared elegant. Judging from the dominance of the young man in black, one could imagine that his talent was very strong. Could it be that the shameless bragging of Black Wind Condor was true? Just who was his master? When Yi Futian and his men returned to their station, he turned around to look at the Black Wind Condor. Seeing Yi Futian's smiling eyes, Black Wind Condor shrunk his head. Speaking in an extremely obsequious tone, he said, "Master, what do you command?" "I'm thinking that it's about time to find a new demonic beast to serve me," Yi Futian whispered. "Don't, Master. Black Wind Condor is loyal and honest. Although I've been outside, I always thought of returning to Master all the time." Black Wind Condor had been away for a few years. Not only had he not been degraded, but he had also increased its power. Cultivation was for ascension. His spiritual intelligence was fully opened. He thought it was no different from human beings. He was no longer the little demon from before. In the words of the Black Wind Condor, he was already a demonic saint, a big demon beast. You were bullied outside, but still thought about coming back. Yi Futian looked at him and considered Zhu Qi's attitude. This guy had not lost his sharp tongue, and Zhu Qi's eyes didn't look right. Presumably, she was dragged by this guy. Yi Futian had every reason to believe that Black Wind Condor said a lot of things that should not be said. "In the future, if I get wind of you tarnishing my reputation, you will be handed over to Qingyuan for discipline," Yi Futian said as he stared sternly at him. "Ah!" Black Wind Condor let out a sigh and weakly glanced at Xia Qingyuan, who was beside him. He saw Xia Qingyuan look at him with a smile. Black Wind Condor felt a tingling in his scalp. That woman was too aggressive. He never wanted to fall into her hands. "Enough of that," Yi Futian said. "Many days have passed, and the day of the opening of God's relic draws near. We should make all the necessary preparations and try not to cause any trouble." Everyone had arrived. He had already met up with many people there, which made him happy. Now, all of their focus needed to be directed at the God's relic. The relic was under the control of Donghuang the Great. It only opened up once every 50 years, so it was the event of the 9 realms that affected the cultivators of all of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Many notable figures had converged upon the city of the ruins, which was not considered a large city. Everyone was waiting for the opening of God's relic. Without a doubt, once everyone had entered the relic, there would be bloody fights. Once the top cultivators of the 9 realms were in one place inside God's relic, it was easy to determine what would happen. Moreover, Many principalities did not come by themselves. They also brought with them ruling forces from other realms. Some of those who had more people with them entered like a large army. For instance, among the forces that had recently arrived, the force that was closest to Futian, as far as he knew, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, had brought with them many cultivators. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty ruled all the surrounding imperial dynastic forces. All the top cultivators of the Saint Plain among those principalities were called together to enter God's relic. Among all the cultivators, Tianyu was the strongest. As they waited, Futian quietly cultivated and continued to make preparations to enter God's relic. This time he was about to face his peers, who were those cultivators at the peak of their power in all of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Futian was not alone in his preparation. The other cultivators from all sides were doing the same. In an area of the City of the Ruins occupied by the cultivators from the solar realm, there was a mountain. It was possessed by a force from the solar realm. The entire mountain had been transformed into the color of flames. Solar palaces had been cast upon the mountain. On the edge of the mountain, a group of people was standing and gazing at the movement of the people in the distant City of the Ruins. Divine light from the sun was released from the bodies of those who were standing there. Even their eyes were like the eyes of the sun. They released the burning fire of the sun as the sun's crown dazzled above their heads. Legend had it that the solar realm was transformed by a divine item and could illuminate everything in the world. Those who were born in the solar realm inherently possessed extremely strong flame attributes. In the solar realm, some were from the bloodline of the legendary sun god. This time after God's relic is opened, there will be cultivators from everywhere, such as the Imperial Realm, Mountain Realm, Ziwei Realm, and Solar Realm, as well as many other extraordinary principalities. The man in the middle of the group said, "After entering God's relic, we should avoid catching too much attention. Of course, whatever is necessary for us to fight and get it must be done. This is an extremely important opportunity for all of you who had come." Yes, the people next to him slightly nodded. They were the most famous from this generation of the solar realm. Normally, their peers were nothing to them, but this time it was different. Those who were entering the relic were similar to them. In another area inside a forged great hall, a middle-aged man wearing a starry robe looked down at the crowd below. He wore a crown. He was like an emperor on earth, majestic and regal. The people there were the cultivators from the top forces of the Ziwei realm. In the past, several outings to God's relic were the most violent battlefields, with many proud geniuses from all realms losing their lives there. The man with the crown, who was like an emperor in the midst of them, said to the cultivators, "Therefore, the journey to God's relics is also a battlefield where geniuses perish. Of course, your strength is unquestionable, but you will do well to remember that what you will be facing the existence of equal strength from all 9 realms. Thus, you are not allowed to treat this with any slightness or negligence. Any enemy who stands in front of you is worthy of your most serious attention." The people gathered there were all the best of the best. Yet, among them, many were going to perish in God's relic. That was an unquestioned fact. Even so, they still had to progress, but he also had to remind them of the hidden danger. All major principalities were making final preparations for God's relic. Gradually, the once lively City of the Ruins started to sober up and become somewhat oppressed. Everyone understood that they would be facing the most brutal trial in their lives, which could be said as the most severe trial within all of the 9 realms. The day had finally arrived. In the area above the City of the Ruins, a mesmerizing divine light cascaded down from the sky. Sacred figures stood high above the sky. They were clad in armor and as magnificent as divine generals. They were from the empty imperial palace, known as the divine priests and commanded by Dong Huang the Great. Keep a low profile. A divine priest descended. A series of horrific divine will shrouded the vast expanse of the void, covering the entire City of the Ruins within. a divine priest made the announcement. When God's relic is opened, those of you who have received the prophecy, please present the prophecy to bless the people you have chosen to enter the relic. Those who have not been blessed by the prophecy must leave the city of the ruins within the hour. Any offenders will be without exception. Immediately those who were in charge came out and took out the prophecies they had received. They were golden scrolls with pictures. The light of the prophecy bloomed to cover those cultivators who were to be blessed. Suddenly, those who had not received the blessings all went away. There had been quite a few among them who were outstanding. However, if no one was willing to help them, they could only leave in disappointment. Of course, many of those who had come found opportunities. Futian and his group had been blessed by Lord Taishan. The cultivators, not sheltered by the prophecy scrolls, successively left. Before too long, they had all walked out of the city of the ruins. Brilliant lights shone brightly on the divine priests. After watching those who were departing, another divine priest stepped forward. He looked down from the sky and said, "Those who are Renhuang must leave the city of the ruins within 5 minutes." The announcement was heard throughout the city of the ruins. Instantly, breaths of horror bloomed. Many figures quickly started walking to leave the city of the ruins. "Be careful," Emperor Xia said to Futian. "Look after Qingyuan." "Yes." Futian slightly nodded. "Safety first in everything," Sky River Great Elder reminded Futian. Lord Taishan also gave them advice. All the elders flickered away after relayed their concerns. They quickly disappeared. In the city of the ruins, everyone left realized how many cultivators of Renhuang had converged here. Of course, all the Renhuang in the city of the ruins were from the 9 realms. One was easily able to imagine what a grand occasion it was. Aside from the opening of God's relic, there was almost no chance for such a grand occasion to repeat itself. Futian and the others felt that solemn atmosphere. Looking up at the divine priests above the firmament, no one dared to disobey their will. The divine priests from the empty imperial palace were doing the biddings of Donghuang the Great. In the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, none dared to rebel against the will of Donghuang the Great. Although Donghuang the Great did not reside in the empty imperial palace, it was rumored that Donghuang the Great monitored the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Everything was within his field of vision. Whatever he wanted to do was done in a single command. Therefore, no one dared to chance it. All the Renhuang evacuated, not wanting to violate his command. Once the 5-minute time limit was up, there were no longer any Renhuang cultivators remaining inside the city of the ruins. The only ones left were from the Saint Plain. A majority of them were at the pinnacle of the Saint Plain. Once God's relic is opened, all consequences after entering the relic are at your own risk. You must have already deduced some of the things that might happen. Here, Renhuang are not allowed to step inside God's relic. Once you enter the relic, you're no longer bound by any rules or restrictions. It is somewhere we are unable to go. In the void, a divine priest had spoken. As everyone looked up at the void, they all understood that there were no rules of engagement for God's relic, which only opened once every 50 years. It was merely the realm of entry that was restricted. All others entered once the relic was opened. After that, whether one lived or died was up to fate. Because of that, those who were in the top forces regarded God's relic as the most dangerous trial. It was a burial ground where talented geniuses perish. No trial in the 9 realms was quite like that of God's relic. Although it was dangerous, there were great opportunities to be had. Otherwise, there would have been no reason for the top principalities to send their descendants there, and it would not have caused such a sensation in the 9 realms. Moreover, the powerful figures from these top principalities vaguely knew something about God's relic. Even just a sliver of the truth was enough to shock them. Open the door to the relic. In the void, a a divine priest's loud voice was heard. Suddenly, divine light fell, descending upon the entire city of the ruins. An indescribable, terrifying breath reached up to the sky. Above the sky, it seemed that divine lights fell inside the city of the ruins. In the next moment, it was as if something within the city of the ruins had been awakened. Countless lights and patterns were emanating everywhere. The whole city seemed to come alive. This is... Yi Futian looked at the scene in front of him in complete shock. He saw the city of the ruins was lit up with unparalleled light. At the moment, they only felt the previous city of the ruins had been an existence of nothingness. These countless light patterns had constructed a new world to replace the city of the ruins. A booming and rumbling noise was heard as the earth roared. Under the endless divine light, the void gates appeared inside the city of the ruins. The divine doors stood in the void, bordering heaven and earth. They contained an unparalleled sense of spatial will. It was as if they could send them to another world. Spectacular. Xia Qingyuan looked at an elusive divine gate that appeared in the void. Like all the others inside the city of the ruins, she was quite shocked. It turned out that this was the true meaning of the entrance to God's relic. The entrance to God's relic was directly overlaid on top of the city of the ruins. The divine gates wrapped the city of the ruins within. The divine priests in the void quietly looked on. Finally, one of them said, "Once you have stepped into the gates of the void, you may enter God's relic. You cannot exit until the gates of the void appear again inside God's relic." As soon as his voice faded, someone walked through the void's doors. It was as if they could no longer wait. One by one, they walked through the air, continually heading toward the gates of the void. They successively entered the gates. Once they went through the doors, they immediately disappeared like they were entering into another world. Yi Futian and his group were not taking any action. They were all waiting on Yi Futian. Many of the cultivators from the demonic clans flickered and walked toward the gate of the relic and entered. "Let's go," Yi Futian said when he saw that more and more cultivators had entered. He was not too anxious. There was no need to fight for that little bit of a time difference. God's relic was not going to be so simple. For them, there was no advantage to have gone in moments earlier. When he finished speaking, he started walking toward one of the void's doors. Behind him, many others, such as Yu Shang, Yaya, and Xia Qingyuan, followed him. They walked through the same door of the void with him. They hoped that when they reached God's relic, they would all still be together. Soon, Yi Futian's figure disappeared. In the next few moments, everyone disappeared one after another. The massive number of cultivators in the city of the ruins disappeared without leaving a single person behind. They left an empty city in dead silence. Only the divine lights remained. Soon, the spatial doors closed and disappeared. The shining light beams inside the city of the ruins also gradually disappeared. When everything calmed down, the divine priests walked away to return to the imperial empty palace. Outside the city of the ruins, powerful figures stood above the void, glancing at the empty city. Each of them turned to leave as well. Of course, some stayed to wait. What happened next depended on their fortunes. In God's relic, Yi Futian's figure appeared in another place. He had an extremely curious feeling when he passed through the door. In just a moment, he had come across and entered into another world. Naturally, he was no longer in the city of the ruins. After that, figures quickly appeared one after another, just as they had guessed. After passing through the same door to enter the city of the ruins, they appeared in the same place. Yi Futian felt greatly relieved that he didn't have to go looking for his people everywhere. It would have been troublesome and dangerous. But a strong breath suddenly came from afar. Yi Futian and the others froze. As they lifted their eyes to look in the distance, They saw the sky above the area where the noise had come was changing. The will of the great path fell. The sacred golden radiance sprinkled on one of the figures. They could vaguely feel a breath of Renhuang. Boom, the sacred brilliance surged upward and spread out toward the distance. It appeared extremely radiant. Seeing this, Yi Futian was momentarily stunned. A look of surprise flashed across his eyes. It was not just him. Everyone else was also stunned. They looked on in amazement at what was happening in front of them. "Is this allowed?" Yi Futian murmured. He had not anticipated this. It seemed that he was still too naive. "Awesome." The eyes of the black wind condor also focused there. This was something quite possibly more awesome than himself. A man was casting the divine wheel of the great path and had broken into the Renhuang realm. "This is to suppress the realm right at the point of breakthrough," Swordmaster Lihin said. Despite the limit of a breakthrough being reached, they delayed until this moment. Once they entered God's relic, the breakthrough immediately happened. Yi Futian nodded. The rule of God's relic was that those from the Renhuang plane were not allowed to set foot in it, but there were no other rules. Nothing was said about not being able to break through into Renhuang after entering. Those who were at the peak were obviously far more experienced. Boom! In another direction, a massively dominant will of the way emitted. It was the breath of the great path of Renhuang. Yi Futian and the others turned their focus and looked in another direction. In the distance, there was a similar divine glory that surged upward and turned into one storm of the great path. Obviously, there was more than one person who had this plan in mind. Boom, boom, boom. To their shock, Yi Futian and his group found the same scene playing out in at least 10 other locations, and that was just what they could see. There might have been many others happening in other places that they could not see. This was also within expectation. A great number of cultivators had entered into God's relic. The top forces of the 9 realms brought tens of thousands of people into God's relic. Among those cultivators, there must have been some people who had suppressed their realm at a critical point. As soon as they entered the relic, the breakthrough into Renhuang took place. Watching all this glory of Renhuang, Yi Futian and the others felt a touch of pressure. It seemed that they would also be facing more than just the top geniuses at the peak of the Saint Plane. In just a little time, perhaps there would still be more Renhuang being produced. Is there anyone who needs to break through? Yi Futian looked at those around him. Everyone looked at him without saying a word. Could anyone break through at will? Yi Futian rubbed between his eyebrows and said, rather depressingly, "It looks like we have to keep it on the down low." It was a pity that, although his realm was almost there, he hadn't reached that critical point and couldn't break through at will. He needed more time or an opportunity to cultivate there in peace for a while. In God's relic, could anyone cultivate in peace? First tragedy in the relic. Yi Futian seriously looked at his surroundings. The white sky had no clouds. The dull wind gave off a heavy sense of depression. The aura was somewhat curious. It was ancient and solemn. However, Yi Futian felt the omnipresent aura between heaven and earth, as well as the breath of the great path. It was as if they permeated every corner of the world. When they quieted down and observed their surroundings, everyone felt how different it was there. It was not like a closed-off world of ruins. It was more like a vast expanse of space that was not too much different from the outside world. Of course, the area might have been so vast that the boundaries of the relic were impossible to detect. God's relic, are there really gods in this world? Yi Futian whispered. In the world of cultivation, gods were nothing more than a respectful title for powerful cultivators. Just like fairies, Buddha, or demons, there were all kinds of titles. Gods only signified a kind of power that was beyond imagination. Perhaps the imperial realm above Renhuang was godlike. I asked the Grand Master before I came, and he mentioned some things about God's relic. According to his knowledge, There is a little-known term for God's relic, said a woman next to him. It was the daughter of the city, Lord of Taishan Luoiwe. This time, Yi Futian and the others joined up with the disciples of Taishan Mountain to enter God's relic. The disciples of Taishan Mountain also had trust in Yi Futian's cultivation strength. What's it called? Yi Futian asked. Tombs of the gods, Luoiwe replied. Yi Futian shuddered at the thought of the tombs of the gods. Had God's relic buried all of the gods? If so, the origin of God's relic was terrifying. By the order of Donghuang the Great, the prophecy was given to open God's relic, which shocked the 9 realms and brought the cultivators together. Yi Futian knew that God's relic was extraordinary. When he heard that title, he still felt his insides shudder. Tombs of the gods. Doesn't that mean that this ruin was the burial place of the gods? In that case, how terrible was it? Where had they gone to? This place was perhaps not the simple ruin they had imagined. No matter how terrible the origin of God's relic was, they had not time to spend thinking about such things. Although they were not in a hurry, they couldn't keep standing there waiting and chatting. "Follow me," Yi Futian said as he started walking away. Everyone nodded and followed Yi Futian. They gathered together and headed in the same direction. They didn't know where Yi Futian was going, or why he had picked that particular direction. They didn't ask any questions. This was clearly a demonstration of absolute trust. Yu Shan transmitted his voice to Yi Futian. "We have a small number of people. If we have to take care of them and battle at the same time, we will be in trouble. We may not be able to take care of them." Yi Futian's strength was not a concern, but the people inside God's relic were not simpletons. Many of them were standing at the peak of the 9 realms. Now, some were breaking into the realm of Renhuang. If there were conflicts, even if he had no confidence of winning, it would be more complicated having to take care of the others. "We need someone to lead the way," Yi Futian said. Yu Shang was puzzled when he heard Yi Futian's words, but he didn't ask any more questions. Since Yi Futian had a plan, he just needed to follow. "Boss, where are we going?" Black-winged condor's eyes were shining with excitement. After being servile for so long, he was finally getting a chance to show off. Yi Futian was in no mood to answer him. He continued to move forward at a very fast pace. The cultivators had entered from different entrances into God's relic. Yi Futian came in later because he was observing those around him to see which entrance they used. After entering God's relic, he deliberately observed the location of those people and whether or not they were consistent with the location of the gates they had used outside. Although the distance was much farther than before, the locations did correspond. Therefore, he walked toward the west. That direction was the previous location of the cultivators of all the principalities from the Heavenly Mandate Realm. All the top forces from the Heavenly Mandate Realm had arrived, and the same was true with the demonic realm. Many from the demon realm arrived together, but some forces still preferred to move alone. It seemed that this was the same relationship they had with other demon clans. For example, although it had become the top power among the demonic clans, the Purple Gold Rat clan still felt that it was not respected by the other demonic clans. The Purple Gold Rat clan called itself the Purple Gold Divine Rat. The leader who took them inside God's relic was the grandson of the Purple Gold Rat Emperor, Shu Huangsun, whose strength was also very dominant. He had come out for the occasion after spending many years in seclusion. Through sheer hard work, the founder of the clan had created the glory of the Purple Gold Rat clan. To continue to expand that glory, they needed the concerted efforts of every generation of Rat clan's descendants to work harder than other demonic clans. After all, the talents they were born with were still much more inferior than the demonic clans of the Real Dragon, Divine Phoenix, and Kunping. Therefore, they had saved their strength to come to God's relic. If they had a great opportunity this time, they could potentially maintain the status of the Purple Gold Rat clan and continue to expand their glory in the future. although the appearance of Shu Huang's son was consistent with that of the rat family. His thieving face landed slightly on the ugly side. Yet his temperament was quite extraordinary. The vajra shining upon his body gave him an unusual stature. It suggested power that commanded some noble dignity. They went forward, rushing in one direction. They were ready to discover the treasures in the relic. The Purple Gold Rat Clan was an expert at this. It was a talent that belonged to them, so they did not want to partner with others. Furthermore, the Purple Gold Rat Clan kept a low profile under the leadership of Shu Huang's son. Instead of traveling by air, they shuttled on the ground and maintained a steady speed to avoid attracting the attention of others. The Purple Gold Rat Clan was not considered superior in the demonic realm of the Heavenly Mandate realm. It was regarded as strange and alien by many other more noble demonic clans. In the entire 9 realms, it had no strong position to speak of. Thus, it worked better for them to keep a low profile. Shu Huang's son suddenly seemed to have felt something. He stopped and turned to look around. He faintly felt that someone was peeping at them with divine will and still approaching. "Go and see," he said. Behind him, 2 rat demons levitated. The golden lights on their bodies shimmered as they headed toward the sky. Their eyes turned golden. It was as if they could penetrate the void directly and look into a very distant place. Their golden pupils pierced through the space. A white-haired figure traveled through the air with incredible speed. It was coming toward them. At the same time, the white-haired figure was condensing a seal in both hands. Suddenly, numerous currents of swordsmanship appeared around him. In the distant void, countless divine wills suddenly appeared to resonate with the divine swords. A strong sword will burst out. They soon saw the bright and sparkling eyes of the white-haired youth. He seemed to be smiling at them. In the next moment, the sword came directly through the void. "Watch out!" The 2 shouted. As their voices faded, the radiant sword light appeared as countless divine swords manifested above the sky. 2 of the swords sliced through the void and headed toward the 2 men. Pest! It was almost too fast for them to react. The swords penetrated through, carrying with them the will of the great path of space. The 2 demon saints of the Purple Gold Rat Clan looked pale. Why were they so fast? Wherever the divine will turned, it instantly landed. Sword chi raged in their bodies. More swords descended from the sky, piercing through their bodies and killing the 2 demons. When they saw the swords descending from the sky, the rest of the demonic beasts of the Purple Golden Rat Clan were appalled. Many rat demons escaped and fled beneath the ground. In the blink of an eye, countless divine swords rained down. The sounds of bodies being stabbed continued. The divine swords seemed to be alive as they pierced the ground and continued to chase. Fresh blood leaked spread on the ground. "Growl!" A terrifying, angry roar was heard. Shu Huangsuan's face was extremely gloomy as he witnessed the scene in front of him. His real nature manifested itself. He turned into a giant purple-gold rat demon. He opened the great basin of his golden mouth and devoured the incoming divine swords. He ferociously chewed them up. They had just entered God's relic, yet someone was there to assassinate them. 2 figures stepped out of the void. The man in front had white hair like snow. His white robe was flying in the wind. The man behind him wore a black robe and showed an indifferent murderous intent in his eyes. He exuded an air of aggression. "Purple Gold Rat Clan, you participated in the attack of the celestial gate of vast heaven." Yi Futian spoke lightly. His voice was indifferent as he announced the crimes committed by the Purple Gold Rat Clan. With a turning of his will, countless divine swords appeared. They enveloped the vast and endless void. They quickly and madly fell down. They did not kill the demons. Instead, they locked them into the space. "Yu Sheng, kill those rats who fled beneath the ground," Yi Futian commanded. Yu Sheng stomped his foot. An indescribable, heavy sensation exploded. His dark armor on him shone with radiance. He was like a dark, demonic god that had descended directly from the heavens. He threw a punch at the ground. When the punch made contact, the earth made a dull sound as huge cracks appeared. The ground was being torn apart. Beneath the ground, many miserable sharp screams were heard. As fresh blood mixed into the earth, the ground turned dead silent. No breath of life was detected. In an instant, the casualties were more than half of the clan. Every one of the demon saints of the purple gold rat clan shivered. Their faces showed anger and fear. They looked at Yi Futian and Yu Shang in terror. How were they so strong? These two had once appeared at the feast of the Violet Heavenly Palace. At that time, they had demonstrated extraordinary combat effectiveness, but they were not that strong. Now they were invincible. This was to avenge the past participation of the Purple Gold Rat Clan in the attack of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Shu Huangsun let out a low growl and exposed his sharp golden fangs. He looked terrifying and menacing. His eyes were fixed on Yi Futian and Yu Shang. After they entered God's relics, they had intended to go about their business as inconspicuous as possible. In less than 5 minutes after entering, they had been followed and hunted. Now, more than half of their people were slain. Behind Yi Futian and the others, Black Wind Condor had also rushed over. When he saw what was in front of him, he blinked and remembered Yi Futian talking about keeping a low profile. He felt deeply troubled. The low profile the boss had spoken about really confused Black Wind Condor. Control. Yi Futian was still standing in the air with countless divine swords falling all around him. They were everywhere, locking down the area. With Yu Sheng there as well, there was not even room for a mouse to move. The cultivators from the Purple Gold Rat Clan who had come to the ruins had been frightened by the two men. This made them feel a little bit sad. They had thought that they would be able to thrive with the greatest powers of the 9 realms on this trip to the god's relic and seize it for themselves. They had not thought that right at the beginning things were going very badly. Yi Futian looked at the cultivators of the Purple Gold Rat Clan and said, "I will give you a choice. Submit or die." His eyes were cold. There was not even a hint of emotion in his voice. He was considering what Yu Shang had said. There was no lack of powerful figures who had come to the god's relic. The two of them naturally had no major problems. For the others, once a major battle broke out, it would be difficult to take care of them. He needed to get a few servants to take care of them. The Purple Gold Rat Clan were without a doubt the best choice. Submit. Shu Huangsun grew larger. His body was extremely hideous. His fur was golden and shiny. As a member of the Rat Clan, it still did not give anyone even the slightest feeling of beauty. His golden fur stiffened and grew as sharp as knives. He stretched out his incredibly sharp claws. An aura like that of a demon emperor spread out from them. As they pressed forward, everyone could feel a terrible tearing power coming off of them. The Purple Gold Rat Clan stood at the peak of the demon realm. However, they were being taken lightly by this human. Did he take them for common rats? Was he really trying to make the members of their sovereign family submit? Many of the Purple Golden Rat Saints angrily glared at Yi Futian. Was he trying to humiliate them? Yu Sheng looked up and felt the cold, demonic aura surging from the Purple Gold Rats. His eyes were cold, and his gaze was full of murderous intent. "It would be an honor for you," he said. His dark, demonic armor flashed with a terrible light. Many dark, sharp blades appeared in his arms, which was a shocking sight. This made the demon saints of the Purple Gold Rat Clan feel an immense amount of pressure. This demonic cultivator was much more frightening than Yi Futian. There was not even a hint of emotion in his dark eyes. It was like he was nothing more than a killing weapon. Shu Huangsun swept his gaze over Yu Shang. The light shining on his sharp claws grew even stronger. He planned to use his claws to tear through Yi Futian's and Yu Sheng's heads. He was using the finger bone of a powerful ancestor of the purple gold rat clan to enhance his claws. It contained terrible will within it. When light burst forth from it, the space in front of him seemed like it would be torn in two. Yi Futian naturally felt its aura. There was a roaring sound within him as the Supreme Elephant Emperor's bones released their power. In a flash, a burst of incomparably powerful aura filled the area. Whoosh! Shu Huang's son flew through the air at an incredible speed. He reached out with his giant claws toward Yi Futian's head. His claws expanded until they filled the air. Yi Futian's whole was likely to be covered by this attack. Without any hesitation, Yi Futian raised his arms and slammed them forward. The great path roared so loudly that the heavens shook. The sound of bones breaking was instantly heard. Shu Huang's son felt his bones shattering. He soon saw a pair of ice-cold eyes. They were deep enough to make one feel like they had fallen into an abyss. In his mind, Yi Futian's image grew larger and larger. It was imprinted on his divine soul. A terrible energy storm raged through him. He groaned as his massive body began to shake. Boom! There was a loud noise as fists slammed into his head. He gave a pitiful cry as powerful will surged into him, eating up his own will and draining him of any power he had to resist. He cried out as if he had realized something. He had made his final resistance. He was from the Purple Gold Rat Clan and a sovereign family. How could he have fallen so far as to be the servant of humans and obey their orders? This was a massive humiliation. Boom! There was another loud noise as his divine soul was struck again. The more he resisted, the worse it got. Yi Futian was using his attacks to waken his willpower. Yi Futian saw the image of a purple gold right within his opponent's divine soul. He knew this was his main spirit. Powerful will surged into him through the raging energy storm, leaving an imprint behind. At that moment, all his power to resist disappeared. Kneel, Yi Futian coldly said. Below them, the cultivators of the Purple Gold Rat Clan watched and trembled in fear. Up in the air, Shu Huang's son was kneeling. It seemed he had willingly submitted to Yi Futian. This made them feel a deep chill come up from their souls. They were finished. They had just entered the god's relic and had hoped to have some success. Instead, what had been waiting for them was disaster. Yi Futian stepped forward and placed a foot on Shu Huangsuan's back. He swept his sharp eyes over the Purple Rat Clan cultivators below him as he said, I will kill anyone who does not submit. Whoosh! Several of the Purple Rat Clan demon saints tried to flee. Bang! Yu Xing quickly strode forward, moving an incredible distance in a single step. The power with which he brought his foot down made the earth shake and split open. He reached out. Terrible demonic light burst forth, transforming into swallowing power. All the Purple Gold Rat Clan cultivators were slowed down. In the next instant, countless beams of dark light wrapped around them. They turned into dark claws that pulled them firmly backward. Roar! One of the Purple Gold Rat Clan cultivators transformed with a roar. Golden light flashed from him. He tried to break the power of the claws that were holding him. There was no way he could have succeeded. He was pulled right back into Yu Sheng's arms. A snapping sound rang out as Yu Sheng's hands turned into sharp demonic claws that pierced into his opponent's flesh. It was a shocking sight. Thump! There was another loud noise as Yu Sheng stepped into the sky. Countless beams of dark demonic light swept out toward the other Purple Gold Rat Clan cultivators, covering the entire area. As the cultivators below watched Yu Sheng, there was a loud splitting sound as the cultivators who had tried to flee were smashed to death one by one. There was no hope of escape. They all died on the spot. Before long, everything had calmed down. There was no sign that a struggle had taken place. The Purple Gold Rat Clan cultivators felt that things were hopeless. It seemed that they had no other choice but to accept their fates. They had lost any hope of victory as soon as they had entered the god's relic. Yi Futian took several steps forward. As he stood in midair, a brilliant light shone from him. The cultivators of the Purple Gold Rat Clan lowered their heads. They had no more power to resist. They despaired inwardly, but what did it matter? There was a simple choice before them now. They had to choose to live or die. Yi Futian looked at the Purple Gold Rat Clan cultivators, whose heads were lowered, without any sympathy or pity. In addition to having participated in the siege of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, they had tried to steal the divine Elephant Emperor's bones at the Origin Mountains and kill him. From now on, you are no longer permitted to resist. Yi Futian walked back and forth in front of them. He began to take full control of them. Their bodies trembled. Before long, they all knelt on the ground with incredibly sincere looks in their eyes. They were now fully obedient to Yi Futian. Behind them, Luoiwe and the other cultivators of Taishan Mountain looked surprised. What was this? Yi Futian seemed to be able to control demons. Once all the demons of the Purple Gold Rat Clan were controlled, Yi Futian turned and said to the people of Taishan Mountain, "This ability is not appreciated by the demon clans. I trust that you will all keep my secret." "Don't worry," Luoiwe said with a nod. There were not many people there from Taishan Mountain. After all, Taishan Mountain was rather weak. They had mostly come there to observe. As far as they were concerned, the most important thing was to stay alive. They were not about to deny any good fortune that came their way. Yi Futian knew all the people who had come. Moreover, he knew they would all obey him. Those who had cultivated to the saint level would not run their mouths and give away secrets. Once all this was done, Yi Futian swept his gaze over the Purple Gold Rat Clan. With a single thought, they all suddenly began burrowing into the ground and went off in different directions. At the same time, one of them burrowed right below their feet, guarding them from below. He was not going to leave them. This rat cultivator desired to give his all to defend them. When they needed it most, he would defend Xia, Qingyuan, and the others. The sword master of Lihin walked up to Yi Futian and whispered, "Are you sending the rat demons out to scout?" Yi Futian nodded. "Yes, I sent them out in different directions. It is said that these rats have some particular talents and are well suited to scouting and finding treasure. If I spread them out, they can cover a greater area. Even if they are discovered, the people of other forces will not consider a single rat to be a threat. They will probably just ignore them." The sword master of Lihin slightly nodded. If any of the rats were discovered and targeted, a single rat had no hope of standing on its own. He inwardly sighed. After so many years of experience, this young man, who had once been swayed by personal feelings, was becoming more mature. Of course, he did not pity these rats at all. When he heard what Yi Futian had said, he knew there was great enmity between the two sides. "In that case, we do not need to worry too much as we make our way," Yi Futian said. The group continued forward. They were not moving very fast. The rats had gone out in all directions, but he did not yet know what direction to go to find ruins left by the gods. While Yi Futian was controlling the Purple Gold Rat Clan, the other forces that had come to the god's relic were moving as well. They were all going in different directions. The cultivators who had reached into the Runhuang Plain were the fastest, and their senses covered the widest area. They already had an advantage and hoped they could discover the ruins as fast as possible. They knew very well that, as more time passed, the number of Renhuangs in the god's relic would increase. Many powerful figures were likely to break through to the next level. However, no great battle had broken out yet. Other than Yi Futian's fight with the Purple Gold Rat Clan, the other forces were temporarily at peace and did not attack each other. They all knew that this was only because the time was not yet right. Once a ruin left behind by the gods was found, a vicious battle would certainly break out. Yi Futian and the others slowly traveled through the ruins. They soon discovered that these ruins were starting to seem more and more like a world of their own. The area was vast, with mountains, streams, rivers, lakes, and forests. They had even come across some small demons and wild beasts. On the whole, it was a barren wilderness. It seemed like no one lived there. It was ancient and dead silent. Is the god's relic a realm of its own? Yi Futian whispered. A thoughtful look appeared on the others' faces. They had also wondered that. The god's relic was not like any of the ruins they had experienced before. It was vast without end. Why do you think that? The sword master of Lihin asked. I once heard my master say that in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, there were few realms that had been destroyed in war, Yi Futian quietly said. He had his own ideas about what was going on. They are supposed to be barren and silent, without any signs of human habitation. Some of them can recover, and people will return to them. If a realm is truly turned uninhabitable, and someone controls it, if no one is allowed to enter, how can it recover? This does seem a bit like a realm of its own. So perhaps you have guessed right, the sword master of Lihin softly said. He had asked Yi Futian because he had been thinking the same thing. The god's relic, which had shaken the 9 realms, was possibly a realm of its own. It had been sealed off by Donghuang the Great. People were only allowed to go there once every 50 years. This realm had a ruin left behind by the gods. If what Luoiwa had said before was true, then this was the realm where the gods were buried. The purple gold rats Yi Futian was controlling were getting further away and beginning to spread out. They were shooting off into the vastness of the realm. Along the way, they ran into other cultivators who had come, but the purple gold rats burrowed into the ground. The powerful figures had not bothered with rats who hid in the ground. They were not considered a threat. At the same time, a group of figures was traveling through another section of the god's relic. There were only a couple dozen people in the group, but all of them were elites, other than a few of them who were unblemished saints. The others were all at the nirvana level. The age range among the group was very wide. Some of them were young and some were old. It was not only young geniuses who were there, but some elders had cultivated at the Saint Plane for many years. All of them had a peculiar aura about them. They were arrogant and noble. Their eyes shone like stars while also being infinitely deep. An old man wearing a starry robe was leading them. Magnificent starlight shone from him. A small star matrix seemed to hang in the air in front of him, sucking up all the life force from the world around him while also connecting him to heaven and earth. A point of light in this small star matrix seemed to be pointing the way forward. The people behind him were following the light as if they trusted it implicitly. These people had come from the Ziwei realm. They were cultivators from the top force in the Ziwei realm, the school of the Emperor Star. Their power within the Ziwei realm was clear for all to see. It was an ancient force that had once dominated the Ziwei realm, just like the Heavenly Mandate dynasty in the Heavenly Mandate realm. It was said that the elder of the school of the Emperor Star was also the ruler of the Ziwei realm. He was known as the Star Lord of Ziwei and incredibly powerful. Of course, that could only be learned from ancient books. No one knew the actual history. As they continued walking, a building appeared ahead of them. Their eyes grew sharp as they looked at it. They could faintly see a gate on it. They unconsciously began moving faster. The elevation gradually rose. After a while, they could see a heavenly gate that seemed like the legendary gate of the heavenly palace. It was tall and mighty as well as hundreds of feet tall. However, it was broken. A third of it was gone. Everything before it was a desolate ruin that seemed to stretch off into the distance. It seemed like a long war had taken place there. The people of the school of the Emperor Star had found the ruin, yet they were not excited. As the top force in the Ziwei realm, this was not the first time they had been there. Several in their group had entered in the past and taken notes after they had emerged. Some of their current elders had even entered the ruins and described to the others what they had found inside. To have found the ruin was not necessarily good luck. It was also a potential sign of danger. As to what that danger was, there were many possibilities. Thus, it was important for them to be exceedingly careful. They passed through the broken gate and strode through the ruins. There were no complete buildings left. All of them were damaged and had collapsed. They could not see anything of value that had been left behind. Moreover, others had definitely come before them seeking treasure, but even they would have found it hard to find anything. Among the group of people from the school of the Emperor Star, a young man suddenly stopped. He closed his eyes. A spiritual map instantly appeared in his mind. There was a ruin marked on the map that was very similar to the scene before their eyes. It seemed to beckon him. The elders of the school of the Emperor Star had once been here, so they were now guiding them. They had been able to quickly find this place. In addition to having special skills, they also had the guidance of their elders. The young man bent down and placed his hands on the ground. In a flash, the earth shook with a roar. A storm of the great path swept out. The ruins around them were swept away or smashed into dust. The storm grew stronger, clearing out all the ruins. They soon saw an ancient road stretching out that had been buried under the ruins. Many corpses had been uncovered by the storm. Most of them were insignificant skeletons that had been picked clean long ago. As the road went on, they saw a palace under the earth with a broken gate hanging open. The gate had already been destroyed by others. The people from the school of the Emperor Star's eyes flashed. Their elders had said there were things in these ruins that they had been unable to take back with them last time. They had asked them to seek them out first. Thus, they had immediately come to this place. The group continued forward. They stopped outside of the palace gates. Many of them waved their hands, weaving enchantments that locked everything up inside the gate and blocking other people's divine souls from entering. That way, no one would have been able to know what they had done. Up high and off in the distance stood another group of figures. The person at their head seemed to have veins in his eyes, which made him look rather strange. Spatial divine light shone from him as he looked at them across the vast distance. It was as if they were right next to each other. "The ruin is there," he said. "It looks like we were right to follow the school of the Emperor Star." These people had come from another top power of the Ziwei realm and had followed the school of the Emperor Star. "What do you see?" someone beside him asked. "They've blocked it off with enchantments, so I couldn't see clearly," the man said. After clearing away some of the ruins, they entered an underground palace and set up enchantments. "Should we go now or wait?" "We will go," the man beside him said. The group started to move. They crossed the great distance very quickly. Meanwhile, another group of people rushed forward from a different direction. It appeared that there was not just one force watching the school of the Emperor Star. It was obvious that the school of the Emperor Star held an important position within the Ziwei realm. At least, these powers placed a lot of trust in them. They believed they would find the ruins. There was also a rat demon underground outside the ruins. He felt an incredibly powerful aura pressing down on him. He sensed two forces arriving one after another, and both of them were very powerful. Off in the distance, Futian sensed everything through the purple-gold rat. "Something is happening," he said. Yu Sheng turned and looked at Futian. "With three great forces there, this won't be easy to handle," Futian said. "Yu Sheng, the two of us will go." Yu Sheng nodded. "All right. The three forces are probably from the Star Lord of Ziwei, and they will all be very powerful. We should not bite off more than we can chew." "Let's go," Futian said. Once a fight broke out in the ruins, it would certainly be very fierce. Having more people with them was not necessarily a good thing. Futian had seen the forces at the ruins, and there were very few people among them. It meant that they were all probably quite powerful. After saying that, The two of them sped up and rushed toward the ruins. At the same time, the two forces had arrived and were casually chatting. There was no friction between them yet. They were working together to break through the enchantments and enter. A group of majestic figures descended. Once they had broken through the enchantments, the two forces stood there in shock. They saw a group of figures standing there, but they had not entered the ruins. The figures stood there, shining with brilliant light. Incomparably brilliant light suddenly burst from the ground, forming a terrifying diagram. "That's not good. Flee!" A loud voice sounded out. Powerful auras burst forth from the people of both forces. They realized they had been ambushed. The cultivators of the school of the Emperor's Star looked cold, without the slightest hint of emotion. They started up the large pattern. Endless starlight bloomed, transforming it into a giant pattern of stars. Terrible killing will erupted from it. In the instant the starry pattern was set off, the area was filled with endless beams of killing starlight that cut through the air. There were multiple screams of pain. Many people were instantly pierced by the starlight and cut open. Blood flew through the air. Many people used their power to block the attack and fled from the center of the pattern. They floated up into the air with cold expressions. They looked down on the cultivators from the school of the Emperor's Star. In a flash, almost 1/3 of the people from the two great forces had been slain by the pattern. "Did you really think we did not know you were watching us?" an elder of the school of the Emperor's Star coldly asked. They had pretended they did not know and set up their enchantments to block their opponent's senses. Afterward, they had set up their trap. In the god's relic, any competitor was an enemy who needed to be killed. There was no mercy in this place. The cultivators from the two great forces looked to where many of their allies had been slain and disappeared. A dark look appeared on their faces. In a flash, the area filled with terrible and intense pressure. The school of the Emperor's Star was the most ancient force within the Ziwei realm. After all, it was said that the Star Lord of Ziwei was once the ruler of the Ziwei realm. The other top powers of the Ziwei realm had impressive origins as well. Any power that was able to stand near the top was not simple. Otherwise, they would never have made it to that step. These two major forces were the Dou tribe and clan of the Seven Slayers. It was said that the Dou tribe descended from the god of battle. After the god of battle had been defeated, his bloodline spread throughout the world. The elder of the Dou tribe realized he had that bloodline, so he had formed the Dou tribe. It was said that they were the most powerful attackers in the Ziwei realm. The clan of the Seven Slayers proved their worthiness through killing. Two forces were recognized as the best at the way of slaughtering: the slaughtering world of the Myriad realm and the clan of the Seven Slayers of the Ziwei realm. However, these two forces cultivated very differently. The Dou tribe also proved their worthiness through killing, but the cultivators of the slaughtering world used killing for their mindset and set up killing matrices. Meanwhile, the clan of the Seven Slayers cultivated the 7 tricks of the killing gods. They mainly focused on cultivating slaughtering chi and slaughtering will. Thus, they went in different directions, but there were similarities as well. The 7 tricks of the killing gods was made up of 7 attacks. After those 7 attacks, if one's opponent did not die, one would. Thus, the disciples of the clan of the Seven Slayers cultivated nothing but slaughter. They only lived if their opponent died. They had to kill their opponent within 7 attacks. These 3 forces stood at the top of the Ziwei realm. They were naturally very familiar with each other. Otherwise, the clan of the Seven Slayers and the Dou tribe would not have followed the school of the Emperor's Star. They obviously placed a lot of faith in their abilities. Now, the school of the Emperor's Star was their opponent. "What is in the underground ruins?" a fair-faced youth from the clan of the Seven Slayers asked. There was some murderous intent in the tone of his voice. He was one of the 7 Slayers of his generation. He was ranked last among them, number 7, and not famous at all. The other 6 Seven Slayers were all at the Renhuang level, which showed how high the requirements were to become one of the 7 slayers. Their disciples had to undergo a lot of training outside to train their desire to kill. Each of the 7 slayers had risen to their position on a mound of bones and a sea of blood. You will know when you go in and see. From the school of the Emperor Star swept his gaze over the 7th slayer. The youth who had spoken, Bei-chin, was the personal disciple of the palace lord of the school of the Emperor Star. He had cultivated to the peak of the Saint Plain. He was very famous within the school of the Emperor Star, as well as throughout the Ziwei realm. Of course, he was not the only famous person there. The 7th slayer and Do Zhao of the Do tribe were the most famous people of the younger generation in the Ziwei realm. They were also the junior leaders of their respective forces' armies. They were all incredibly powerful. The cultivators of the Do tribe and the clan of the 7 slayers looked at the man from the school of the Emperor Star. The matrix was still there. If they tried to break out, they would surely suffer. "Go and take a look," Do Zhao said. Suddenly, several of his people rushed toward the underground palace. They clenched their fists and lashed out through the air, slamming their hands into the exterior of the palace. Cracks appeared in it. Boom! A loud noise rang out as the underground palace trembled fiercely. The palace, which already had cracks in it, gave no sign of collapsing. This palace, which had been buried among the ruins, seemed incredibly sturdy. It seemed like they could not go in that way. If they wanted to enter, they had to force their way in. Unfortunately, the cultivators from the school of the Emperor Star were blocking their way. "If we go in together, all 3 sides will fight," Do Zhao said as he looked off into the distance. "If the school of the Emperor Star wants to seize these ruins for themselves, we must temporarily ally ourselves with the clan of the 7 slayers to deal with them." The people from the school of the Emperor Star looked cold. If they let them go, they would form an alliance against them. "There are 2 forces, but we will only permit one of you to go inside. You must choose which one it will be," an elder next to Bei-chin said. He was extremely skillful. A single sentence from him had changed the whole situation. This meant that between the Do tribe and the clan of the 7 slayers, only one of them could enter. Thus, they had to fight each other. "If we fight each other first and waste our energy, won't the school of the Emperor Star have even less reason to let us go?" There was some divine radiance in Do Zhao's eyes. They shone with golden light as he looked at the clan of the 7 slayers and said, "There's no need to waste time talking. Let's just break in." The 7th slayer nodded. Very well. He had no objections. The situation before them was simple. Their 2 forces had the advantage in terms of numbers, but their opponents held a favorable position since they had formed a starry matrix. This had formed a delicate balance between the 2 sides. If they wanted to break the deadlock, they had to work together against the school of the Emperor Star. Whoosh! A wild fighting aura swept out. Divine fighting light shone upon Do Zhao. His whole body was brilliantly shining. Cracking sounds emitted from his bones. His robes were torn. The sharp cracking sounds continued as his robes split. Do Zhao grew larger, turning into a god of battle. His bare chest contained incomprehensible power. He had a bit of Renhuang majesty about him that seemed to meld with his flesh. His arms trembled and made a cracking sound. Behind him, the cultivators of the Do tribe slammed their fists into him. In a flash, his arms were covered in flowing divine light that entered into his body and made his fighting will even stronger. He grew even larger. The cultivators of the clan of the 7 slayers started emitting powerful, slaughtering chi. It spread throughout the area with an ear-splitting, whistling noise. Each thread of slaughtering chi was as sharp as a knife and could kill a man. As the thousands of threads of slaughtering chi spread through the air, it was like there was an endless army of slaughtering gods marching. The cultivators from the clan of the 7 slayers stepped forward. The 7th slayer had a frightening look in his eyes. With a single thought, endless slaughtering chi descended toward the cultivators from the school of the Emperor Star below. The cultivators from the school of the Emperor Star engaged their starry matrix again. In a flash, endless starlight bloomed. Beams of light crisscrossed. It activated all the power in the area. Once the slaughtering chi entered the area, it would be torn up and destroyed. The seventh Slayer took another step forward. He was now standing in the air right above the matrix. He held a long spear in his hands. It was the slaughtering spear. Bang! He took another step forward. The slaughtering chi gathered in endless amounts. The slaughtering way roared as 7 cultivators from the clan of the 7 Slayers stepped up from behind and followed him. The 7 of them instantly transformed into gods of slaughter. Below them, a scepter appeared in Bei Chen's hands. Endless will swept out from it. The light from all the stars in heaven gathered within it. In the next moment, the 7th Slayer gathered all the slaughtering chi together for an attack to try and break through the matrix. His spear fell. The endless starlight was destroyed. Bei Chen raised his scepter. Suddenly, even more terrible starlight appeared, forming many orbits for stars. Actual stars appeared within these orbits, imprisoning the 7th Slayer within them. Destroy! Bei Chen raised his scepter and pointed it. Endless killing, starlight shot out of it. Each beam of light contained enough power to cut through space and time. It was strong enough to shatter the entire area into many pieces. The 7th Slayer exploded with slaughtering chi that slammed into the oncoming starlight. He stepped within the matrix and used the 7 tricks of the killing gods. Figures that looked like gods of slaughter appeared. They shot out across the matrix. At the same time, Do Zhao rose into the air. He had taken on the form of a god of war. He shot through the air. He saw an area full of stars ahead of him, which were blocking his way. He pierced through them with his fist and continued onward. Whoosh! There was a loud noise as countless stars rotated around Bei Chen. With a single thought, even more stars appeared. At that moment, the stars all cracked as Do Zhao's attack slammed into them. While they were fighting, the cultivators from the Do tribe and clan of the 7 Slayers were rushing toward the matrix, preparing to force their opponents to flee from it. Suddenly, a violent attack made the whole area tremble fiercely. Bei Chen took several steps back. Do Zhao from the Do tribe was just as strong as the legend said. It was said that he was the member of the Do tribe in whom the blood of the god of battle flowed the most strongly. He had an offensive and defensive Renhuang item within him, which showed that the Do tribe looked at him as their presumptive heir. The ground split. The area around the underground palace shook. The palace itself was not affected at all. Off in the distance, 2 figures were standing and watching the battle. They were Yi Futian and Yu Shang. A battle between people at the peak of the Saint Plain has broken out. Yi Futian was in no hurry to rush forward. He looked at Yu Shang beside him and asked, "Do you have any Renhuang level items?" If he did not have any, it would cause them some trouble. Many of the people they were about to fight had them, especially the most powerful of them. Yu Shang nodded. "I do." The demon dragon had given him one before he left the dragon gods. Moreover, it was no ordinary treasure. Yu Shang looked at Yi Futian. When? That simple word naturally meant, when are we going to act? Yi Futian was speechless. Even when confronted with a violent battle between such powerful figures, Yu Shang still wanted to get involved. He felt like they would be crushed. Ordinary saints trembled before such a battle. They were not that far away. With their thoughts covering the whole area, their opponents surely knew they were there. Yet they ignored them. The 3 top forces of the Ziwei realm were fighting. What could 2 lone cultivators possibly do to affect the outcome? There was only one road ahead of them. Thus they ignored them. The great battle continued. The cultivators of the school of the Emperor Star were finally forced out of the matrix. The Dou tribe and the clan of the Seven Slayers pressed forward, stepping on the ground above the underground palace. The underground palace was quite large and had a massive gallery in front of it. There were many skeletons on both sides of the gallery. The skeletons that contained any will seem to have already been taken away. There were no weapons left either. However, at the end of the gallery, within the depths of the palace, a terrifying aura was seeping out. Chapter 16:03 Fighting Will. Violent noises were continuously heard from the underground palace. There was not nearly enough space down there for a battle between people at the top of the St. Plain. An ordinary palace certainly would have collapsed by this point. However, even though the underground palace was constantly shaking, it had not been destroyed. Outside the palace, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng had advanced a little bit and were watching the palace. "I can't sense anything," Yi Futian whispered. "Should they go in or not?" "Should we go in?" Yu Sheng asked. "Let's wait a little longer," Yi Futian replied. The battle within was extremely chaotic. The cultivators of the three greatest forces in the Ziwei realm were locked in battle. If they rushed in now, they would be nothing more than cannon fodder. At the very least, it was best to wait until all three sides had been weakened. Yi Futian did not doubt that even though their opponents had completely ignored the two of them, if the two of them rushed in to try and seize the advantage, their opponents would not hesitate to destroy them first. Yu Sheng quietly stood there. He was a little disheartened. Since there were no Renhuangs among these three great forces, why wait? They should have started fighting right away. This guy was still quite lazy. The sounds of violent battle continued. Although their divine spirits were blocked by the underground palace, they could still imagine how fierce the battle within was. Just the sounds were enough to shake their courage. As long as those sounds continued, Yi Futian was in no rush. The battle was clearly still going on. After a while, all suddenly became quiet within the underground palace. There were no more wild sounds of battle. Did they stop? Yi Futian was surprised. He stared at the underground palace. He was unable to see the end of that long gallery in front. Had the winners and losers been decided? He strode forward, but stopped after a single step. He saw figures emerging from the underground palace. They soon reached the outside. A look of surprise came over Yi Futian's face when he saw them. There were people from all of the three forces. Had they made peace? "Did those two leave on their own, or should we see them off?" one of them asked. Yi Futian slightly frowned. Why were they suddenly thinking of them? Could it be that the people inside had come to an agreement? Would they first take care of the people watching from outside? Yu Sheng's eyes were cold. A thread of demonic power rolled off of him. Yi Futian said, "I know we want to go in and take a look, but let's stay put for the time being." Whoosh! A powerful killing will suddenly erupted from the cultivator of the clan of the Seven Slayers. Endless threads of slaughtering chi surged with horrifying force. The cultivators from the school of the Emperor Star and the Dou tribe released powerful auras as well, which pressed toward Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. One of the figures moved. The cultivator from the clan of the Seven Slayers pierced through the air, ignoring the great distance between them. He descended in front of Yi Futian and Yu Sheng and thrust out with his spear. Slaughtering chi filled the air. It covered the two of them within it. The spear contained an incredible amount of killing will. It made the two of them feel like their divine souls were under threat. Yu Shin stepped forward. At nearly the same instant, demonic energy rolled off of him. A dark demonic flow of chi swept out, colliding with the slaughtering chi. His fist turned into a claw, which he raked across his opponent's spear. As the spear pressed down, incomparably powerful slaughtering will erupted from it. It tried to pierce through Yu Sheng's hand and into his arm, but Yu Sheng had already transformed his hand into a demonic claw. The slaughtering will seeped into the claw, but it was blocked. It seemed that Yu Sheng's arm was not made of human flesh and blood. It was filled with the hard bones of a demon dragon. The man reacted incredibly fast. He dropped his spear, took a step back, and transformed into a beam of light to flee. Yu Sheng ran his hand over the spear from top to bottom. He suddenly took a step forward, which made a loud booming sound. All the air seemed to flee the area as the suppression of the great path made the world stagnate. Time and space seemed to stop. He reached out toward his opponent. Boom! There was an incredibly loud noise. Within the moment that time had stopped, he had pierced the spear through the fleeing cultivator from the clan of the Seven Slayers' chest. He slammed into one of the ruined walls, spitting up a mouthful of blood. His internal organs shook from the blow. Blood flowed continuously from his wound. "You're still so violent." When he saw what had happened, Yi Futian was nearly speechless. They had not seen each other for several years, but Yu Sheng's combat style was still simple and direct. It was clean and tidy, without any unnecessary complications. But his destructive power was astonishing. Even if the cultivator from the clan of the Seven Slayers had not been killed, he would not be getting back up any time soon. When they saw this, everyone's hearts beat faster. Some of them thought back to their elders' orders and felt like they had made a mistake by taking these men who had come to the gods' relic too lightly. In the face of the three great powers, no matter how individually powerful they were, two saint-level cultivators were no threat at all. Once Yu Sheng acted, they sensed that these two were far stronger than they had originally assumed. Bang! Yu Sheng rushed forward at the crowd of enemies. The sky was filled with raging, dark demonic energy. It seemed like a black demonic dragon had appeared. He reached a claw through the air. The dark dragon suddenly roared and charged toward his opponents. The other cultivators rose into the air, scattering and fleeing. Whoosh! Yi Futian rushed forward as well, appearing in front of the underground palace. He stepped inside and said, "I will go and take a look." There had been no movement inside. Their opponents had sent people out to deal with them, so he wanted to go in and see what was going on. As for what was happening outside, he left it to Yu Sheng. He had absolute confidence in his abilities and believed he would solve the problem very quickly. There were some corpses in the long gallery in front of the palace, as well as many wounded people. All of them had been left behind after the recent battle. Of course, Yi Futian saw many skeletons. There were shafts of light, but it still was rather dark. That was probably because it had been buried underground for so long. Judging by the gate, which was so large, and how sturdy the palace was, it must have once been the cultivation place of some great figure. He thought that, if his guess was correct, this had once been its own realm. What happened to lead to its destruction? Luoiwa had said that this was the burial place of all the gods. Could it be that this realm had a war in the distant past? Had it led to the annihilation of the history of an entire realm full of cultivators? If so, when Dong Huang the Great had conquered this area, he had set this up as a place for his descendants to train. Yi Futian continued forward. He moved deeper into the gallery. He finally saw the three forces that had previously been fighting. The cultivators were no longer fighting. They were all just standing there. In front of them was the end of the hall, which contained a throne. In front of the throne was an incredibly imposing figure. His eyes seemed to be able to peer through the ages. He possessed incomparably powerful fighting will. He held a spear that was stuck into the ground. Dazzling fighting will swept out from the spear, transforming into a light curtain that lit up the whole area. He's dead, Yi Futian thought. The figure was insubstantial. It was not the man's true body. It was not even his ghost. There was no breath of life left within him. All that was left was his ferocious fighting will. Had he transformed into fighting will that would not dissipate after his death? His spear seemed to have inherited all of the fighting will he had had in life. Compared to that fighting will, Do Zhao of the Do tribe's fighting will seemed rather lackluster. The Dou tribe was skilled in battle and said to be the descendants of the god of battle. When they were able to give full play to their advantages, their fighting will could fill the heavens, and their power was pushed to its limits. However, it was still far less than the fighting will within that spear and unreal image. They were not even on the same level. It was like comparing a firefly to the full moon. This was the fighting will of a true legend. Even after thousands of years, it had not dissipated. It had seeped into the spear. There was so much fighting will that the people could not get near it. This showed how terrifying it was. There was a fire burning in Dou Zhao's eyes. It was like this place had been prepared for him. If he was able to obtain this fighting will, how much would his power increase? He might have even been able to fight Renhuang's. Right now, none of them had even gotten close to it. Thus, they had stopped fighting. There seemed to be no more use in fighting. Whoever obtained the fighting would certainly be the winner. Suddenly, a stranger entered. Everyone's gaze turned and fell upon Yi Futian. The people they had sent out had not managed to deal with the two of them. In fact, they had even let one of them in. It seemed that these were no common cultivators. They released their auras at him. Suddenly Yi Futian was under an immense amount of pressure. He looked at the crowd, smiled, and said, "I am just here to watch. You may continue. Just here to watch." Everyone looked at him coldly. Was he really going to play the fool with them here? He had been able to get this far. Was he really just going to watch? One of them stepped toward Yi Futian. It was a cultivator from the Dou tribe. His fighting will wildly surged. His aura was astonishing. It climbed right up to the saint level. Boom! There was a roar as he stepped forward again. Divine light shone from him. He shot through the air toward Yi Futian, flying like a sacred spring. A flow of divine light followed him through the air. Yi Futian calmly stood where he was without trying to dodge. When he saw his opponent's fist coming, he threw out his fist. Bang! There was a loud noise. The underground palace trembled with a ferocious rumbling. The cultivator from the Dou tribe was extremely strong, but he had taken it for granted that he would be able to crush Yi Futian. It seemed that the reality of the situation was different from what he had imagined. With a violent noise, the cultivator from the Dou tribe was sent flying backward. His arms made a snapping sound. It was as if his bones had been shattered. When he hit the ground, he began to retreat. Blood was streaming from his mouth. This made everyone look very surprised. They saw that Yi Futian's eyes had become a little more serious. The Dou tribe was famous for their skill in battle, and they were unparalleled in close combat. However, when their fists had collided, he had been defeated. How strong was this white-haired youth who had just appeared? Dou Zhao turned. His gaze fell upon Yi Futian. Violent fighting fell upon him. It was extremely overbearing. Chapter 1604 Battle of the Underground Palace. Yi Futian looked at Dou Zhao. He felt a burst of pressure hit him. Dou Zhao was incredibly strong. As the future heir of the Dou tribe, Dou Zhao was surrounded by a halo of light and had the body of a god of battle. His mighty fighting rolled off him in waves. Once he opened his eyes, they revealed a terrifying look. As he took a step toward Yi Futian, a loud boom sounded. The figure of a god of battle instantly roared to life out of him. It quickly turned solid and shot toward Yi Futian. When he saw that, Yi Futian thought, can he create gods of battle with his fighting will? Was this what it was like when the will of the great path and fighting merged? The god of battle lashed out with its fists, causing the underground palace to shake. Incomparably majestic power crushed down toward Yi Futian. Dou Zhao wanted to see the true strength of the white-haired youth who had broken into the underground palace. In a flash, there was the loud and clear sound of an elephant trumpeting. It was loud enough to shake the air. 10,000 elephants charged through the air. They gathered into a single image of a huge and mighty divine elephant. It rushed forward and smashed into the oncoming god of battle. Boom! A dull roar was heard as the two powers collided. It whipped up a mighty storm that swept out through the hall. Dou Zhao's expression did not change. It was as if he had anticipated this. He took another step forward. The divine light coming from him grew even more brilliant. More figures of gods of war materialized and thrust out their fist wills. Endless Fist will instantly cover the area, confining Yi Futian to a very narrow space. Within this underground palace, there was nowhere to escape. His only option was to try and withstand it. This place favored those with powerful attacks. Those who were good at close combat had the advantage. Yi Futian stepped forward. The divine elephant charged through the air again. It looked incomparably huge and contained unimaginable power. The massive power of the divine elephants made them one of the strongest forces in the demon realm. They were domineering and direct and could crush both heaven above and hell below. The endless fist was swept out, but the divine elephant broke through it. Suddenly, an even more powerful storm swept through the underground palace. The booming sound made everyone's eardrums shake. All the cultivators around them released their powerful will to protect themselves. They fixedly gazed at the battle between the two of them. Yi Futian had not wilted in the least while facing Dou Zhao's attacks. Even though Dou Zhao was just testing him, judging from Yi Futian's response, he could respond to any of Dou Zhao's tests with the same kind of tricks. Dou Zhao did not have any advantage over him. Moreover, when judging who had the advantage, both of them were on the same plane and not far from the Renhuang plane. The cultivators from the Dou tribe were naturally the most shocked by this. They knew Dou Zhao's strength. He was said to be the one who would revitalize the bloodline of the Dou tribe. The powerful blood of the god of battle flowed through his veins. He was the only one of his generation who could use the willpower of the sevenfold fighting god. How powerful did one have to be to do that? That was something that only the elders of the Dou tribe could do. Moreover, Dou Zhao had the potential to keep improving. If he attained the level of the ninefold fighting god, he would reach the level of the legendary elders and become a true god of battle. Even though it had only been a probing attack, it still was immensely dangerous with Dou Zhao's power. His attacks were overpowering, but this stranger had directly withstood it. Could it be that this man was the top figure of some other realm? If so, why had they only sent 2 people to the god's relic? This seemed to go against common sense. Not bad. Dou Zhao swept his sharp gaze over Yi Futian. He had actually been able to withstand his pressure. "You are not bad as well," Yi Futian indifferently replied. Dou Zhao's stalwart body grew fiercer until it was full of infinite power. His gaze seemed to pierce through Yi Futian. In a flash, many gods of battle seemed to be pressing on Yi Futian's mind. Behind Dou Zhao, another image of a god of battle appeared. At the same time, a divine light shone between his eyebrows. It was the mark of a god of battle. At that moment, all the will in the area around him flowed into his forehead, making him even more powerful. Yi Futian felt the pressure on him growing stronger. His expression grew a bit more serious. The person he faced was the strongest disciple of one of the top forces of the Ziwei realm. Moreover, special power flowed through him. Just like his own bones of the divine elephant emperor, it made him even stronger. The sound of elephants trumpeting made the underground palace shake and echoed throughout the hall. Dou Zhao pulled his arms back and slammed them forward again. His body instantly pierced through the air as he teleported through space and appeared right in front of Yi Futian. He lashed out violently with his fists. The amount of power he unleashed was enough to suffocate those around them. Dou Zhao is more serious now, so he is using the willpower of the fighting god. Bei Chun of the School of the Emperor Star and the 7th Slayer of the Clan of the 7 Slayers both looked surprised. Dou Zhao had used this power when fighting them. He was no longer fighting them. Now he was fighting someone who had come in from outside. Yi Futian responded without any hesitation. He out his fists. He was not the least bit flashy in his technique. He had decided to firmly resist. The impact made his bones tremble. His blood boiled in his veins. It seemed that all the power in his body was being used. The strength of his body of the way poured into his fists. The domineering light of the divine elephants burst forth. Bang! There was a dull bang. Although the underground palace still stood firm, everyone felt their bodies shaking. The two of them separated and retreated. This was the first time Do Zhao had been forced to retreat after a collision with someone at his same level. His feet scraped across the ground, which made an ear-splitting noise. Yi Futian was also questioning himself. Although his flesh was not as strong as Yusheng's, it was still astonishingly strong. But that attack had been incredibly powerful, which showed just how strong Do Zhao was. They clashed several more times in succession. Each one was incredibly straightforward. By now, their surroundings had gone strangely silent. Do Zhao stared at Yi Futian and asked, "Who are you? What force do you come from?" His voice was loud and powerful. It rang out throughout the underground palace. He was becoming very curious about Yi Futian. How could this unnamed disciple withstand his attacks? Even someone at the peak of the Saint Plain was unable to do that. A single punch destroyed their internal organs. "I am the disciple of the Sky River Great Elder of the Tianhe realm, Yi Futian. I also once cultivated at Taishan Mountain," Yi Futian replied. Do Zhao looked at him. The Tianhe realm? That was not one of the 9 realms. He seemed to remember it had something to do with the Shen clan of the Central Emperor realm. As for Taishan Mountain, he had also heard of it. It was said that a year ago, Lord Taishan had broken through beyond the Renhuang level. That made the top forces of the 9 realms take notice of him. Now a youth who was connected to both of those forces was present and equally matched with him. "You are very strong, but this is far from my limit," Do Zhao said. "If you want to compete, you probably have no hope of victory. You should leave. You are powerful as well, but this is not the kind of fighting that I am good at," Yi Futian said. "My friend outside is stronger than I am. In a little bit, you two can test each other. As for the ruins, this fight is meaningless. How about we just let whoever can take the fighting will out of here have it?" "Even so, only those who have the necessary qualifications to take it can even try," Beichin said. That was an additional risk, not to mention the fact that Yi Futian had a friend outside. If he wanted to take the power, he had shown himself to be at least on the same level as them. He was definitely strong enough to do it, and they did not even know exactly how strong he was. "In that case, you 3 can leave," a voice said. Beichin looked behind Yi Futian. He saw a figure walking toward them. It was likely the friend who had come with Yi Futian. He had obviously already dealt with the people outside. This was surprising to the people in the palace. It seemed that Yi Futian was not the only one who was strong. Not only that, but this man also seemed quite arrogant. He had said that the 3 of them could leave. Did he mean that they were not qualified to take the fighting while compared to Yi Futian? Within their generation, the 3 of them stood at the peak of the Ziwei realm. Now, someone was daring to be arrogant at them and saying they were not qualified. That really was too much. Beichin looked at them. Endless starlight gathered around him. His terrifying aura spread out. Lightning flashed and covered his body. Booming thunder filled the hall. A divine purple sword appeared before him. It was bathed in the light from the lightning. It seemed like a king among swords. Yi Futian looked at Beichin in surprise. He was also holding a scepter, but he had called forth sword will as well. Moreover, this purple sword seemed to suppress all the will in the room. It cut through the air, leaving a smile-shaped gash in space, as well as tiny dots of destructive light. The destructive points of light instantly shot out throughout the underground palace. Lightning and slaughtering sword chi immediately filled the area. Images of purple swords appeared throughout the underground palace. All of them were pointing at Yi Futian and Yu Shang. It seemed like the two of them were trapped. In the past, the Star Lord of Ziwei had been one of the most powerful figures in the world and was skilled at many different abilities. He had controlled everything in the Ziwei realm and managed all their attacks. Even if they were not methods that he had focused on cultivating, he was still strong in all of them. Go, Bei-chin said. The purple swords shot through the air at the same time, trying to directly kill the two men who had come in. There was nowhere they could go to escape. The swords moved with a single thought. They moved so fast that it was impossible to react to them. They were on a path that would at any moment cut through Yi Futian and Yu Sheng's bodies, slicing through their flesh and destroying their souls. Chapter 16:05 Possessed by the God of Battle. Roar. A dragon's roar rang out, resonant and clear. At the instant that the divine swords reached him, Yu Sheng took a step forward. His dark, demonic light enveloped him, and Yi Futian and the image of a godlike, demonic dragon appeared. The swords tried to pierce through the light, and the strongest of the purple swords managed to touch Yu Sheng's forehead. But he stretched out his dark arms, and black dragon scales appeared all over them. It seemed as if they were no longer regular arms, but were instead dragon limbs. He reached out with his dragon-scaled arms and grabbed the sword. There was a clear snapping sound, and divine light burst out that tore through his scales. But he was still able to stop it. He tightened his grip, and suddenly the sword broke, becoming nothing more than dust. The godlike, demonic dragon curled around Yu Sheng, blocking all of the divine light. Within the oppressive atmosphere of the underground palace, there was only an overpowering demonic aura. Bei-chin stared at Yu Sheng. He was shocked. Although he had not been sure that this attack would destroy the two of them, he still would not have thought that Yu Sheng would be able to destroy it in such an overwhelming manner. Was this man from Taishan Mountain as well? Boom! Bei-chin did not have much time to wonder, for Yu Sheng took another step forward, crossing a great distance. The footstep echoed and roared throughout the underground palace. Bei-chin suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. Yu Sheng was coming towards him, responding to the swords he had sent. Yu Sheng raised his draconic arms and slammed them down. They contained overwhelming might, and their draconic power was integrated into his demonic arts. Thus his fist seemed powerful enough to break the very air itself. Bei-chin lifted his hands. Stars appeared, wrapping all around him, making the area around him look like a dazzling field of stars. The stars that swirled around him produced a marvelous resonance that protected him completely. Boom! There was another ear-splitting sound as the stars were destroyed. The power of the dragon coalesced into a demonic black dragon that swept out and shattered the curtain of stars. Bei-chin's expression changed slightly. Such a small space was not conducive for him to display his strength. The whole area seemed to be shrouded by the dragon's fist, so he could not escape it. He put his scepter in front of him, and starlight bloomed from it as he retreated. Bang! There was a dull roar as Bei-chin was thrown into a stone wall, making the whole underground palace shake. He groaned in pain. He got an ugly look on his face and suddenly rose to his feet. He floated up into the air as if he had not been wounded in the least. He gripped his scepter tightly, and starlight shone from his eyes, spreading throughout the whole hall in an instant. The other cultivators from the school of the Emperor Star within the underground palace rose into the air as well. In a flash, starlight filled the hall. The figures floating in the air all fixed their gazes on Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Clearly, these two were now their targets. The hall had turned very bright under all the shining starlight. Yi Futian swept his gaze over Bei-chin and said, "We should value harmony over violence. Why does this have to come down to a fight? We should let whoever can take the power for themselves have it." He turned to Yu Sheng and said, "I'll leave him to you." "Excellent," said Yu Sheng with a nod. He stepped towards Bei Qin. The cultivators of the Dou tribe and the clan of the Seven Slayers were stunned when they saw this. This guy was really shameless. He was leaving the most powerful among them, Bei Qin, to Yu Sheng, and he himself turned to deal with the other cultivators of the school of the Emperor Star. Yu Sheng stepped right through the air towards Bei Qin, his body filled with powerful demonic energy. Everyone could faintly feel the aura of a demon emperor. Could it be that this man was the descendant of some great demon? But he was not a demonic beast. Why had he cultivated the power of a true-blooded dragon? Yi Futian strode towards the cultivators of the school of the Emperor Star, who were standing in midair. In a flash, Guqin music appeared, but at that moment, all they could feel was a sharp aura. Then, countless divine swords appeared. They cut through the air as they shot out. The cultivators of the school of the Emperor Star frowned when they felt this sword will. Yi Futian pointed into the air, and rhythmic sorcery of the great path pierced their ears. It felt like countless divine swords had pierced their divine souls. At the same time, the underground palace seemed to be filled with swords. This was the cleave of all things of the fleeting divine sword. The people from the school of the Emperor Star looked shocked, and their starlight shone all around them, protecting their flesh. The divine swords flew right into the group of them. For someone at Yi Futian's level, there was little difference between attacking a single person and attacking a group. Boom! 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 Each figure was sent flying back. Others were less able to defend themselves and were torn apart by the flying swords. They gave out piteous cries. Yi Futian continued forward, making the room shake. Rhythmic sorcery entered everyone's ears again. It was like the divine music of the great path. As it played, the swords continued to fall. Go! Bright light shone from Yi Futian's eyes. The swords went out once again, piercing through the air. His swords were incredibly fast and incredibly strong. With a single thought, the swords traveled along countless different paths through the underground palace, leaving terrible sword marks in the air. The cultivators of the school of the Emperor Star's starry defenses were shattered, and blood flew through the air. They went flying backward with pale faces. None of the cultivators of the school of the Emperor Star could stand before that sword. On the other side of the battlefield, Bei Qin was being pressed hard by Yu Sheng. In the narrow space of the underground palace, Yu Sheng was at a major advantage. His fists were everywhere. There was nowhere to avoid them. Bei Qin could only try to withstand his attacks. Attack after attack hit him. He was once again flung fiercely into a wall, blood pouring from his mouth. Just as he stood up, a sword flew through the air towards him. Bang! There was a loud noise as the sword touched his head, even cutting off some of his hair. Bei Qin did not move. He could feel cold sweat all over his body. If the sword moved even just a little bit, it would pierce right into his forehead. He lifted his head and had a dark look on his face. He saw that after Yi Futian dealt with the other cultivators of the school of the Emperor Star, he walked over to join Yu Sheng, looked at Bei Qin, and said, "You may leave when you wish." He had said that only those who were qualified could fight in the God's relic. Obviously, the school of the Emperor Star had lost that qualification. They had suffered a crushing defeat. If their opponents had not shown them mercy, they would have already slaughtered them. This battle had been a disaster. 2 people had beaten all of them and kicked them out. Bei Qin said nothing. He turned around and left with the rest of the cultivators of the school of the Emperor Star following him. They clenched their fists, but they said nothing either. Defeat was defeat. They had got here first and set up an ambush, but they had never thought that they would be driven out by 2 people. After the cultivators from the school of the Emperor Star left, Yi Futian looked at Dou Zhao and Seven Slayer, asking, "What are you planning to do now? Do you want to see who is able to take the power here? Or do you want to solve this like you were going to before?" The people of the Dou tribe and the clan of the Seven Slayers looked at Yi Futian. Could he really be so arrogant? Did he think that no matter what they chose, he would be the one to take the terrifying fighting will? Each of us will take one of them. Dou Zhao asked Seven Slayer. That works, said Seven Slayer with a nod. I'll take him. Dou Zhao pointed to Yu Sheng. Previously, Yi Futian had said that Yu Sheng was stronger than him, and he wanted to see for himself just how powerful this demonic cultivator was. He was different from Bei Qin. The Dou tribe was famous for its attacking power, so he would not be crushed by Yu Sheng. He wanted to see how much of his power Yu Sheng could force him to use. All right. Seven Slayer looked at Yi Futian like a hunter staring at his prey. The clan of the Seven Slayers proved their worthiness by killing. Do you want to go outside? Asked Yi Futian. It will be quicker if we just do it here, answered Dou Zhao. The underground palace's walls were firm and would not fall. Although it was spacious inside there and could accommodate many people, it was too narrow for people like them to fully bring their power to bear. But it would be quicker to do it here and more dangerous. It would be a true competition with no room for tricks. He and Seven Slayer were both good at fighting. What use would there be in going outside? Really, it was the cultivators of the school of the Emperor Star who were best suited to fighting outside. Fine. Yi Futian had no objections. He walked towards Seven Slayer while Yu Sheng moved towards Dou Zhao. Dou Zhao's gaze became sharper, and divine light bloomed from him. His fighting will surged. The second and third marks of the god of battle appeared on his forehead in succession. In a flash, incomparably terrifying fighting light swept out through the underground palace. Facing someone as powerful as Yu Sheng, he had directly used 3 fighting seals. Bang! Dou Zhao stepped towards Yu Sheng. He was being extremely direct. Both he and Yu Sheng were skilled at battle, so he did not need any fancy tricks. He assumed the demonic cultivator before him was the same. Just as he had thought, Yu Sheng stepped forward as well, his arms transforming into demon arms. He activated the power of the divine dragon, and everyone could faintly hear a dragon roaring. They two of them clashed without any hesitation, and violent splitting sounds filled the air. A terrible whirlwind swept through the area in all directions. This time, Dou Zhao took a few steps back. The people of the Dou tribe felt their hearts beating wildly as they watched. Dou Zhao had actually been forced back. This demonic cultivator was really that powerful. Dou Zhao's gaze sharpened and seemed to become more divine. Another divine mark coalesced on his forehead. An incomparably divine light suffused his body. He roared, and snapping sounds rang out from him, making it seem like his body was splitting. The image of a god of battle materialized behind him. It seemed as if he had been possessed by the god of battle. The 4th seal. He has summoned the god of battle. The cultivators of the Dou tribe shook as they beheld this. Dou Zhao's power had reached a new level. Demonic power rolled off of Yu Sheng when he saw this. The figure of a massive demon god appeared behind him at the same time. Its demonic eyes were incredibly frightening, and it seemed like all he had to do was look at someone, and they would have to kneel before him. Unparalleled demonic figures appeared all around him, seeming to regard him as their king. It was extremely spectacular. The people of the Dou tribe and the clan of the 7 Slayers could sense that Yu Sheng and Dou Zhao were very similar. They were both skilled in pushing their power to its limits and add attack spells. The fight between the two of them was like a clash between a god of battle and a demon. They used only the most direct methods in their violent battle, and it was so overwhelming that those watching trembled. The two of them clashed again as everyone watched. Neither of them had used any spell attacks yet, just strength, pressure, destruction, fighting will, and demonic will. The underground palace shook, and everyone's hearts trembled continuously as well. They were so strong. If they had been faced with such power, they were sure that they would not be able to withstand it. Just the aftershocks of their violent collisions were enough to knock them back. Seventh Slayer looked over at their battle, then looked back at Yi Futian. He pointed his spear at him, and Killing will swept out. The Killing will seem to coalesce into something solid, and countless beams of it shot towards Yi Futian. But brilliant light appeared all around Yi Futian, which blocked them. Boom! Seventh Slayer took a step forward, thrusting his spear at Yi Futian. The endless streams of Killing will gathered together on his spear as it shot straight towards Yi Futian's body. The distance between them seemed to not even exist. Any attack of theirs could reach its target in an instant. Bang! Using the divine elephant stomping the sky technique, Yi Futian took a step forward. Divine elephants trampled through the air, crushing all the Killing will. The spear crashed into the elephants' massive bodies, breaking through them. But its momentum was lessened until there was no more strength in the thrust. However, in only a moment, an even more powerful stream of Killing will burst forth, splitting into many streams that slammed into the images of divine elephants. The spear thrust out again, piercing through the air. The divine elephants that were trampling through the air were all destroyed. But Yi Futian did not stop moving forward. With another step, more elephants were charging. They collided with the spear yet again. Whoosh! His opponent suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, Yi Futian looked up and saw Seventh Slayer standing there holding his spear. The slaughtering that was surging from him made it difficult to breathe, and it was growing stronger. Under the 7 tricks of the Killing gods, one slaughtering was constantly pushed to its limits. The 7th trick was powerful enough to make the earth shake and the gods weep. If it did not kill his opponent, then he himself would die. The light was so strong that it hurt to look at. It seemed to have been formed out of pure slaughtering will. Seventh Slayer lashed out with his spear yet again, and a beam of light appeared in the air, cutting through everything. Yi Futian continued forward, the 1,000 elephants still trumpeting, their voices resonating with each other. His power had climbed to its limit. He raised a fist and slammed it into this 3rd spear strike, sending his opponent backward. He had still not let him get any closer to him. A powerful wind whipped up as a storm of slaughtering swept through the underground palace. Seventh Slayer waved his spear, and many images of himself appeared. These were not exterior incarnations of him. They had been formed from his slaughtering will. He thrust his spear out with magnificent power, using the 4th trick. However, Yi Futian's spiritual will had been increasing as they fought, growing stronger and stronger. The elephants trumpeting made the earth shake, and the image of a divine elephant appeared within him. He pushed the power of the 10,000 bones of the divine elephant emperor to their limits, and the elephant's mighty image merged with his body. It was as if he had transformed into an elephant himself. Seventh Slayer's spear was no ordinary weapon. When he lashed out with the 4th trick of the Killing gods, many beams of slaughtering light appeared in the air. The figure of a mighty elephant appeared, following Yi Futian as he moved forward. He had summoned it. It crushed everything beneath its feet. Yi Futian lashed out with his fist, splitting the very air itself. Many of the other images of Seventh Slayer were destroyed. The people of the clan of the 7 Slayers watched the battle in shock. Dou Zhao and Yu Sheng's battle was already incredibly furious. Now, 7th Slayer and Yi Futian's battle was the same. The ultimate techniques of the Dou tribe and the clan of the 7 Slayers were fairly similar. One of them was based on the willpower of a fighting god, while the clan of the 7 Slayers was based on extreme, slaughtering willpower. Both were able to push one's own power to the limit. Of course, the clan of the 7 Slayers technique only had 7 forms, while it was said the Dou clans had 9. The 4th spear thrust was still unable to shake Yi Futian. More unparalleled slaughtering entered 7th Slayer's body and into his spear. This time he seemed like a god of slaughter. Whoosh! Divine, slaughtering light shot through the air. Seventh Slayer charged towards Yi Futian again. When his spear fell, the air around them became stifling. Yi Futian did not hesitate at all. His blood surged through his veins, and the marks of the great path that were imprinted on his bones flared to life. Endless divine elephants appeared in the air and then merged into one. He thrust out a fist, and the divine elephant, with its head at the ceiling of the underground palace and its feet on the floor, charged forward, following his fist. The whole room shook. Boom! Fierce light erupted from Seventh Slayer's body as he connected the fifth and sixth spear techniques together. Slaughtering light appeared all over the huge divine elephant, followed by many cracks. It seemed like it was about to fall apart. But at that moment, the light of the deed of thorough comprehension erupted, and vigorous life covered Yi Futian. The divine elephant reformed and gave a mighty trumpet as it forced Seventh Slayer back. He still lost. The people of the clan of the Seven Slayers were speechless as they watched this. Even the sixth technique had not been enough to wound Yi Futian. The attacks were so powerful that even the first technique could destroy someone at the peak of the Saint Plain. But even the sixth technique had not been enough to wound Yi Futian. And it was not only here. On the other side of the battlefield, Dozhao had activated up to the sixth level of the fighting god's will, and yet he had not been able to beat Yushang. The two of them were at an impasse. Soon, they would only have one last chance to attack each other. This was the same for both Dozhao and Seventh Slayer. If Dozhao activated the seventh level of the fighting god's will, he would pay a high price. He would be using power that was not his own, and he would no longer be in harmony with the power. The elder of the Dou tribe had told him that if he activated the seventh level of his fighting will, it would be enough to threaten a Renhuang. But after the battle, he would be weakened for a period of time. Even if he was able to beat Yushang, what about what was happening on the other side of the battlefield? And if he couldn't beat Yushang, it would be even worse. Moreover, was it worth doing this for these ruins? Seventh Slayer was in the same situation. It was said that if you could not kill your opponent with the seventh of the 7 tricks of the killing gods, then you would be the one to die. Thus, it was obvious that this was a one-time attack. If he could not kill Yi Futian with it, then Yi Futian would be able to resist him. Dou Zhao and Seventh Slayer were both in a difficult situation and were facing a hard choice. Should they act or should they surrender? Dou Zhao looked at Yushang and suddenly smiled. I am skilled in fighting will, and he is skilled at the spear arts. The school of the Emperor's Star discovered this place, but what it contained was terrible fighting will and a spear. The prizes here are more suitable for the two of us, but these two who just arrived ruined our plans. This was difficult to believe. Before the battle had begun, who would have dared to think that 2 people would come who were powerful enough to defeat the 3 greatest figures of the Ziwei realm? People who were nearly as strong as it was possible to get below the Renhuang plain. If you can withstand my next attack, then I will leave this place for you, Dou Zhao said to Yushang. He had clearly made his choice. He would fight. The Dou tribe was naturally skilled at combat. Now that he had finally met an opponent who was a match for him, how could he not fight? Divine light flashed in his eyes, and the 7th seal of the fighting god appeared between his eyebrows. Beams of divine light burst from his forehead, and his fighting will surged. More beams of light shot out of his body, and snapping sounds could be heard as his blood boiled and his bones grew. His legs became thick and powerful, and he grew taller. His hands became stronger as well. There was a booming sound as his body continued to grow. Under the will of the 7th seal of the fighting god, his eyes seemed different than before. They had turned into the eyes of a fighting god, containing nothing but endless fighting will. The figure of the fighting god that he had summoned earlier merged with his body. He had used the will of the sevenfold fighting god to activate his ancient blood and transform into a fighting god himself. Dou Zhao had completely transformed. He was no longer himself. As he stood there, everyone could feel his incomparable power. Seventh Slayer looked at him, feeling his aura. He was speechless. Even if he let loose the seventh trick of the killing gods, he would not have an aura that powerful. Dou Zhao's ultimate power was stronger than his own. If Dou Zhao cannot win like this, then there is no use in continue to fight, said Seventh Slayer. Could Yu Sheng really fight this? At that moment, Dou Zhao was comparable to a Renhuang. His fierce will was powerful enough to make it hard to breathe. Yi Futian turned to look at Dou Zhao. He was also a little surprised at the amount of power he could feel from him. He would never have thought that his first battle since coming to the God's Relic would be so violent. But this was the God's Relic, where the greatest figures of the 9 supreme realms had gathered. They were the strongest people in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Could someone with an aura like this fight a Renhuang? Bang! Dou Zhao took a step forward and lifted his arms. Fists made out of fighting will shot out, seeming to break the air before them. Yu Sheng raised his hands to defend himself. Then there was a loud noise as he was continuously forced backward for quite a distance. But in the end he was still standing firm, and his aura was not fluctuating too wildly. Such a strong body and soul, Dou Zhao said to Yu Sheng. You are the best at fighting of anyone I've ever seen. But today, the fighting will here can only belong to me. Yu Sheng did not say anything. His eyes went dark, like those of a demon god. Demonic power spread out from him, covering his body. At that moment, demonic clouds covered the sky and then filled the underground palace. Everyone could faintly see countless demonic images appearing, bowing before Yu Sheng. It seemed as if Yu Sheng, who was surrounded by infinite demonic power, was the king of demons. Dou Zhao frowned. Yu Sheng's aura was changing as well. An ancient aura seemed to be spreading throughout the underground palace. A sound rang out, seeming to come from the depths of history. It sounded like demons worshipping their demon god. The Dou tribe called themselves the descendants of a fighting god. Could this demonic cultivator be the descendant of a demon god? When Yu Sheng had first entered the state of demonization, he had not been able to control the incredibly powerful demonic will, and would thus become extremely violent. But as he grew stronger, his control over his power grew greater as well, and things became different than before. After all, he had reached the peak of the saint level. Black demonic light filled the underground palace, and the sounds of demonic will seemed to curl through the air. Countless demonic phantoms appeared, looking to Yu Sheng as their master. At the same time, demonic armor spread out over his body. It seemed to have been forged out of dragon scales. A terrible black demon dragon wrapped around him as if it were a demon child that he was raising. The dragon was terrifying in the extreme. When it looked at Dou Zhao, he could feel an incredible sense of danger. The dragon's eyes seemed to have life in them. This was the creation of an incredibly powerful demon. This was what the demon dragon had given to Yu Sheng. He could clearly remember that before he left, the demon dragon had pulled out his own dragon spirit, causing him unthinkable pain, and then given the power to him. This had made the dragon extremely weak. Yu Sheng did not know why he had done this. Wouldn't it have been enough for him to just train him in his cultivation? He could kind of sense that the dragon had some sort of feeling towards him. He probably knew him, or at least knew his master, and thus had a special understanding of him. This must have been why he had done this. He sometimes thought of what his father had said to him when he was young. He had naturally known that Yi Futian was extraordinary, and he had said that he was born to walk the path of the emperor, and Yu Sheng would help him by smoothing out all the obstacles on this road. This was what he believed. As for what he himself was, he did not want to think about that too much. He strode forward, and demonic power surged through the underground palace. Thousands of demons screamed, their chi flowing out in mighty rivers. The area transformed into a demon realm, burying all the power within and blocking the slaughtering gods. In the same instant that Dou Zhao saw Yu Sheng move, he moved as well. In his fighting god form, he could feel an incredible amount of pressure. He stepped forward, and his eyes became divine, shooting out beams of willpower. The fighting will transformed into divine light that shone throughout the underground palace. It seemed like it would dispel the demonic power. The 7 marks of the fighting god on his brow cast dazzling light, making his power reach an even higher level. He struck out with a fist full of the fist will of a fighting god. At that moment, 2 massive figures appeared in the 100-foot-tall hall. One was a fighting god, and the other was a demon god. They completely occupied the whole underground palace. They clashed immediately, their unbreakable fists slamming into each other. Boom! The very air itself shook, and violent winds swept out. The observers activated their defenses, but they were still knocked back by the wind. Many of them had to take many steps backward and lost their footing, but their eyes were still fixed firmly on the battlefield. What level of fighting was this? In the first battle since coming to the god's relic, they had encountered such fierce resistance. Cultivators who were new to the Ren Huang level would not even have been this powerful. Bang! 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 Beams of divine light pierced through the fighting god's body, and it seemed like they would break him apart. A clap of thunder rang out as the fighting god's body collapsed. Dou Zhao was sent flying, and he slammed into a wall. His fighting god form disappeared, and he returned to his original size. The seals of the fighting god on his forehead went dark as well. Cough, cough. He gave a light cough, and streams of blood flowed from his mouth. Dou Zhao looked at Yu Sheng, then wiped the blood away. He smiled and said, I thought that in all the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, there was no one below the Ren Huang level who would be able to hurt me once I had activated the 7th seal, though it is not unmatched in terms of power. I would never have thought that I would lose to you in our first real battle. But sure enough, you cannot underestimate the warriors of the 9 supreme realms. I would probably have needed to activate the 8th seal to fight you. You are already very strong, said Yu Sheng. In reality, he did not need to be modest. He had met few people who could challenge him at that level. Probably the man beside him was the only other one, but they were not going to fight anymore. So practically speaking, Dou Zhao was the only one. Thus, he was obviously very strong. Dou Zhao could tell that Yu Sheng really meant this, but for some reason, it still felt like mockery. If Dou Zhao, who had lost to him, was still very strong, did that mean he was praising himself as being even stronger? But in the end, he had lost, and there was no use thinking about any of that. Although this fighting will is naturally suited to me, I have lost, and so I give it to you. I am sure that 7th Slayer will have no objections either, said Dou Zhao. Since he had lost, 7th Slayer had no hope of victory. He was quite confident about that. It was not possible that there were multiple people here who were stronger than him. 7th Slayer indeed had no objections and did not think about using the 7th spear art. Dou Zhao had been defeated in this way, and so it would be futile to fight anymore. The cost would be too high. Dou Zhao would probably have to rest for a while after this battle, which would delay his training. Let's go. 7th Slayer turned very abruptly and left without the least bit of nostalgia. They had originally come here to seize the fighting will from the school of the Emperor Star, but since they couldn't get it, they had no reason to stay. There was no need to waste time here. Soon, all of the people from the clan of the 7 Slayers had left the underground palace. Yu Sheng, go and try it out, said Yi Futian. If the fighting will was suited to Yu Sheng's natural power and the power of the dragon, how much stronger would he get? But Yu Sheng shook his head and said, I am not skilled in that sort of thing. I am not the one who should take it. You go. His impression was that there was nothing that Yi Futian could not take if he would just reach out for it. He was fine with being called the killer of the god's relic, and Yi Futian had some abilities that were not suitable to be used here. They might face Ren Huang's later, and thus it would be more suitable for Yi Futian to inherit the fighting will. Yi Futian did not argue any further. He looked at Dou Zhao, and a piece of fruit of the way, filled with life, will appeared in his hand. He gave it to Dou Zhao. Dou Zhao looked at the piece of fruit in shock. He looked back to Yi Futian. You are very powerful, so I'd like to be friends. If you run into any problems in the god's relic, we can work together. This fruit of the way will help you heal quickly, said Yi Futian. Dou Zhao was silent for a while after Yi Futian said this, but he was a clever man, so he smiled and said, I am Dou Zhao of the Dou tribe. On saying this, he took the fruit and took a bite. These two men who had just come were truly marvelous. We are Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, said Yi Futian. I wish to take the god's relic for myself, so I may need you to leave. Fine, said Dou Zhao with a nod. He did not say any more. He rose, then led the rest of the members of the Dou tribe out. Yu Sheng looked at Yi Futian speechlessly. He was so generous, and yet he himself had none of the fruit. He did not think this because he was bitter at Yi Futian. It was just that Dou Zhao had not needed it. He must have given it to him because Dou Zhao was straightforward. The tricks that people used in battle often reflected their personalities. Moreover, Dou Zhao was truly powerful. Of the three people they just fought, when Dou Zhao unleashed the seventh seal of the fighting god, he was the most powerful. If they continued on in this conflict between the 9 supreme realms, they were sure to face many more cultivators from top forces. Moreover, they still had many enemies before. There were several powerful forces in the heavenly mandate realm, the golden divine nation in the higher heavens realm, and now the Shin clan was their enemy as well. They did not know what the future would hold. If they could make friends with the heirs of some other powerful forces, it would certainly not be a bad thing. Who said that everyone they met in the god's relic had to become their enemy? If they hadn't fought, they never would have met. Fighting was a way to make friends, as was shown by Dou Zhao and Yu Sheng's fight. After the people from the Dou tribe had left, Yu Sheng and Yi Futian were the only ones left in the underground palace. Yi Futian walked towards the end of the hall, where the fighting will formed an insubstantial light curtain. As he drew near, he could feel a powerful pressure. He had to work hard to make each step forward. Boom! He was sent flying backward as the fighting will entered into his body. This fighting will that had remained here coalesced for thousands of years was incredibly strong. Leaves and branches spread through Yi Futian's body. I will go outside and guard the door. Yu Xing turned and left the palace. Yi Futian's life spirit was blooming, and his dazzling divine tree covered his body, stretching out through the palace. It even covered the area before him where the fighting will was. The tree swayed, and golden light bloomed from within it. An imperial seal appeared on the tree. As the fighting will was drawn into it, it covered Yi Futian as well. As the leaves and branches touched it, the fighting will was gradually absorbed by the world tree. The deed of thorough comprehension activated, and Yi Futian's body became a furnace of the great path, making the world tree absorb the fighting will even faster. It spread out even closer to the origin of the fighting will as it sucked it up. Yi Futian strode forward towards the throne, covered by the divine tree. He looked at the incomparably frightening spear and the image that looked as divine as a god. The fighting will that had not dissipated had formed the image of an ancient divine general that had remained to this day. The tree's leaves and branches covered the spear as well. When he felt the powerful fighting will within, Yi Futian slowly reached out and grasped it. Suddenly it surged into him. His body lit up with incomparably terrifying divine light, making him look like an emperor in a world of mortals. As he swallowed up and refined the fighting will, it became stronger and stronger. It seemed like his whole body was on fire. Outside the palace, Dou Zhao sat there recovering. Yu Sheng walked out of the gate. "Why are you coming out?" Dou Zhao asked him. "He is inheriting the fighting will," answered Yu Sheng. Dou Zhao did not say anything, but he was thinking, if Yu Sheng is so good at fighting, why should he not be the one to inherit the fighting will? But he was not going to ask that. Before long, a figure emerged from the underground palace. Dou Zhao looked up at Yi Futian and asked, "Why are you coming out?" "I'm all finished," said Yi Futian. "What?" Dou Zhao stared at Yi Futian. Who was he trying to fool? "The spear is not bad." Yi Futian reached out a hand. Light flashed, and a spear appeared there, radiant and brilliant. Fighting was pouring out of it. Dou Zhao felt like his mind was in turmoil. Before Yi Futian and Yu Sheng had arrived, the three forces had already stopped fighting. But even though they had tried, they had been unable to get closer to the area covered by the fighting will. Otherwise, they would have already taken the spear and inherited the fighting will. But now, Yi Futian had done both of those things incredibly quickly. Dou Zhao suddenly felt a little bit inferior. He now understood why it had been Yi Futian who had inherited the fighting will and not Yu Sheng. Could this even be called inheritance? It seemed like the spear had been placed there to wait for Yi Futian to take it. As for how he had taken it, Dou Zhao suddenly remembered how Yi Futian had told them to leave. It seemed that he purposely did not want them to see what he did. But no matter what trick he had used, he had done it incredibly quickly. "Where are you planning to go next?" Dou Zhao asked Yi Futian. "To the east. Many people seem to be going somewhere in that direction." "It seems like something happened," said Yi Futian. The cultivators of the Purple Gold Rat Clan had gone out in many directions. This was not the only place where things were happening. They were happening in other directions as well. The demons of the Purple Gold Rat Clan had some tricks of their own, and their sense of smell was very sharp. The God's Relic has a lot of history. Many of the elders of the top forces have been here before, so they probably know some things about this place, just like the school of the Emperor Star, said Dou Zhao. The cultivators of the Dou tribe were not the first ones to come here. Those cultivators who had made it out alive had naturally recorded their experiences of what happened in the God's Relic. Otherwise, how would they have known to follow the school of the Emperor Star? Yi Futian gave a slight nod. "However, there is something I should remind you of," said Dou Zhao. Yi Futian nodded. "Go ahead." "According to what the elder of my tribe said, if you continue on in one direction until you reach the end, you will run into the great relic." A look of surprise flashed in Yi Futian's eyes. When they had followed the purple gold rats, they had seen that many, many forces were indeed traveling in a single direction and not stopping. Was the great relic something that had truly been left behind by the gods? The gods' relic seemed to be an entire world and was said to be the tomb of the gods. But could it have been rebuilt? Yi Futian nodded again. "Then I will go into the east to have a look first, after which I will continue on eastward." When Yi Futian said this, Dou Zhao seemed to realize something, and a strange look came over his face. "If you are here, then how do you know where the others are going?" The more he learned about Yi Futian, the stranger he felt. What kind of person was this man? At first, it had seemed that these two had just been secretly following behind them, trying to take advantage of the situation. Now, they somehow seemed to know what was happening in other places. From Yi Futian's tone, it sounded like he even knew concrete details about what was going on. This Yi Futian looked at Dou Zhao and smiled. "I am using the mystical powers of the Great Path to foresee everything, both in the past and in the future." Dou Zhao's face went dark. He didn't have to tell him, but did he really have to lie so obviously? He may have been very powerful, But was there anyone in the world who would dare claim to have the power to see the past and the future? You rest here for a while. We'll go on ahead. Yi Futian was naturally joking. He took his leave and began walking off into the distance. Dou Zhao watched the disappearing figure speechlessly. The cultivators of the Dou tribe beside him looked at him and asked, "How are you?" "I need a bit more time to recover." After saying this, Dou Zhao closed his eyes and said no more. The piece of fruit of the way that contained powerful life was truly marvelous. It was not only able to restore his life aura, but it was also able to repair his damaged spiritual willpower. The fruit contained the power of the great path of life and had infinite vitality. This was the basis of all human beings. When their vitality was strong, their spiritual will would be strong as well. The two of them were connected. When one's life aura or vitality grew weak, their spiritual will would grow weak as well. This is why when people were wounded in battle, it was easier to destroy their willpower. Thus, due to this fruit, although they might have to stay behind for a little while, it would not be too long. Now he just had to patiently recover. Those two guys did not know what kind of storm they had just whipped up in the god's relic. He would guess that those two were the greatest dark horses here. He did not know who would be unlucky enough to run into the two of them next. The entrance to the god's relic was in the city of the ruins, which was in the central emperor realm. Thus, if you wanted to talk about who understood the god's relic the best, you would have to mention the top forces of the central imperial realm. These powers were ancient and prosperous with vast and deep secrets. Thus, they were certainly among the forces that understood the god's relic the most. Other than them, there were also the powerful elders of other top forces who had been to the god's relic before. They probably knew a little bit more. Thus, when they entered the god's relic, those forces who knew some things could head directly for their goals. For example, the school of the Emperor Star had done this, and the Dou tribe and the clan of the Seven Slayers had followed them. The other forces besides the school of the Emperor Star would naturally know some things about the god's relic. For example, the Yuanyang clan, Heavenly Sword Hall, and other forces had all headed directly east once they had reached the god's relic. The Yuanyang clan's formation was incredibly large. After all, they controlled the Yuanyang realm, and thus all the cultivators of that realm were their subjects and had depended on them to have a chance to come to the god's relic. Thus, once they had come here, they formed a massive and imposing formation. Zhu Qi, who had once been with Little Condor, was one of the people who came from the Yuanyang realm. At that moment, the massive crowd of people was standing outside of an ancient city. The city's gates were broken, and there were no signs of life from within. But as they stood there outside the city, the cultivators of the Yuanyang realm looked solemn. The entire massive city was covered by sword will. They could sense that the city had been pierced by countless swords, all of which seemed elegant, yet insubstantial. They were all made out of sword will. This was an ancient city of swordsmanship. A great swordsman must have once ruled over it. Another force appeared outside the city in another spot. It was the cultivators of the Heavenly Sword Hall of the Myriad Realm. There were not as many of them as there were of the people from the Yuanyang realm, but every one of their swordsmen had a terrifying aura of swordsmanship, and they were gazing at the city fiercely. They had felt the sword will hear from far away. In another spot, another group of imposing figures stood there. They seemed to shine with divine sunlight, and they were very swift and fierce. These cultivators had come from the solar realm and were one of the top forces of that realm. Qishao, Divine Mountain. Although they were not purely focused on swordsmanship, they did teach it, and thus they had come here. In addition, a force from the Heavenly Mandate Realm had come as well. They were a group of women, Brahma's pure sky. Qin, he was leading them. They stood a little bit farther back than the other forces. Brahma's pure sky was one of the top forces in the Heavenly Mandate realm, but in reality, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the celestial gate of vast heaven were the strongest. The demon realm had the divine dragons and the sky demon court. Thus, Brahma's pure sky was not at the very top. When looking at the whole of the 9 supreme realms, they did not stand out very much. Thus, he knew what she should do and what she should not do. Be careful when we go in. The whole city is filled with sword will. The young man at the head of the Yuanyang clan was wearing a robe and had an impressive bearing. After he reminded everyone of this, he strode forward towards the ancient city. Everyone was very vigilant. It was said that many people had fallen here in the past, and the sword will that was anywhere could threaten their very lives. Afterward, the people from the Heavenly Sword Hall and Qishao Divine Mountain entered the city as well. "Let's go in," ordered Qin, he of Brahma's pure sky. The goddesses all stepped forward one by one, entering within. Once they had entered the city, sword will wrapped around them. Only powerful cultivators could protect themselves against sword will that was everywhere at once. They let it enter their bodies so they could sense it better. Outside the city, another group of figures was coming towards the city from a distance. There were 2 figures at the very front. They were Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Behind them came Little Condor and the others. Although Do Zhao had told him that the great relic was at the end of this road, he was not just going to give up on the other things that he found along the way. "Should we go in?" Yu Sheng asked Yi Futian beside him. "If there are no Renhuangs, then there are no threats," answered Yi Futian. "If there's anyone in there we can't handle together, we can flee." There were many sword cultivators among them, the sword master of Lihin, Yaya Luoyue, and more. He himself had cultivated the sword, and thus he had decided to come there. Moreover, not long before, he had gotten a new spear and inherited some fighting will. If no Renhuangs appeared, it would be difficult for anyone to threaten him and Yu Sheng. When he and Yu Sheng had fought Do Zhao and he had activated the 7th seal, that had been the most challenging battle they would face. But the sword will in this city is extremely strong. "You should all be careful," said Yi Futian to the people behind him. Yaya and the others nodded. When Yi Futian looked back at the city, his expression changed, becoming surprised. It seemed as if he could see through the illusion. The whole city, from top to bottom, was filled with sword will. There was nowhere left untouched. It filled the whole city. Moreover, the farther one went into the city, the stronger the sword will became. He could faintly see some Lingtian sword will. Yi Futian and the others strode forward, passing through the broken city wall. As they entered the city, they saw that everything was in ruins. In addition to the surging sword will, there were countless sword marks left everywhere. Yi Futian did not resist. He let the sword will enter him. More sword will spread out from him at the same time. This sword will is all different. It is actually many different kinds of sword will, the sword master of Lihin whispered. The sword will had obviously come from different people. "There are many broken swords here as well," said Yaya as she looked all around her. There were broken swords everywhere, stuck into the ruins. They were all filled with sword will, and had very likely been left here by an ancient sword emperor. But they could not see any corpses here. There was one possibility: they had been destroyed by the sword will. Yi Futian walked a little further in and grasped one of the broken swords. He could feel the sword will within it. "The swords are broken and the people are dead," he said, "but the people are gone and the sword will remains." In the past, these broken swords would have been extremely valuable to him, but at his current level they were useless. "Let's go to the center of the city," said Yi Futian as he continued forward. Sword City was barren and dead silent, but also had an incredibly tense atmosphere. There was sword will everywhere. Yi Futian had already forged a sword body of the Great Path, so the sword will could not affect him, but many of the people behind him had to actively resist it. "The whole city is locked down by sword will. What was left here?" whispered Yi Futian. If an apocalyptic war had broken out here in the past, The ruler of the city must have left something behind before he died, which is why he had made the sword while covering the city not dissipate even after thousands of years. He wanted to seal it here. Perhaps it was just to remind future generations that he had once lived. Yaya pointed and said, "There's a sword over there." Yi Futian saw it as well. Off in the distance, there was a sword floating in midair. Sword was falling all around it, forming a terrifying matrix of swordsmanship. The sword was particularly strong there, much stronger than the sword where they were standing. However, the people who had entered the city before them seemed to be much more focused on the Lingtian sword will, and they were all heading in that direction. Yi Futian and the others continued on through the ruins. Powerful sword would occasionally pass in front of them. "Follow me," said Yi Futian to those behind him. "Only walk where I walk. Do not stray from the path." Everyone nodded. They had discovered that killing sword would sometimes fall on them. Some people who had been ahead of them had already been hit, as they found bloodstains on the ground. But there were no bodies. They had been completely destroyed by the sword will. Judging by the bloodstains, they had died not long ago. "This is getting more and more dangerous," whispered Yi Futian. His eyes were like those of a god, able to pierce through all illusions. Moreover, he had the ability to sense danger in advance. Thus, they had been able to avoid all danger so far. Up ahead, a large group of figures had stopped and were not continuing on into the city. There were cultivators from the Yuanyang clan, the Heavenly Sword Hell, and Qi Shao Divine Mountain there, as well as some from Brahma's Pure Sky. They were missing a few people, and some of the people who were there were wounded. When Yi Futian and the others reached them, all eyes turned on them. Many of them recognized him, as he had once come into conflict with the Heavenly Sword Hall because of the sword master of Lihin, and had fought the people of the Yuanyang clan for Little Condor. It was only the people of Qi Shao Divine Mountain that he had never come in contact with. "Have you been here before?" the young head of the Yuanyang clan asked Yi Futian. They naturally knew there would be people behind them. Previously they had not cared, but they had discovered that Yi Futian had marvelous means of avoiding danger. Thus, they had stopped to wait for him. "I have not," said Yi Futian. "No." The young head of the Yuanyang clan was named Yuan Hong. A look of doubt came over his face when he heard Yi Futian's denial. "How did you avoid the danger then?" "I can predict threats," answered Yi Futian. "Then may we walk with you?" asked Yuan Hong. "Then we can share all our adventures." The people from Qi Shao Divine Mountain and the Heavenly Sword Hall were looking at him as well. If he didn't agree, then something would happen here that was worthy of a story. Yi Futian thought for a moment, then smiled and nodded. "All right, all of you may follow me." "Thank you." Yuan Hong had not thought that Yi Futian would answer so sincerely. He smiled in appreciation. Yi Futian and the others continued forward through the crowd, with Zhu Qi staring at him and Little Condor. Previously, Yu Sheng's power had shocked her, and she would never have thought that they would come here. She did not know what was going to happen. "Long time no see, Lord Yi," said Qin He of Brahma's Pure Sky with a nod. Many of the other goddesses of Brahma's Pure Sky beside her looked at Yi Futian as well. He was obviously very familiar to Qin He. Her memories of the Battle of Brahma's Sky City were still fresh. "You are looking even more elegant than before, Goddess Qin," said Yi Futian. Qin He nodded. Yi Futian was walking in front of the whole group. The people from the other forces were a bit surprised. They had not thought that they might know each other, and it seemed like they were, in fact, relatively close. However, Yi Futian's formation was really quite weak. Divine light was still shining in Yi Futian's eyes as he led them through Sword City. After a while, they reached the center of the city. There was a sword palace there, in front of which stood a huge sword matrix. Countless swords were there, blocking the entrance. Hundreds of feet above the sword matrix, there was another sword floating in the air, with many beams of light shooting out of it in all directions. This was where the sword will was coming from. Some of the people's faces darkened. The sword will here had put them under a lot of pressure, so much that it had been difficult to bear. They could faintly see a faint and blurry figure sitting on the sword. It was probably the leftover will from the ruler of the city. Some people have already been here, said Yusheng. There were 6 swords stuck into the sword eyes around the sword matrix, leaving sword marks that stretched out in all directions and made the sword matrix light up in many places. This had clearly all been done by people who had come here before. However, the matrix was missing 3 sword eyes and 3 swords. If they had been taken, it probably would have undone the matrix. Of course they have. Some of our elders have been to these ruins before and told us about this place. If we can find the last 3 swords and put them in the matrix, perhaps we can then inherit the swords themselves. Yuan Hong looked up at the sword floating in the air. That sword is not as simple as it looks. Perhaps the inheritance of the swordsman who ruled this city lies within it. If that's so, then we should go find the last 3 swords, said Yi Futian. Yuan Hong nodded. We will go look for them together. We will activate the sword matrix and see whether or not we can make an adventure out of this. Yuan Hong was a leader of the Yuanyang clan, but he spoke in a friendly manner without the least hint of arrogance. Moreover, everything seemed very harmonious here. There was no conflict. However, this was probably because the ruins were locked down and had not opened up yet. It was also probably because the Yuanyang clan was the strongest force here. Right now, Yuan Hong's only goal was to open the ruins. Once that happened, it was most likely that they would be able to get what was inside. Yi Futian nodded. All right, I know where one of the swords is. I will go get it. Yaya and the sword master of Lihin looked at him. That sword we saw before that was floating in the air, said Yi Futian. I will go get it. You wait here. He turned and left. His decisive manner made the other cultivators look at him in surprise. Why did he feel like he was free to do as he pleased? I will go with you, said he. All right, said Yi Futian with a nod. The 2 of them left together. The cultivators of the Yuanyang clan and the Heavenly Sword Hall left as well, going to find the other 2 swords. How do you know that that sword is the right one? Yaya asked him telepathically. I sensed it, answered Yi Futian with a smile. Why are you doing this? Yaya did not understand. Everything that Yi Futian was doing was too honest. He did not need to do this. I know where the other 2 swords are as well, said Yi Futian. With his divine eyes, he could see through all illusions. Once he had seen that sword and the matrix, he had known that the whole city was actually within a sword matrix. Yaya looked at him in shock. If that was true, then she understood even less than she had thought. Wouldn't it be easier to wait until their opponents had been defeated and then come take the swords? Yeah, it is likely that I will become a Renhuang here in the God's Relic, said Yi Futian. The color drained from Yaya's face as she looked back at Yi Futian. Renhuang, the once legendary plane. Would Yi Futian really reach that level? Since Yi Futian had said that he must be able to feel how swiftly it was approaching, it was not far now. Over the years, the farther and higher I've gone, the harder it has gotten to avoid entanglements with other powerful forces. That is the drawback of strength. The stronger you get, the stronger the people you meet. And similarly, the more talented you are, the more people will pay attention to you, Yi Futian told her. Once I become a Renhuang, I will no longer be a junior. I will be regarded as powerful by all of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. At that time, I will definitely come into contact with the other great forces. Yaya nodded. Naturally, she understood this. Once Yi Futian became a Renhuang, things would be different. With his talent and strength, he would truly attract the attention of the people of the 9 supreme realms. When a man of unparalleled talent walks alone through the world, he could possibly make the whole world his enemy. I faced this situation before in the barren state. I hope that on my way to dominate the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, I will make many more friends. Here in the God's Relic, we have many juniors, all of them heirs of many different forces. They will be in charge of their respective forces in the future. They will influence the situation in the 9 supreme realms, said Yi Futian. He did not continue explaining. There were still some things he wanted to do, but doing them by himself, even as a Renhuang, would be nearly impossible. He was probably the most skilled person here in the God's Relic. If he had to fight, he could fight them all. But if he did that, then when he left, he would have made an enemy of all 9 supreme realms. Yaya stared at his handsome profile. Her mood seemed to change. Would Yi Futian be able to dominate the whole world when he became a Renhuang? One can inherit the will of the swordsman who once ruled this place here. It is a wonderful opportunity, but it is also dangerous. In fact, I don't want to put you in danger. As long as you are safe, all will be well. But you and the sword master of Lihin both have a chance to inherit the will. Do you want it, or should it go the sword master of Lihin? Yi Futian suddenly asked, changing the subject. Now they were talking about who would inherit the will. If the other forces knew of this, who knew how they would feel? From what he said, it was clear that despite the goodwill that Yi Futian had expressed, he was not going to just give up on the things that he should fight for. There were some things that could only be given to the people that he trusted the most. Give it to the sword master of Lihin. Even if it's dangerous, he won't want to miss this opportunity, said Yaya. She had known the sword master of Lihin for many years. Very well, said Yi Futian with a nod. Yuan Hong and the other Yuanyang clan cultivators, as well as the cultivators from Heavenly Sword Hall and Qishao Divine Mountain, were waiting in front of the central divine sword matrix. After a short while, Yi Futian and Yaya returned carrying a sword in their hands. You managed to get one. Yuan Hong exclaimed as he looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded his head and said, Give it a try. As he said this, he waved his palm. The sword immediately flew out with a whistling sound and landed directly in one of the 9 major points of the divine matrix. Countless sword rune lines lit up in an instant. They were even more dazzling when they were lit up. Clearly, there were no issues with this sword. Many people glanced at Yi Futian. He actually managed to find something. Yuan Hong was somewhat curious, so he asked, What makes you so sure? This sword stood out too much, Yi Futian answered with a smile. Yuan Hong was somewhat doubtful. Was it truly so simple? Was it really that easy to retrieve the swords? If it was so easy to do so, then why had all the people who had previously entered God's Relic only managed to obtain 6 swords? Our members and the members of Heavenly Sword Hall have also discovered a sword. They are attempting to retrieve it as we speak, Yuan Hong said. Yi Futian nodded in agreement. However, they took a long time to retrieve the sword. When they returned, quite a few people were missing, and there was even a person who was injured. It was one of the cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall that was a step away from becoming a Renhuang. He and another top figure of the Yuanyang clan had joined forces to retrieve this sword. A cultivator from Heavenly Sword Hall walked up and inserted the sword into the matrix. Instantly, countless streams of sword qi burst forth from the vast divine matrix and covered the entire sword city. Only the last major point was left. Many swords were already clanking in harmony. They seemed to have formed some sort of resonance. Only one sword is missing. The rest of them looked at the divine sword matrix. They only had to obtain one more sword, and they could unlock the divine sword matrix. It would be a great fateful encounter. However, swordwood was everywhere in this sword city. There were many swords dispersed throughout the city. Which sword was it? Have you discovered anything? Yuan Hong asked. The rest of them all shook their heads. Should we gather all the swords in the city and test each sword one by one? Yuan Hong continued saying, Yi Futian was speechless. As expected of a top figure from the Central Emperor realm's Yuanyang clan, it was difficult for ordinary people to compare with such spirit. How much effort would they have to expend in order to retrieve all of the swords in this place? Many people would most likely have to lose their lives for them to achieve such a feat. If we get it wrong, we might end up destroying the foundations of the sword matrix, the cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall exclaimed. Yuan Hong scowled and said, "That means that our only choice is to find the last sword. Do you have any ideas on how to do so?" The members from Heavenly Sword Hall all shook their heads. They did not have any leads at the moment. "I know where the sword is," Yi Futian said. Immediately, everyone's gazes fell on him. "Where is it?" Yuan Hong asked. Yi Futian walked towards a spot not far to the side of the divine sword matrix. There was a broken sword there. He picked up the broken sword. He could clearly sense that the broken sword also contained a powerful sword will. He carried the broken sword and walked towards the sword matrix. Yuan Hong and the rest revealed strange looks on their faces. The sword was right beside the sword matrix. Was it also a broken sword? Many people were somewhat doubtful. "Hold on!" The cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall cried out as they saw Yi Futian walking towards the sword matrix. Yi Futian looked towards them. "How can you be certain that it is this broken sword?" The leader of the members of Heavenly Sword Hall was renowned in the Myriad Realm. He had cultivated for many years and was still a sword saint, but his ability was unfathomable. He was known as Sword Saint of Avicii. "The sword matrix led me to it," Yi Futian said as he looked towards the divine sword matrix in front of him. "Are you certain?" Sword Saint of Avicii opened his eyes and stared at Yi Futian. There was a divine light in his eyes, and his gaze was extremely frightening. "It won't be a problem," Yi Futian replied. "If you are wrong and the sword matrix is destroyed, you will pay the price," Sword Saint of Avicii said. After that, he did not say any more. Yu Sheng frowned when he heard these words. This person's tone was very arrogant. Who did he take Yi Futian to be? Was Yi Futian their errand boy? If Yi Futian made a mistake, he would need to pay the price. Yi Futian smiled and kept walking. He inserted the broken sword into the final point of the matrix. Sword will lingered, and everyone's gazes stared at the divine matrix. The next moment, the 9 swords lit up with a frightening glow. The broken sword seemed to have been restored to its original unbroken state. Divine light flickered as though divine swords were inserted in the 9 points of the matrix. At this moment, the divine sword matrix began to flow. The central pattern of the sword matrix also began to rotate. From all around, countless sword chi streaked towards the divine matrix. The sword matrix's light screen was opened, and they could now walk into it. "We did it!" Many people were astonished. That broken sword was actually one of the swords they needed. How did this fellow know that it was the one? Could it be that the sword matrix had actually led him to it? Yi Futian ignored what the others thought about him. His gaze was aimed at the divine sword matrix. His eyes were extremely bright and could see through everything. Within his field of vision, the sword will an entire city was flowing towards that divine sword. The sword will then descended into the center of the pattern. Such a sword will was something that he could not stand against. As expected, it is not something that is easily inherited, Yi Futian thought. The members of the few top forces were about to make a move, especially the cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall. They were the purest swordsmanship force among the top forces. However, they had also sensed the might of this sword will. Wanting to inherit this sword was most likely not going to be easy. It could even pose a danger to their lives. The sword matrix has opened. Please send a representative to give it a try. My side will go last. Whoever manages to get the sword can lay claim to it. How about it? Yi Futian suggested as he faced the crowd. Yuan Hong looked at Yi Futian and nodded his head slightly, saying, I agree. Let the various forces take turns. Yi Futian had the greatest contribution in activating this matrix. He was already being gracious by letting them go first. The cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall did not say anything and remained staring at the matrix. With the strength of Yi Futian's party, what else could he do but let them go first? Even if Yi Futian allowed them to go first, could it be that he believed that he could still obtain the sword in the end? No matter what happened, it would never reach his group's turn. Since young Master Yi is here, we will not participate, Qin, he said with a faint smile. Other people might not know much about Yi Futian, but she did. Moreover, there was some level of friendship between Yi Futian and her. Since they would not be in the running, they might as well declare it. Thank you, goddess. Yi Futian smiled as he nodded his head. Some people looked at Qin He's group. This woman had a stunning appearance, but she acted so subdued before Yi Futian. Could it be because of Yi Futian's looks? Yi Futian was indeed a fine specimen of handsome looks. However, if it was so, wasn't she too shallow? For cultivators, especially male cultivators, they did not value appearances at all. One's ability would always come first. Everyone, please go ahead, Yi Futian said with a smile. How could inheriting this sword possibly be that easy? It was not just him who knew this. The other forces also knew this. Their expressions turned slightly serious. Heavenly Sword Hall is a swordsmanship force. You may go first, Yuan Hong from Yuanyang clan said to the cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall, inviting them to go first. Sword Saint of Avicii's gaze turned towards the center of the sword matrix. He was not very confident. Who will go? He asked the cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall. They were all somewhat hesitant. If they succeeded, it was possible that they could inherit the divine sword. However, if they failed, it was possible that they would die. The first person to go would have a great but dangerous opportunity. I will go. An elder from Heavenly Sword Hall walked out. He walked towards the center of the divine matrix. In an instant, a frightening sword will float in. Step by step, he walked to the center of the pattern on the divine matrix. Instantly, endless sword will descended. He reached out his hand to grab hold of the divine sword. Buzz. In Sword City, endless sword will surged into the divine sword. Sword will descended, penetrating the elder's body. His facial expression changed drastically. Within his body, a powerful sword will burst forth. Even his sword spirit had appeared. His sword will seem to form physical swords that collided with his sword spirit. The elder let out a scream. Continuous streams of sword will descended, and his body then gradually dissipated into nothingness. Those who witnessed this scene felt their hearts shiver. The elder had failed. As expected, he paid the price for failing with his life. The face of Sword Saint of Avicii turned sullen. He looked towards the cultivators from the other forces and said, "It's your turn." The cultivators of Yuanyang clan, as well as Qi Shao Divine Mountain, stared at the divine matrix. They had all fallen silent. Under such circumstances, they were also not confident that they could obtain the sword. We have decided to continue observing for now, the cultivators of Qi Shao Divine Mountain declared. Does anyone want to give it a try? Yuan Hong looked towards the cultivators of the Yuanyang clan and declared, whoever obtains it can claim it as their own. With the previous example, no one dared to act. They were all not confident that they could succeed. This divine sword was not so easy to obtain. Looking at this scene, Yuan Hong turned towards Yi Futian and said, "It seems that you all should still go first." "All right." Yi Futian nodded. He walked forwards into the center of the sword matrix. When the others saw this, they revealed strange looks. Was he personally attempting to retrieve the sword? When Yi Futian walked into the divine matrix, he felt the endless sword will descending upon him. deed of thorough comprehension activated and became a divine furnace. 9 words circled him, and heaven and earth resonated. At the same time, inside his body, there were countless branches and leaves enveloping his core. When the sword will float into him, it was consumed within his body. The crowd was staring at Yi Futian. His response seemed mild. Yi Futian raised his head and looked at the divine sword above him. His eyes were frightening. In this instant, he seemed to have entered the world of the sword. Within this world of the sword, there was an illusory figure that was practicing sword techniques. This is a sword spirit, Yi Futian thought. After a short while, a dull thud came from within the divine sword matrix. Yi Futian stepped out from within it. He walked out unscathed. However, he did not manage to inherit the divine sword. The Yuanyang clan and cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall all glanced bizarrely at Yi Futian. Did he manage to walk out alive? However, he must have been through a great deal. How was it? Yaya looked at Yi Futian. "I'm all right," Yi Futian said in a low voice. His heart wavered slightly as he looked at Sword Master of Lihin and transmitted his thoughts, saying, "Sword Master of Lihin, are you willing to inherit this sword?" Sword Master of Lihin revealed a strange look as he looked at Yi Futian. "Just now, I have already investigated it. There is a sword spirit hidden within this sword. It should have been left behind by the previous owner of the divine sword," Yi Futian explained. "If Sword Master of Lihin wishes to inherit this sword, when you step up to the sword, you must first sense the existence of the sword spirit. Do not hesitate and directly inject your spiritual soul into the sword and merge it with the sword spirit. However, I am not certain what will happen after this. It is very likely that you will pay with your life if you fail. According to my estimation, the chances of you succeeding is only 50%. Sword Master of Lihin was silent. He looked at Yi Futian and asked if it was you. 100%. Yi Futian did not hide anything and continued saying, "It is of little value to me. Hence, Sword Master of Lihin should decide for himself." Sword Master of Lihin had been cultivating for many years. Although his combat ability was not considered to be exceptionally powerful, his state of mind had experienced years of tempering and was extremely stable. He had also been constantly pursuing even higher levels of achievement. Hence, even though there was some risk, Yi Futian still let Sword Master of Lihin decide for himself. After Sword Master of Lihin heard Yi Futian's transmitted thoughts, he fell silent. Back then, when he was cultivating in the Emperor Xiao's realm, he had always wanted to venture out after he reached the Nirvana plane. He had been in Lihin heaven for many years and had accomplished all that he had wanted to. For him, there was only the pursuit of great achievements in swordsmanship. Hence, he could only aim to step into the legendary Renhuang plane. However, for him, this step had been as difficult as reaching the heavens. Hence, he had ventured out from Emperor Xiao's realm. It took him many years of trials and tribulations before he managed to traverse the boundaries and arrive in the Central Emperor realm. These past years he had always been on the road and had endured many hardships. He had also reached the limits of his plane, but he was still far from reaching the Renhuang plane. He understood that his talents were limited. Even though his state of mind was transcendent, he still could not break through to the next realm. This was a threshold for him. Now, Yi Futian was confident that he had a 100% chance of inheriting the divine sword. Yet Yi Futian had given him the opportunity. He knew that Yi Futian was not lacking in fateful encounters. His talents were too dazzling to behold. The youth who had ascended the 33rd layer of heaven and had battled Wang Chuan back then could no longer be mentioned within the same breath as the youth before him now. On the other hand, the Sword Master of Lihin was missing such a fateful encounter. Yi Futian claimed that the Sword Master of Lihin only had a 50% chance of success. If he failed, it was very likely that he would end up like the previous cultivator and pay with his life. Even if it was merely a 20% chance, it would still be worth a try, let alone 50%, the Sword Master of Lihin exclaimed through his transmitted thoughts. If the Sword Master of Lihin had relied on himself, it would have been impossible for him to come across such a fateful encounter. Before this, in order to enter God's relic, he had wanted to seek help from Heavenly Sword Hall to bring him along with them. It was only due to Yi Futian's arrival and that Yi Futian had brought him along with him that he had the chance of entering God's relic. Here in the Central Emperor realm, the Sword Master of Lihin's previous status before coming here was not worth mentioning at all. Therefore, he would certainly give inheriting the divine sword a try. All right, Yi Futian responded. He turned his gaze towards the cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall and said, "Are you going to try again next?" Yi Futian had attempted it just now. Even if the Sword Saint of Avicii tried his hand at it, he would most likely not be able to decipher the secret of the divine sword in one go. This was enough for the Sword Master of Lihin to have this opportunity. Yes, the Sword Saint of Avicii merely responded with one word. This time he personally came forward and walked towards the pattern of the sword matrix beneath the divine sword. If Yi Futian could walk out alive and unscathed, what did the Sword Saint of Avicii have to fear? He wanted to see how profound this divine sword was exactly. The Sword Saint of Avicii walked into the sword matrix and felt an extremely powerful pressure. Sword will pour down on him. Brilliant golden divine light lit up around his body. His pupils looked towards the divine sword. Innumerable beams of golden light enveloped it. He wanted to directly seize it. His will swept out and was extremely domineering. Buzz. The divine matrix activated, and endless sword will flowed in from the entire city. Sword will kept descending upon him. A frightening scene exploded on the divine sword matrix. The Sword Saint of Avicii let out a low groan. His face suddenly turned pale. However, his will still did not give up on observing and invading the divine sword. He seemed to vaguely sense something. This divine sword seemed to have a spirit within it. The sword spirit seemed to have become a sword. It came towards his spiritual soul along with countless sword will. His expression suddenly changed. With a loud rumble, golden divine light flashed. He let out a dull moan, and his body immediately vanished and appeared below. The sword will tore large holes in the clothes on his body. A streak of blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Is he injured? The cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall looked at the Sword Saint of Avicii. Was he also injured? However, the Sword Saint of Avicii directly turned to look at the divine sword. He had already caught a glimpse of the mystery behind it. With a few more chances, he was confident that he could decipher its secret and seize control of it. Yi Futian glanced at the Sword Saint of Avicii. This person was more powerful than he imagined. I will try again. The Sword Saint of Avicii walked forward, wanting to continue trying. Sir, Yi Futian yelled out. The Sword Saint of Avicii turned and looked at him. Since we have agreed on the rules, let's all follow them. That way, we can all be amicable. They should be the ones to go next. Yi Futian turned to look at the cultivators of Yuanyang clan and Qishao Divine Mountain. The Sword Saint of Avicii glanced at Yi Futian. He had an intense, penetrating gaze. At a glance, it was as though a sword was shooting over at Yi Futian's eyes from a distance. When Yi Futian sensed that sword will, he raised an eyebrow. However, the Sword Saint of Avicii did nothing after that and still backed down. Since he could not manage to do it in one try, the others should also not be able to do so. This time, Yuanyang clan and Qishao Divine Mountain did not just observe. They also personally participated. However, their attempts still ended up in failure. Yi Futian looked at the Sword Master of Lihin and saw him taking a step forward. Sword Master of Lihin, Yi Futian took out another fruit of the way and handed it to Sword Master of Lihin, saying, "Swallow this." Sword Master of Lihin looked Yi Futian in the eyes and then nodded his head. He received the fruit of the way and swallowed it. The next moment, his life aura swelled up majestically. His spiritual energy was powerful, and his condition was pushed to its extreme. The crowd gave the two of them strange looks. With such a sense of ceremony, why did it seem as though this person was certain to succeed? The Sword Master of Lihin took a step forward and entered the matrix. He faced the same sword will that the others had experienced. His life aura exploded out furiously. The sword will around him flowed. His eyes stared right at the divine sword in the air above his head. His spiritual soul directly invaded it. Unparalleled sword will descended as though wanting to eradicate him. As he withstood the extremely intense pain, there was an incredible staunch look in the Sword Master of Lihin's eyes. Rumble. Similar to the previous cultivators, he too sensed the world of the sword and the existence of the sword spirit. The sword spirit immediately descended upon him, along with endless sword will. Before this, the sword Saint of Avicii had also reached this point. However, he had evaded the sword will. The Sword Master of Lihin did not evade it. His spiritual soul pressed forward, allowing the sword will to penetrate it as it continued to charge towards the sword spirit. In this instant, he only sensed that his entire spiritual soul was on the brink of being destroyed. It also seemed as though he was no longer a person, but instead had become a sword and was undergoing tremendous pain. The will of the fruit of the way furiously exploded at this moment. It protected his life aura and made it even stronger. The crowd faintly saw a sword in the body of the Sword Master of Lihin. It was his sword spirit. Right now, the Sword Master of Lihin was going through an intense struggle of choice. If I die here today, may my sword spirit return to Lihin heaven, the Sword Master of Lihin thought. The next moment, a ferocious aura burst out from inside his body and merged into the ethereal divine sword. At the same time, the accompanying endless sword will descended. Cracks appeared on his sword spirit. Has he gone insane? Many people were looking at the Sword Master of Lihin. However, up until now, he was actually still alive and had not been eliminated by the sword will. Before this, didn't this person want to join their heavenly sword hall? After being rejected, he had been taken away by Yi Futian. Now he actually wanted to inherit the divine sword. There can be no construction without destruction, Yi Futian mumbled. He had still somewhat underestimated the might of the divine sword. Letting the Sword Master of Lihin inherit it was indeed extremely risky. However, this was Sword Master of Lihin's decision. If something truly went wrong, Yi Futian would definitely take action to try to save his life. However, right now the arrow had already been drawn. They could only continue pushing forward. Ding! With a sharp whistling sound, the Sword Master of Lihin's sword spirit cracked, and the divine sword descended, appearing inches above his head. Sword Master of Lihin's entire person seemed to have fallen into a state of absolute deadly silence. In the sky above the entire vast and endless sword city, countless sword will came down and landed on the divine sword. They then penetrated his body as though they were baptizing his figure. Yi Futian's senses were extremely sharp. He could clearly sense the pain that Sword Master of Lihin was experiencing now. Sword Master of Lihin appeared to be deadly silent, but in reality he was withstanding unparalleled pain. Tens of thousands of swords were passing through his body. The only thought in his mind was to keep on bracing it. He was facing the baptism of all the sword will in the entire sword city. Is this considered a success? Yi Futian clenched his fist slightly as he witnessed the majestic scene in the divine matrix. If the Sword Master of Lihin succeeded, it would be a metamorphosis for him, like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon. The Sword Master of Lihin would complete this baptism. For Yi Futian, this would not be of much benefit. However, it was different for the sword master of Lihin. It would be a truly transcendent metamorphosis for him. Thump! Sword Saint of Avicii took a step forward. There was a golden divine light in his eyes. His eyes pierced through the empty space and stared straight ahead. A golden divine sword appeared with a flash. This person was actually showing signs of succeeding. Construction after destruction. This person, who had previously wanted Heavenly Sword Hall to bring him along into God's relic, was actually about to inherit this divine sword. Was Yi Futian's prior attempt just to pave the way for this person? Qin, he also noticed this. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Yi Futian. Did he give this fateful encounter to the sword master of Lihin? "Sir, what are you doing?" Yi Futian stepped forward and stood before Sword Saint of Avicii, saying, "We have laid down the rules before this in order to be amicable and to see who is destined to inherit this divine sword. It has always been that those with ability would seize the fateful encounters of God's relic. What rules are there to speak of?" The Sword Saint of Avicii said indifferently. After he said this, countless golden divine swords appeared around him. Each divine sword was branded with golden space runes. They were very eye-catching and seemed to be able to traverse space to eliminate his opponent directly. It was not just around Sword Saint of Avicii. Many golden divine swords even appeared around the Matrix. They pointed straight at the Sword Master of Lihin in the Matrix. At this moment, the Sword Master of Lihin most likely could not block them. "Yu Sheng," Yi Futian shouted. Yu Sheng immediately understood and stepped out with large steps. Buzz! The golden divine swords pierced the empty space and attempted to kill the Sword Master of Lihin. However, a demonic silhouette descended from the sky. A demonic wall appeared around the Sword Master of Lihin, blocking off the space around him. When they saw this, the cultivators from Heavenly Sword Hall stepped forward one after the other, their bodies leaping into the air. In an instant, sword will cover the sky, enveloping boundless space. Countless divine swords howled and let out sharp screeching sounds. The majestic sword will contained extremely intense killing aura. They looked at Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. A cold look of indifference flashed past in their eyes. Since they had found out the method to inheriting the divine sword, how could they just let the sword master of Lihin, a person who had even requested their help to enter God's relic, do so? Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, wanting to hold them off, appeared to be a futile attempt. Those with ability can seize them. Yi Futian looked at Sword Saint of Avicii. Of the 3 remaining swords, I alone obtained 2 of them. After opening the divine sword matrix, I never thought of claiming the divine sword for my own, and instead let everyone contend for it fairly. Since you claim that those with ability can seize this fateful encounter, then so be it. The members of Heavenly Sword Hall revealed cold smiles when Yi Futian said this. Could it be that he still believed that he could block their swords? Could he even block the sword of just Sword Saint of Avicii alone? At this moment, a dazzling godly spear appeared in Yi Futian's hand. Fighting will fill the air. Alone, he was prepared to take on 10,000. He had an unparalleled aura around him. He pointed the long spear at the leading Heavenly Sword Hall cultivator, saying, "Those who step forward will die." The handsome figure stood in midair like a white-haired god of war. At this moment, the fighting will of Yi Futian was intense. The cultivators of the Heavenly Sword Hall frowned. Sword will surged out from their bodies too. Those who stepped forward would die. Yi Futian was attempting to stop the Heavenly Sword Hall alone. Moreover, he had the audacity to utter such a presumptuous statement, having no respect for the Heavenly Sword Hall at all. The cultivators of Yuanyang clan stared at Yi Futian with great interest. They had not expected him to be such a domineering figure. However, could he really stop the Heavenly Sword Hall? Swoosh, swoosh! Dazzling sword will erupted and charged towards Yi Futian ferociously. A swordsman beside the sword saint of Avicii took a step forward. Countless hurricanes and storms appeared all around them as a myriad of swords was unleashed from the eyes of the storms, aiming straight for Yi Futian. The swords attempted to tear the space apart. Those who stepped forward would die. He wanted to see for himself how he would die. Buzz! Yi Futian's figure moved. His arm shook, and the spear became a beam of light that directly charged into the storm. With just his body of flesh and blood, he pierced right into the eye of the storm. At this moment, a golden hole seemed to appear in the storm. A godly spear appeared and swept across the sky. Bang! A soft thud sounded. The swordsman that had attacked saw a golden illusion. The next moment, the spear directly pierced through his glabella. Fresh blood seeped out. The scene was horrifying. How is it possible? This final thought emerged in the swordsman's mind. After that, his consciousness dimmed, and his spiritual soul shattered. His body directly plummeted down to the ground. He was killed in one blow. "I am not fooling around," Yi Futian said indifferently as he pointed his spear at the members of the heavenly sword hall before him. A suffocating sword will envelop the space around them. Many sword spirits directly appeared from thin air and floated behind the cultivators of the heavenly sword hall. Not fooling around. He actually killed someone. Alone, Yi Futian stood in midair in front of the cultivators of the heavenly sword hall, threatening that anyone who stepped forward would die. This scene was extremely embarrassing for the members of the heavenly sword hall. Not only was it because one of their companions had fallen, but it was also because this was a disgrace for the Heavenly Sword Hall. A person who had wanted to join Heavenly Sword Hall in order to enter God's relic had now snatched the teachings of the divine sword from right in front of them. As for them, they were being held back by a man with a spear. As the strongest swordsmanship force in the myriad realm, the Heavenly Sword Hall had never encountered such a disgrace. Moreover, this time their commander was the powerful sword saint of Avicii. The cultivators of the Heavenly Sword Hall wielded their sword spirits together. They mainly cultivated sword spirits. Their sword spirits were very powerful. Each sword spirit had frightening rune lines imprinted on them. Their way was imprinted on them. A sword spirit guiding a cultivator in their cultivation could increase the chances of them breaking through to the Runhuang Plain. Each sword spirit was forged through many hardships. When they reached the Runhuang Plain, their sword spirits could directly serve as the foundation for their divine wheel of the Great Path. In an instant, countless sword spirits pointed towards Yi Futian at the same time. It seemed as though the space was about to be ripped to shreds. Each sword spirit contained different ways, but they were all very sharp. Sword will howled with sharp, ear-piercing screams. Who could possibly survive an attack from so many of these swords? This time, they wielded their swords but did not advance. It seemed that the death of the person before had caused them to grow cautious, even though they were dissatisfied. On Yi Futian's body, Renhuang level fighting will furiously burst forth. He had an imposing aura. Yi Futian stood alone against so many of them. He became a peerless god of war. With a spear in hand, he was invincible. The swords attacked, and the space was torn apart. The sharp howl of swords ringed in the ears of all present. Destructive winds filled the air. Countless sword spirits attacked Yi Futian at the same time, all of the swords flying together. Each of them was an extraordinary weapon. This scene was grand and domineering. Yi Futian took a step forward. His fighting will that was bursting forth swelled to its limit. Great path aura surged forth. The spear in Yi Futian's hand pierced forwards into the space. Although he had not practiced spear techniques, he had practiced halberd techniques. Their great paths were interconnected, and there were similarities between spears and halberds. The spear was like a dragon that rumbled forward with an unparalleled fighting will. Rumble. A dull sound exploded in the space. Once the spear landed, the entire space before Yi Futian was blown apart. The sword spirits trembled violently. Cracks even appeared on some sword spirits. The sword shook, and some sword spirit immediately shattered while cracks appeared on others. Dull sounds reverberated in the surrounding space. Many people spat out mouthfuls of fresh blood. Their faces turned pale. The sword will of some of these people dissipated, their auras rapidly weakening. In just an instant, the auras of the cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall were drastically weakened. One spear. It was still just one spear. Everyone else was astonished. This white-haired youth was actually powerful to such an extent. Who could receive a strike from his spear? With him standing there, no one could take a step forward. Among the Yuanyang clan, Zhu Qi was shocked. The master of the Black Wind Condor was so powerful. His abilities were actually so terrifying. It actually was, as that despicable Black Wind Condor had said. Compared to Yi Futian, the monstrous figures that she knew of paled into insignificance. Among Yuanyang Palace, the ruling power of the Yuanyang realm, who could take a hit from this spear? Even among the members of the Heavenly Sword Hall of the 9 Supreme Realms, no one could do so. It was even more so for them, a force from a lower world ruled by the Yuanyang clan. She recalled that this person had a friendly attitude and that he had actively sought out the swords for the crowd. He had also suggested that they all took turns to try and inherit the divine sword based on destiny and luck. Zhu Qi had believed that he had done so because he was weak. Now, as she looked at him again, he was so outstanding. It was as though the person from before and the person now were two completely different people. Let alone Zhu Qi, even the commander of Yuanyang clan, Yuan Hong was extremely astonished inside. That spear strike was definitely stunning. This person's elegance and talent were comparable to the figures at the pinnacle of the 9 realms. Such a person was actually a nobody. Yuan Hong had not known of him before this. Yuan Hong even believed that today's contest for the divine sword was unrelated to this white-haired youth. After all, Yi Futian's group was weak. Such a lineup could not possibly contend for the divine sword. Even if Yuan Hong followed the agreement and did not contend for it, would the other forces also agree to do so? Just as Yuan Hong had predicted, Heavenly Sword Hall did not agree to this and directly attacked. When Heavenly Sword Hall snatched the divine sword away from the Swordmaster of Lihin, Yuan Hong would then snatch the divine sword away from Heavenly Sword Hall. However, Yuan Hong had not imagined that a man and a spear was standing against Heavenly Sword Hall. When one man guarded the pass, 10,000 men would not be able to get through. The spear in Yi Futian's hand emanated a powerful Renhuang level fighting will. It was most likely an item he acquired from God's relic. With Yi Futian's talent, the person who inherited the divine sword by right should not be the Swordmaster of Lihin, unless Yi Futian intentionally gave up the opportunity to the Swordmaster of Lihin. Yi Futian's attempt prior to this was not to inherit the divine sword, but to examine it and search for ways to inherit it. Moreover, he had successfully carried out what he had intended to do. Hence, they witnessed the success of the Swordmaster of Lihin. Giving up the teachings of the divine sword willingly, what kind of disposition was this? Did he look down on such teachings? As the direct heir of the Yuanyang clan, Yuan Hong was well aware that God's relic was not a site left by modern-age swordsmen. It was an ancient battlefield. The teachings left here were a complete, great path. The reason why God's relic caused such a huge commotion in the 9 realms was that many fateful encounters were hidden here. Anyone who was fortunate enough to seize it would leave this place as an extraordinary Renhuang. The maidens of Brahma's pure sky stared at Yi Futian. Their eyes glistened with light. He had grown stronger, far stronger than when they met him at Xiantian Pavilion. Right now, even if he was faced with Yi Tianyu again, the latter would most likely be no match for him. Besides, Qin he was virgin genie of Brahma's pure sky. In the past, she visited the prophet when she was in the demon realm. She first met Yi Futian there. Suddenly, she recalled an incident. Back then, not long after Yi Futian had entered the prophet's palace, the prophet committed suicide. Since then, there was no prophet in this world. Prior to his death, the prophet had prophesied that there would be a huge occurrence in the heavenly mandate realm. Everyone had their attention drawn to Gu Tianqing and Gu Donglu, so nobody drew a connection between the death of the prophet and Yi Futian, the last person whom the prophet had met before he died. However, as Jeannie recalled this incident now, she was struck by the sudden realization. Her heart was throbbing. Could it be that Yi Futian was the one who would transform the heavenly mandate realm, as predicted by the prophet in his prophecy? If the death of the prophet was related to Yi Futian, what was the hidden story behind the case? Yi Futian and Yu Sheng guarded the pass, ensuring that no one could disrupt the sword master of Lihin from inheriting the teachings of the divine sword. The party from Taishan Mountain was a tad bit jealous of the sword master of Lihin. Yi Futian treated this swordsman really well. The swordsman was most likely a senior that Yi Futian had a lot of respect for. Hence, Yi Futian offered such an important fateful encounter to him. Endless sword will circulate it. All the sword will in the entire sword city continued to gush towards the sword matrix, where the sword master of Lihin was. As weak as he was, his body persevered through this stage. His sword will gradually recovered in his body, strengthening him once again. In front of Yi Futian, the sword saint of Avicii's pair of golden eyes remained fixed on him. As expected, no one from Heavenly Sword Hall could take one step further. In the previous attack, only swords had been sent out. No one had advanced. However, the sword saint of Avicii had not sent out his sword. Dazzling golden light emanated from the body of the sword saint of Avicii. In his figure, a divine sword with countless golden rune lines appeared. It hovered above his head. He formed sword mudra with both of his hands. In an instant, sword shadows covered the sky. With Yi Futian's body as the center, countless divine swords imprinted with golden rune lines appeared, blocking out the sky. Beams of divine swords descended, forming a frightening spatial sword veil. They actually formed an astonishing light shroud that sealed Yi Futian within it. Spatial divine swords. Yi Futian raised his head and glanced around. There were golden divine swords everywhere around him. The divine sword in midair above the sword saint of Avicii's head seemed to be a sword spirit that had merged with a Renhuang implement. It emanated a gorgeous Renhuang light. Swords resonated with clanking sounds. Endless spatial divine swords floated in the sky. Go! The sword saint of Avicii uttered this word. Divine swords swept across the space towards Yi Futian. Almost all at the same time, in the sky above, countless spatial divine swords traversed the space and descended instantly, slashing across from afar. Rumble. A savage fighting will erupted from Yi Futian. As he took one step forward, the air around him tightened as though the space was under his choke, slowing down the speed of the swords. Billowing fighting will surged out from Yi Futian's body. He lunged, and the spear went for its target. In an instant, the overwhelming fighting will was transformed into countless spear shadows, colliding with the divine swords. The heavens and earth shook. Destructive power swept up into the sky. However, Yi Futian's body instead became a beam of brilliant divine light that immediately pierced through the space and charged straight ahead. The spear's straight tip landed on the strongest divine sword. A brilliant glow was emitted. The divine sword flew back, and the sword saint of Avicii let out a dull groan. A formless power sent his body flying backward from the shock. He collided into the cultivators of the heavenly sword hall behind him before finally coming to a stop. Cough! A soft cough was heard. A streak of blood flowed out from the corner of the mouth of the sword saint of Avicii. It was still just one spear. It was invincible.